A lady who has just inherited a huge fortune. Suddenly, she transmigrates into the book she is reading and becomes the fake version of another lady, with a tragic fate awaiting. Without hesitation, she decides to change course, abandon her identity, act as a cuckoo, and become self-reliant. Secretly providing blood transfusions to the villain to survive. No matter how hard she tries to hide it, her origins cannot be concealed forever, because the Gu family cannot abandon their lady, and the Gu Corporation always reserves a portion for her. A journey of survival mixed with identity. Let's follow Gu Yang with Lisa Manhwa to see how she will turn her fate around. The story begins with a room filled with golden sunlight. The atmosphere is strangely warm and peaceful. A young woman curls up on the sofa, happily eating cake while scrolling through her phone. Her slender fingers swipe to a post, and in the introduction line there is a name. The young woman mutters it a few times. Gu Yang, Gu Yang. Her green eyes are even more interested. She exclaims, the character's name is exactly the same as mine. This young woman is none other than Gu Yang. She bites a piece of honeydew melon cake, and happily says to herself, okay, let's read this story today. The phone screen displays the website introducing the novel. The content is simply summarized. The real and fake heiresses were switched at birth for decades. The female lead, the real heiress, forcefully returns. The evil fake heiress repeatedly plots to harm the female lead in order to protect her status. Elder sister Gu Song. The real heiress with a troubled fate, hides her true self after returning strongly. The black-haired girl introduced as Gu Song sits on a presiding chair. Below, beside her, are supporting characters surrounding her, some offering wine, some bowing their heads. Truly meeting gods and killing gods, invincible. Gu Yang continues to swipe, reading the introduction about her younger sister with the same name, younger sister Gu Yang, the fake heiress with a hypocritical heart. Repeatedly does unrighteous deeds, reaps bitter fruit, not only loses everything, but also has her 10 fingers chopped off by the big villain, dying miserably on the roadside. And then there is another supporting character, Feng K, the female supporting character's human-shaped blood bank, who has suffered enough torment since childhood. And becomes the villain's assistant after growing up, with a twisted inner self, both crazy and morbid. Gu Yang nibbles on the cake, her face a little sympathetic, clicking her tongue a few times in exclamation, TSK TSK, real and fake heiresses, cuckoo occupying the nest. Crazy villain, all kinds of dog blood buffs combined. But quickly after that, she suddenly changes, excitedly shouting, but, I am a native dog, I like to read. This kind of plot where bad people will be punished by bad people is really exciting. Gu Yang thinks with a bit of regret, the person with the same name as me is the fake heiress who dies. Unexpectedly someone calls, the phone rings. Looking at the contact person displayed, she is slightly stunned. A lawyer? Gu Yang answers the phone, still nibbling on the cake. Hello. On the other end of the line, the lawyer's professional voice rings out, Ms. Gu Yang, Mr. Gu has made a will. The 10 billion in assets under his name will be inherited by his eldest daughter, Yu. Hearing the number reported, she exclaims involuntarily, not believing her ears, how much? 10 billion. The half-eaten cake from just now is swallowed down her throat by her actions, choking. Gu Yang can only cough, trying to soothe the choke several times. She stands up but staggers and falls down due to lack of oxygen. The sound of choking coughs rings out. Gu Yang scolds and complains, damn it, I can't have just inherited billions of dollars and then choked to death, right? The half-eaten cake rolls on the cold floor. She completely collapses to the floor. Before completely passing out, she scolds herself in her mind, so embarrassing. Her vision blurs, the sound of arguing rings out, a woman's angry voice scolding someone, Gu Song, how can you be so cruel? Gu Yang wakes up, her eyes squinting because she can't adapt to the light in time. She cries out, Still groggy and not understanding what's going on, she glances around. A woman in a silk office outfit is still loudly scolding, you know very well that Yang Yang has hemophilia. A little scratch will cause endless bleeding, and you still deliberately pushed her down the stairs. Gu Yang sits up, not clearly realizing where she is, only remembering the lawyer's words before choking to death. She loudly says, 10 billion. But because she sits up too suddenly, Gu Yang's mind becomes dizzy. She lies back down on the bed, her mind buzzing, exclaiming, ah, so dizzy. The woman at this time remembers Gu Yang. Seeing her suddenly sit up and then lie down, she worries, Yang, are you okay? Don't scare mom. At this time, Gu Yang wakes up from her daze. She glances to the side, a little blankly, Beside the bed is a very handsome young man. He is wearing a blue shirt, his eyelashes are slightly drooping. In his hand is a blood transfusion needle that is still working. Wrapped in bandages, his expression is extremely indifferent. Gu Yang tries her best to see that face more, but only sees a melancholy profile and a neck full of bruises. She exclaims in her heart, this young man is so handsome. Feeling someone looking at him, he turns around, his eyes falling on Gu Yang. Then quickly, he turns his face away, not paying attention to her infatuated face. Gu Yang is still shameless, asking with interest, who is he, so handsome? It seems that after a concussion, she starts talking nonsense. The doctor quickly enters, starting simple examination steps. At this time she realizes that something is wrong, her mind blankly asking, where is this place? Who are these people? The woman urges, worried, doctor, quickly come and check. Yang Yang is starting to talk nonsense. A small flashlight shines into her eyes. Gu Yang tilts her head slightly, a stream of memories that don't belong to her gradually invades her brain. She thinks, my head hurts so much, these things are the plot in the novel I just read. The fragments are pieced together into a complete circuit. Gu Yang immediately realizes, wait, this seems not to be the plot but a memory. The most recent memory is pieced together, is the image of a girl standing with her arms outstretched in the middle of the stairs, very provocatively saying to the person opposite, stop, acting in front of mom is quite tiring, but you don't need to act anymore. The woman has not the slightest patience, frowning in disgust, move. But the girl still doesn't let her go, her face gloating provocatively, a country bumpkin like you, how are you worthy of being with me? So I thought of a good way to help you get back where you came from. The girl patiently repeats, I'll say it again, move. But the response is just a glance, probably waiting for the right opportunity. She smirks, calling out a name, Gu Song. It turns out that the person being threatened is Gu Song, the real heiress, and the person provoking her is none other than Gu Yang. She gets close to her, whispering, guess what will happen to you if mom knows you pushed me down the stairs? Then suddenly steps back, causing herself to slip off the edge of the stairs. Gu Song doesn't have time to do anything before her action, she can only stand there completely stunned. Gu Song's mother, Wan Shuling, comes from around the corner and immediately sees Gu Yang being pushed down by her from the corner. She runs over worriedly, loudly calling, Yang Yang. But the response is only a heavy falling sound. Gu Yang rolls a few times on the stairs and then lands. As if remembering everything, Gu Yang is startled and wakes up. She opens her eyes wide, none of the surrounding sounds enter her ears. The doctor says, Ms. Gu Yang is fine. She only has a mild concussion and needs to rest for a while. Wan Shuling is still uncomfortable, waving her hand and scolding, Gu Song, if it weren't for Dr. Ji and Feng K, Yang Yang would have been killed by you. She glances at the girl pressing her phone in the corner of the room, reviewing a series of events, Gu Yang, Gu Song, hemophilia, rare blood type. Seeing Gu Song's less than beautiful complexion, Gu Yang finally confirms what is happening, so the person in front of her is the great sister, the real heiress who is good at hiding, Gu Song? Her body tenses, thinking very painfully, I've transmigrated into the book, and even transmigrated into the evil female supporting character, as soon as I arrived. I provoked the female lead and the future villain, I'm dead for sure. Gu Yang hugs her head, crying and complaining, save me, let me go back to my 10 billion. Thinking back to the details that are about to happen in the story, one is the female lead who is good at hiding but is framed, one is the crazy villain who will chop off my fingers. Gu Yang completely gives up, closing her eyes indifferently, destroy it, I can't play this kind of opening. Shuling is still scolding, the veins on her neck are also bulging, Gu Song, I'm telling you, if anything happens to Yang Yang today, you get back to the orphanage in your hometown. Suddenly, Gu Song leans over, glances at Gu Yang, who is very unconfident on the bed. Then indifferently lowers her eyes, I didn't push her. Mrs. Gu is even more angry when she hears this, her words are even more harsh, you're still quibbling? Gu Song, don't think that coming back will bring you blessings. The real daughter of the Gu family can only be Yang Yang, as if being named by her whole body tenses, and she weakly calls, Mom. Gu Yang doesn't know how to explain, only smiling awkwardly, sister didn't push me, I just stumbled and fell. She bites her lip, her eyes filled with tears, complaining in her heart, you cheap mom, don't say any more, my face will be slapped crooked later. Gu Yang clasps her hands, thinking like a believer praying for blessings, I must quickly salvage the relationship, hug the great sister's thigh tightly, I absolutely cannot repeat the tragic ending in the story. But the atmosphere still doesn't improve much, Wan Shuling is still pointing at Gu Song and scolding her, causing her to sweat constantly. Gu Song hears Gu Yang's words, frowning and muttering, sister? She is frightened by her expression, shrinking back in confusion, why is she reacting like this, is she probably being seen as a green tea? Gu Yang tries to pull Mrs. Gu down to sit, soothing her, Mom, let's sit down and talk slowly, there must be a misunderstanding, Shuling still says unreasonably. Now that Yang Yang has forgiven you, can't you act like an older sister? Gu Song frowns, closing her eyes tightly, not wanting to see this scene of mother and daughter being so close, her voice is also more irritable, I said, I didn't push her. She raises her voice again, even Gu Yang can't stop her, Shuling says, you're still being glib. Her mood is more depressed than ever, sweat dripping as she begs, "Mom, my biological mom, please don't say any more. What good will it do to offend the great sister who is good at hiding?" At this time, the doctor from just now puts the documents on the table, saying, "Mrs. Gu." He is Ji Linbai. Ji Linbai smiles kindly, suggesting, "Do you have surveillance cameras in your house, ma'am? If you check, you'll know right away." Those words make Gu Yang feel uneasy, complaining in her heart, "That's right, I almost forgot that this doctor is the great sister's leg hair. Is my face about to be slapped?" But someone like Shuling only believes in what she sees and doesn't want to hear those words. She glances at Gu Song. "This is what I saw with my own eyes. What's the point of checking? To send her to jail or what?" She doesn't respond, only lightly sighing painfully, Gu Yang senses danger, her mind is in chaos, her mind is constantly sending out warnings. "I'm doomed, Mom. The great sister's phone is always recording. I've read the story, I know everything." Not wanting to have her face slapped, she quickly sits up, her face pitifully saying the truth. "Mom, I really stumbled and fell, don't blame sister." Gu Yang clasps her hands sincerely over her head, as if begging the gods for mercy. In her heart, she is crying her eyes out. The relationship between me and the great sister who is good at hiding cannot get any worse. I will die very miserably, I beg you, Mom. Afraid that she won't believe her, she points at Gutsong's phone, daring to say, "What I'm saying is the truth, sister's phone was recording at that time." Gu Yang guarantees, "If you don't believe me, look at the recording on her phone." Those words make Gutsong's actions to prove herself suddenly stop. She thinks with a little doubt, "She knows I'm recording, and still acts like this?" Mrs. Shuling crosses her arms, reluctantly saying, "If Yang Yang has said so, I won't argue anymore. No, next time." Gutsong gets up and leaves, not paying attention to Gu Yang's flattering eyes. Seeing that things have gotten better, she wipes the sweat from her forehead, letting out a sigh. Phew, danger averted. Suddenly Gutsong glances at Gu Yang, that look is full of scrutiny, causing her to startle. Gu Yang quickly puts on a flattering look, saying like a flower like jade, "Sister, take care." Gutsong only snorts coldly at that expression. Shuling and she quickly see Dr. Ji off. Waiting for Ji Linbai to leave, a soft voice rings out. It is the voice of a maid. Beside her is the young man from just now. "Young mistress, if there's nothing else, I'll take him away." Gu Yang asks, "Take him where?" The maid stutters, finally weakly saying, "Young mistress, have you forgotten? You punished Feng Ke for not being allowed to live in the house. That young man is none other than the great villain, Feng Ke." Gu Yang's head is buzzing. "I'm done, because he broke the original owner's skincare products." Her face turns pale in an instant, fear rising to the extreme. The original owner in anger made him get to the flower house. Gu Yang rubs her chin, decisively, "It's here, the opportunity to win the villain's favor is here." Thinking is doing, she immediately gets into character. Gu Yang strokes her hair, her voice soft. "What I said last time was just words in anger." With sincerity, she says, "A K is considered my younger brother anyway, how can he live in the flower house?" Then very readily orders the maid, "Quickly take him back to the bedroom." The maid is as if pardoned, responding, "Okay, I'll take the young master back to his original room." Feng Ke indifferently says, "Thank you." Suddenly, a warm hand strokes his head, the gentle voice causing him to be surprised. "Go." Gu Yang is stroking Feng Ke's head, instructing, "You can rest well tonight." Looking at his embarrassed expression, she exclaims, "So obedient." Gu Yang turns and leaves without paying attention to Feng Ke's probing eyes, her mood also much better. His hand tightens, veins popping out, his mind very firm. Gu Yang. He glances, his expression gloomy. What new way has she thought of this time to torment me? Returning to her room is already at night. Gu Yang enters the room, stroking her chest, letting out a breath. Phew. Passing by the mirror in the room, she looks at it with full evaluation. Gu Yang lifts a strand of messy hair on her shoulder, thinking critically, as expected of the evil female supporting character, even her hair is bright pink. Then she touches her face, her body, thinking, but this evil female supporting character has a pretty beautiful appearance, the same style that I pursue. Gu Yang seems to remember something, her eyes droop sadly. There is the same style, then what use? I was also once the daughter of a top family. She remembers her career and her old world, her psychological treatment career that was just starting to improve. There, Gu Yang was a psychological counselor. She thinks, it wasn't easy to become a psychologist, but I ran into something like transmigrating into a book, and even transmigrating into an evil female supporting character who did many bad things. Leaning on the soft big bed, Gu Yang shouts in her heart, wondering, I don't know if I can still return to the original world. But as an optimistic person, she quickly comforts herself, if I can't go back, then at least I have to live my current life well. Leaning over and hugging the stuffed rabbit beside her, Gu Yang says sadly, saying that I've already died, then that 10 billion will fall into the hands of that illegitimate child. Thinking so much, in a few seconds, she falls asleep, shouting in her sleep, "Don't take away 10 billion, take the villain away." Ah, I seem to be the villain. Sister, don't slap my face, snoring snoring snoring. Waking up early in the morning sun shines on her face, causing Gu Yang to open her eyes with some difficulty. The phone beside her vibrates with a notification. She fumbles, finds the phone and sees 2 messages displayed, both from one person, Wang Yan. Wang Yan is the original owner's cousin, is a vain person, fawning over her to make a profit. Wang Yan, don't worry, today I will definitely slap Gutsong's face. Wang Yan, your dear cousin is about to go to the battlefield. Gu Yang sees these lines and gets angry and sits up, frowning and complaining, these people are really, why do they want to harm the great sister so early in the morning, can you stop? In the kitchen, Wang Yan sits next to Shuling, flattering, Auntie, is this the foster daughter of your house? I heard that she came from the countryside, she doesn't seem to understand the rules much. It seems that she pushed your cousin down the stairs last night, is your cousin okay now? She quickly gets ready, appearing slowly, loudly saying, Good morning. Mrs. Gu is breathing a sigh, frowning and saying, luckily Yang Yang is okay. Seeing that the person who came is Gu Yang, Wang Yan quickly stands up, she asks her, Cousin Wang Yan and Mom are talking about what? Wang Yan turns around asking, Cousin, you're here? Wang Yan pulls a chair for Gu Yang, warmly saying, completely not paying attention to her bad complexion, I just said that your foster daughter is an ungrateful person. She pushed you down the stairs. She looks in the direction of Gutsong, sarcastically, in my opinion, this is because of money to harm life, you should send her to jail. Gu Yang simply glances, naturally drinking the water in her hand, this person is Ruan Yen, the second young lady of the Ruan family. An artist of the entertainment company of the Gu family, she has fawned over the original owner many times to get resources, the two have colluded to do many bad things. She suddenly stands up, her eyes cold, Cousin Ruan Yen, why did you scold me as an ungrateful person? Hearing that there is something wrong with Gu Yang's voice, she feels uneasy and turns pale, trying to justify, Cousin, I didn't scold you, I scolded that foster daughter. Ruan Yen at this time also doesn't understand what has happened, frowning and remembering, what's wrong with Gu Yang, didn't you tell me to come and add fuel to the fire? Gu Yang explains to her, you clearly just said that the foster daughter of the Gu family is an ungrateful person, but, not letting her finish, Shuling has spoken to stop her. Yang, don't say any more. She still doesn't stop, only simply pausing slightly, then still saying, Sister Gutsong is the real daughter of the Gu family, I am the foster daughter of the Gu family. She stands up abruptly, her expression very worried, Yang, what nonsense are you talking about, did Gutsong force you to say that? Gu Yang in her heart is thinking again, I'm telling you, Mom, you're too biased, but she doesn't say it, only simply holding her hand, Mom. Gu Yang's face is serious. Very firmly standing in front of Shuling saying, I've thought for a long time, I feel that it's very unfair to sister, I replaced her to enjoy the rich life of the Gu family and everyone's love. Seeing her sensible appearance, she can only softly call, Yang, but Gu Yang doesn't stop, she still says, but sister has suffered so much for so many years. We should try to make it up to her, we can't let her come home and still suffer humiliation. Wang Yan next to her is very smug when she hears this, she sneers, secretly laughing, Ha, Gu Yang, you usually despise me for being an illegitimate child, I didn't expect that you're not the real daughter. Wang Yan still pretends as if she doesn't understand, innocently asking, what is cousin saying, what is a fake heiress, a cuckoo occupying the nest, why can't I understand? Gutsong, who has been silent from just now, unexpectedly says sarcastically causing her face to turn pale, probably because you're stupid. Wang Yan is as if stepped on her tail, angrily slamming the table and standing up. What do you mean, a country bumpkin dares to be so arrogant, if the Gu family really valued her? They would have made her identity public long ago. Gu Yang covers her mouth, looking at her fierce face and sneering, slandering, Cousin Wang Yan, why don't you understand anything, you should read more books. The atmosphere instantly becomes very strange, Wang Yan is insulted by both sides and is very angry, clenching her hands tightly, and she simply winks mischievously at Gutsong. Seeing this scene, she also doesn't know what else to say. Gutsong raises her cup, seemingly also quite satisfied, smiling slightly. Wan Shuling at this time speaks up, she takes Gu Yang's hand, comforting, no matter what, Yang, you are always the daughter of our Gu family, she also guarantees. Mom and Dad will handle this well. Shuling strokes Gu Yang's hand, trying to soothe her emotions, afraid that she will be shocked. You don't need to worry, Wan Yan looks at this scene of mother and daughter being close. Enduring a little, sitting back in her position and thinking, Gu Yang being pampered is also beneficial, it's simpler to ask her for help. Suddenly, her vicious eyes glance at another person, like a beast discovering prey, shining brightly. Won Yen takes out an exquisite gift box from somewhere, flatteringly saying, "That's right, cousin, I heard that the set of skincare products that I gave you last time was broken by that beast. This time I specially brought a set." Gu Yang receives the gift, politely, "Then thank you cousin Won Yen." She frowns, feeling uneasy saying, "What are you calling cousin Won Yen? It sounds so unfamiliar." "Just call me cousin like before." Waiting for everything to settle down, Won Yen says her main purpose. She takes her hand, pretending to be intimate. "Yang, I heard that the talk about wine that uncle invested in has invited movie Emperor Gue. I'm a fan of movie Emperor Gue. Unfortunately since entering the industry I haven't had a chance to meet him." Gu Yang coldly takes her shoulder and pushes her away. One push causes her to be stunned. "It's okay cousin Won Yen, not being able to meet movie Emperor Gue is normal. After all you don't have enough status now." Won Yen growls in her throat. The fire of anger has probably been lit large enough. "Not enough status?" She asks again through gritted teeth. "What did you say?" But Gu Yang doesn't give her that chance, directly interrupting, "Cousin Won Yen, I have to go to the music room to practice piano." She stands up, before her bewildered appearance to drive away guests. "If there's nothing else, please go back." Won Yen bites her lip, her eyes full of resentment. She calculates, "Before you were the real daughter so I endured, now you're just a fake daughter and you dare to be so arrogant. Gu Yang, you just wait for me." The music room is decorated very elegantly. Next to the window is a pure white piano. She intently runs her hands over each piano key. The melodious music plays. Gu Yang sits under the morning light, like an angel, closing her eyes to feel the music. Suddenly, a slender finger interrupts the flowing music. Ting a sound. The sound of a note rings out very lonely. Gutsong stands behind Gu Yang, solemnly pressing down on a note causing her to startle. Gu Yang leans over, like seeing a ghost. Her mind jumps up. Why is the great sister here, and quite scary too? But she only narrows her eyes, coldly releasing a sentence, "Why?" She doesn't understand Gutsong's meaning, asking again, "What do you mean by revealing my identity?" Gu Yang turns her face away, calmly, "Probably because I fell." Her face is proper, with something fresh and flattering. Her voice is gentle. She has adjusted her worldview. Gutsong says seriously, "Give me that set of skincare products." Gu Yang's eyes widen slightly, surprised. She sees her expression and smiles faintly. "What's wrong? You're not willing to give me even a set of skincare products, but you're willing to give me the identity of the Gu family's daughter." But Gu Yang is still calm. "Sister." Then seriously asks, "You see that there is a problem with this set of skincare products?" Gutsong doesn't answer immediately. She goes to the window, looks for a while then draws the curtains. Gutsong doesn't look at Gu Yang, turning her back to her saying, "You don't want to practice piano, practice." Her slender fingers glide lightly over the piano keys. Gu Yang mutters in her head, "It seems that I guessed correctly." Her face is serious, her eyes resolute with a hint of admiration. "It's just that I know there is a problem with this set of skincare products because I remember the plot in the story. But great sister can also see that there is a problem with this set of skincare products through the packaging?" The scene is harmonious, two beautiful women, one playing the piano, one listening, like a precious oil painting. Gu Yang's hands are still playing the piano, but her eyes have stopped on Gutsong. "I remember in the story, great sister doesn't meddle in other people's business and asks the original owner for the set of skincare products that Won Yen gave." She lowers her eyes, her emerald eyes softening. "So Gu Yang knows she is right." She asks herself, "The salvation that I did has worked?" After a long time, Gutsong slowly wakes up. She opens her eyes, a little absent-minded. "I fell asleep?" Gently brushing a strand of hair, Gutsong exclaims, "It's been a long time since I slept so peacefully." She glances in the direction of Gu Yang, wondering, could it be, because of her piano playing? She is now bolder, getting close to Gutsong causing her to startle. "Why are you here?" She is still not shy, and very sincerely, "I'm always here guarding you sleep." "Sister, how is my piano playing?" Gutsong pushes Gu Yang away, silently stands up, looking unhappy. But then leaves a sentence, "Practice more." She watches her back, softly ows. Gu Yang starts to doubt her skills. The female lead's piano playing skills are very good. Could it be that my piano playing is so unpleasant that the great sister is silent? Then as if burning with determination, she clenches her hands, encouraging herself, "Come on, Gu Xiaoyang, try to practice piano, play this supporting role well." The next day, while Gu Yang is still snoring steadily, the phone rings incessantly. She hugs the teddy bear, and drowsily asks, "Hello?" The person on the other end of the line is probably very angry. Her voice is high-pitched. "Gu Yang, what's the deal with the real and fake heiress? On the hot search?" Gu Yang throws the phone aside, turning over to continue sleeping. The person scolding in the phone is still nonstop. "Don't pretend to be confused with me. A foster daughter like you dares to lie to me? My mother has talked to your mother about the marriage. You better explain clearly to me. Hello, 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 she snores, mumbling scolding, crazy person. Don't know who it is, ignore him. Then as if remembering something, Gu-yang is startled and wakes up completely. Wait, real and fake heiress, hot search? She sits up abruptly, grabbing the phone that was just thrown away without care, the hair on her body also standing up. Gu-yang wonders, it's on the hot search? The hot search is full of her and Gu-sang's names. The titles are sensational: Gu-yang, fake heiress, the Gu family's real heiress. Gu-sang, real and fake heiress, Gu-yang cuckoo occupies the nest. Her mind is even more confused when reading the comments. All the comments are offensive. The Gu family's real heiress is a country bumpkin? It's too funny, that Gu-yang is usually so ostentatious. But she is a fake heiress, tsk, saying it out loud. The young master of the Shui family is really unlucky. Remember to tag me, the affairs of the rich are so good. Sweat dripping, Gu-yang finally remembers who just called her. Wait, so the call that I just hung up was from the original owner's fiancé? She thinks about it. In the story, the children of the Shui family and the Gu family have a marriage contract from childhood, after the original owner knew that she was the fake heiress. The marriage was cancelled. She tried every possible way to marry Shuizhe, even not caring about the Gu family's business. The Gu family was swallowed by the Shui family. She also successfully married into the Shui family, but the scene didn't last long. The Shui family disliked her for no longer having value. She was quickly abandoned, then was retaliated against by the villain Feng Ke in the story. After having her fingers chopped off, she died miserably. Gu-yang is determined. I absolutely cannot get involved with this scumbag. The phone in her hand rings again. A few long messages are sent. You hung up my phone. You're really brave. There must be a limit to playing hard to get. The marriage is about to fall apart. I don't believe you're not anxious. She frowns, thinking very deeply. Isn't he crazy? Suddenly, a sound of breaking rings out. It is Mrs. Gu, who is very angry. Shuling throws the teacup in her hand on the ground, her face looking grim, causing Gu-yang to also panic, worriedly asking, Mom, what's wrong? She grits her teeth, her face darkening a few parts. Her voice is full of anger. The Shui family saw the hot search and called to cancel the marriage. They want the partner to be Gu-sang. Shuling quickly orders the maid. Her voice is several parts higher. Go find Gu-sang here. I have to ask her, where does she get the face to steal her younger sister's fiancé? She is also dazed by this situation. Her mind is like a mess of thread. The situations are really connected to each other, not giving people a breather. Gu-yang tries to soothe Mrs. Gu's mood. She constantly says, Mom, don't be angry and hurt your health. She tries to dissuade her. Changing the person in the marriage contract is proposed by the Shui family. What does it have to do with sister? Shuling sighs. Your reputation is ruined. She marries into the Shui family. Who else can she be? Gu-yang's face is stiff. It is difficult to accept the words she says. Great sister doesn't need to compete for Shuizhe, right? Don't let the world of novels be so biased. She takes Shuling's hand, softly saying, Mom. Her face is sincere, her expression is soft. Gu-yang persuades, the things that the hot search said are the truth. It's not considered ruining my reputation. Moreover, sister just came back. She doesn't even know about the marriage between the Gu family and the Zhe family. How can she plot to compete for the marriage? She constantly says a series of information causing her to be dizzy. One different Gu-yang after another takes turns bothering her. Mom probably has also told the public relations department to lower the heat, take down the hot search, right? The hot search is still hanging at the top. Can sister do it? She can't do it. Shuling realizes something. That's right, a country bumpkin like Gu-sang doesn't know these things. She sees that she has achieved her goal and is very excited. She still asks suspiciously again and again, but if it's not her, then who is it? Gu-yang again makes a fearful appearance. Her eyes are full of fear, coquettishly saying, Mom, actually the person who knows about this is not only sister, but cousin is not that kind of person. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Saying this, Shuling has finally understood the truth. She stands up abruptly, angrily shouting, Wan Yan, that daughter raised by a mistress can do anything. Yesterday I rejected her, she must be retaliating. I'm going to find her to settle the score now. She pulls her back, stopping her. Mom, don't go. What's the use of you going now? Gu-yang softly says, my idea is to wait for Dad to come back and discuss it. Moreover, cousin Wan Yan probably just accidentally leaked it. She again makes a shy face, rubbing her cheeks exclaiming, she treats me very well. Feng Ke broke the bottle of skincare products that she gave me. She also gave me another set. Mom, look, after using it, I feel that my skin has become whiter and more radiant. Shuling recognizes the unusual point, worriedly asking again, there is no skincare product that has such a fast effect. Yang, that set of skincare products probably has a problem. She turns and leaves, very angrily and not paying attention to Gu Yang's triumphant expression. I'm going to have someone take it for inspection now. Shuling's footsteps suddenly stop. She unexpectedly hugs her. Yang, it's my fault for not protecting you, causing you to be cyberbullied, and losing the marriage with the Shui family. Gu Yang also responds to her hug, feeling the warm embrace of this mother makes her feel so safe. She thinks, so being cared for by others is this kind of feeling. Although she is biased, she is indeed a good mother. Rest assured, this time I am Gu Yang. Looking at her back leaving, Gu Yang guarantees to herself, like a vow, I will try to protect the Gu family. She leans back on the chair, letting out a breath thinking, why are there plots to slap the great sister's face every day? Aren't you tired? Rubbing her chin, Gu Yang still has a strange feeling in her heart, but according to the storyline, I feel like I haven't done something today. The face of that young man appears again. Feng Ke is hit by a strong punch to the face. The gangsters step on him, looking at each other laughing happily. She stands up abruptly, as if bitten by ants and hurrying, I remember, I have to save the blood bag that is being beaten. Gu Yang hurriedly runs to find Feng Ke, her heart already in a mess. Urgent, I must quickly go to win the blood bag's favor. At this moment, a man staggers past her. Gu Yang just turns around and sees the man with a pale face, painfully holding his chest and falling down. She is stunned thinking, is he trying to scam me? Everyone sees the man fainting next to her and surrounds her to criticize Gu Yang. Girl, what's wrong with you? Don't you have eyes? Why did you bump into someone? Looking at the expensive clothes, probably a daughter of a rich family, there are many children of rich families now who treat human lives like grass. She looks around anxiously not knowing what to do. Gu Yang is both surprised and confused thinking, the speed of everyone watching the excitement is too fast. She bends down to check on the man, her face full of worry, I should check the situation first. Gu Yang's face is serious, the heart suddenly stops beating. She presses on the man's chest while shouting to everyone around, call an ambulance quickly, also, make the crowd disperse a little, ensure air circulation, I will perform CPR on the patient. Everyone doesn't believe Gu Yang's words and continues to stand there scolding her, pretending, the children of powerful families also know CPR? Can a girl like her do it? Don't cause more trouble then. What about causing trouble? The family of this kind of person will definitely have people settle the matter. In the back of the crowd, a boy wearing a mask raises his hand saying, I saw the whole process just now. She didn't bump into anyone at all. She just has the kindness to save people. At this time, a man in a luxurious vest comes closer to Gu Yang to cooperate with her. Let me cooperate with your heart compression frequency to give him artificial respiration. She is stunned responding, okay. 3 medical personnel carrying a stretcher running while shouting, the ambulance is here, move. After checking the man's condition, the medical personnel says, luckily we didn't waste the golden 4 minutes for rescue. A nurse looks at the two Gu Yang praising, you two did a very good job with CPR. After that, the man in the vest next to her also praises her, girl, your first aid skills are very pure, the posture of heart compression is also very accurate. Gu Yang smiles at him, she gently says, you too, luckily there was your cooperation, you're a doctor, right? He smiles introducing, that's right, you're very observant, my name is Ji Minghui, the director of Jincheng Mental Hospital. Ji Minghui, she turns to face him responding. My name is Gu Yang. The young man who just spoke up for her with a bored face, stands next to her playing with his hair. Gu Yang leans over to look at that boy, her face smiling saying, you're here too, I didn't have time to answer you just now. Thank you for testifying for me. His face immediately turns red. That boy embarrassedly turns his face away, raising his hand to rub the back of his head confusedly responding, I just said the truth, it didn't help too much. Gu Yang looks at her phone, her face panicking thinking, that's bad, it's this time, the blood bag has been beaten for a while. She hurriedly says goodbye then turns and runs, I still have something to do, we will meet again if we have fate. The boy is stunned wanting to chase after her, He quickly pulls down his mask, his face blushing, loudly calling after Gu Yang, sister, my name is Gue Jingxi. At this time a girl holding documents, her face hurrying runs to him, young master, where did you run off to again? Director Chen is looking for you everywhere. Jingxi turns to talk to her, he chased away the female supporting character who wanted to fall into my arms. The girl confusedly answers, young master, that's not good. That is after all the person that the investor put in. Jingxi no longer has the embarrassed face like just now, he puts one hand on his hip, one hand pointing straight down, his face full of pride saying, change her, let me invest. On Feng Ke's side, he sits on the ground, one hand propping himself up, one hand raising to lightly wipe the wound, cough cough. A few thugs smile sinisterly, holding weapons surrounding Feng Ke. Kid, you dare to refuse our young lady, you're tired of living, right? What's the point of talking so much to him? Let's teach this kid how to be a person first, then take him to serve the young lady. Guyang finally chases to the place. She says, your young lady is what? The thugs hear the sound and turn to look. She crosses her arms in front of her chest, coldly looking at them, continuing, also dare to snatch my person. The thugs let go of him. They approach Guyang, looking like hooligans, a flirtatious tone saying, this little girl looks pretty, while we're in a good mood. Get lost quickly, don't meddle in other people's business. She still doesn't back down, gloomily saying, get lost? Who are you talking to? Fong Kei's face is full of wounds, his cold eyes slightly raising his head looking at the scene before him. A thug with a lustful face, holding a stick, his other hand reaching out wanting to touch her saying, could it be that you want to stay and play with me? Before he could touch her, Guyang tightly grabbed his wrist. After that, she slams that thug to the ground, he painfully screams ah. Guyang steps on one hand of the thug causing him to yell, pain 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 pain. She gently rubs her wrist, her face coldly saying, I've said it, don't touch my people. Guyang looks at the remaining thugs saying, you all come at me, I'm in a hurry to go home. They hear it and angrily rush over, you stinky bitch, today I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Go. She claps her hands dusting them saying, really crap. Guyang puts her hands on her hips, her face looking disgusted at the thugs lying scattered on the ground saying, a bunch of vegetables. In her heart she is very proud, her hands holding weapons jumping happily, in order to avoid being kidnapped. This young lady was once thrown into the special forces to receive training for more than a year. Beating people like you is not even considered a warm-up. She approaches Fong Kei, he is stunned looking at her. Fong Kei's face is pitiful, his tone caring saying, sister, are you okay? Guyang gently bends down, her face smiling reaching out her hand to him, I'm okay, I'll protect you. She looks at him covered in wounds, asking, have you offended someone? Fong Kei wipes the blood on his mouth while answering, Wang Yunxin, the daughter of the chairman of Hingyu Entertainment. She likes me. He calmly says, I rejected her so she had people want to kidnap me. She slightly lowers her face silently not saying anything. Fong Kei coldly observes her, thinking, feels troubled and can't act anymore, right? Guyang, you act for 3 days and can't act anymore, I've been acting for many years. He approaches Guyang, his hand gently pulling her hand, his tone pitiful saying, sister, it's my fault, I implicated you, making you unhappy. Guyang just hears these words of Fong Kei and immediately raises her hand to gently pat his head saying, you're very good, it's not your fault. She smiles brightly saying to him, in the future whoever dares to bully you again, I will definitely help you bully that person. Fong Kei hears her words and is silent, slightly opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. He intently looks at her saying, okay, thank you. At this time a police officer pulls open the door of the warehouse, speaking up asking, who reported the police? Guyang's face is weak, fearfully looking at the police saying, I reported the police officer, they provoked trouble, arbitrarily hit other people. The thug sitting on the ground hears her and angrily points at her yelling, no, we're the victims, she just came and knocked us all down. The police officer doesn't say anything but observes the two. In the police officer's eyes at this time Guyang is both weak and pitiful, his meaning is, this skinny weak girl alone knocked down a group of tall strong men like you? And the thugs look like they have fierce faces. The police officer crosses his arms, standing straight looking at the thug on the ground, his tone serious asking, is that what you mean, sir? Do you have any evidence? Guyang suddenly speaks causing the thug to panic and glance at her, he doesn't have evidence, I do. She holds out her phone containing the recording in front of the police officer, this is what they said just now, I recorded everything. After that the police immediately arrests all the thugs and takes them away, they are still not convinced, walking and yelling, a demon, she hit us and still wants to report the police to arrest us. There is no justice. After solving everything, Guyang happily pulls Fong Kei, okay, let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. She leads him into the lobby, a staff member comes over saying, hello, please show your membership card. Guyang is stunned exclaiming, membership card? At this time she remembers, that's bad, I only thought about using Jin Yangxian to win the great sister's favor. Forgetting that this is a place that only people with membership cards can enter. She doesn't see Fong Kei standing behind her taking out a VIP card from his pocket, at this time she is seriously thinking, in the story, the great sister often comes to this club to handle work. I don't know if the great sister is here today, I can only bet 1 round, Guyang says to the staff member, hello, I'm looking for someone. The female staff member asks, then may I ask who you're looking for? Suddenly a voice rings out from behind, she's looking for me. A man enters, his lips slightly curling, one hand in his pocket, his face proud, he is Shuizhe. The people walking next to him are also no less arrogant, they speak mocking Guyang. Isn't this young Master Shui's fiancé? Shuizhe, what fiancé? The fake goods don't deserve our young master Shui. Young master Shui, she came to beg you to come back. Shuizhe's face is disdainful, approaching her saying, I was wondering why you didn't reply to my messages. So you heard that I was at Jin Yangxian, so you scurried over. Gu Yang looks at him puzzledly, asking, you are? He assumes that she is pretending and arrogantly continues, Gu Yang, don't act anymore. I know you're dissatisfied with me canceling the marriage. I also have no interest in that country bumpkin Gu Song, but who told you not to be the real daughter of the Gu family? Gu Yang's face is serious, mumbling saying, so the minds of the scumbags in the story are not very smart. It's true. Xiaozhe hears it and his face turns green with anger. Yelling, what did you say? Gu Yang gently smiles, nothing. She smiles brightly, her face cute, gently saying that your mind is not very good, or change to another, because neither me nor my sister can like you. In a corner of Jinxiang Yuan, an elegant girl holding a teacup looks at the three Gu Yangs. That girl is Gu Song. She slightly smiles, gently speaking, those words are not wrong. On the other side, Xiaozhe is stiff, his face slightly red, looking at Gu Yang thinking, this scheming little Gu Yang has become beautiful, and the level of dissing people is also quite cute. I can't fall for her tricks. He turns to leave, his face uncomfortable, saying, she is not my guest, kick her out, don't let her disturb us having a meal. The staff member touches her earphone, receiving the order. Yes, I understand. I'll tell them to leave immediately. Xiaozhe, standing next to her, hears this and is even more smug. The two followers of Xiaozhe mockingly say, get lost quickly. Didn't you hear that people have received the notice telling you to get lost quickly, right? Don't cause any more embarrassment. At this time, the staff member approaches him to notify, young Master Shuizhe, your membership card has just been revoked by Jin Yangxian. Now please you and your friends leave this place immediately. The three of them are shocked. Xiaozhe's two followers scream in panic, what? Are you mistaken? Do you know who young Master Shui is? The staff member on one side signals to the security guards, on one side smiling, saying, this is the meaning of our boss. Moreover, our boss also instructed, if anyone causes trouble, directly handle it, please. Three security guards quickly grab the three Shuizhes. He at this time also can't maintain his composure, angrily yelling, I didn't violate the rules of Jin Yangxian. What are you relying on to revoke my membership card? Let me go. The staff member doesn't care. She turns to make a gesture of inviting to Gu Yang and Feng Ke, her face smiling, saying, sorry you two, I have troubled you, please come in. She is now relieved, smiling, thinking, I bet right, great sister is really here, and even let me hug her thigh. In Gu Yang's heart flowers bloom, she happily thinks, as long as I'm shameless, I'll just stick to the great sister, I'll definitely increase her favor. In the room, Gu Yang and Feng Ke sit on one side, Gu Song and a young man who are attentively typing on the computer sit opposite. She sees that young man, the information automatically jumps out. In her head, from the way he dresses I can guess. This person must be the female lead subordinate, to i.e., Jesus, ranked 7th in the hacker rankings of the underground network. Gu Song pushes the menu towards her. She smiles intimately at Gu Yang, what do you want to eat? But in her heart, she is wary of her. Why did she come here? What is her purpose? She smiles brightly, answering, sister, Akay and I are not picky eaters. In her heart she is already happy, she can win the favor of both the blood bag and the great sister in one fell swoop. Killing two birds with one stone. Gu Yang turns to smile and ask Feng Ke, right Akay? She looks at him silently, drinking water, painfully thinking, the blood bag is really treated as a blood bag, no one treats him as a human, and no one cares if he is in pain. Gu Song hears this and immediately decides. She says to the restaurant staff, get all the dishes I usually eat. Gu Yang suddenly speaks, add a plate of stir-fried pig liver. 200 milliliters of rice wine, warm the rice wine a little. The female staff member is stunned. She also asks awkwardly, what's wrong, you don't have it? The female staff member confusedly says, Ms., this is Jin Yangxian, every dish is a national level dish. Gu Song interrupts, she waves her hand signaling, go do it. After a while, the dishes are served one by one. Gu Yang's eyes are bright, her mouth watering, exclaiming, thinking, the story didn't exaggerate the food at Jin Yangxian, I'm so hungry. She suddenly discovers something, why do these dishes look so familiar? Gu Yang picks up a piece of food with chopsticks. She puts it in her mouth to taste, thinking, no, the taste is different. Gu Yang puts down the chopsticks, these dishes are even more delicious than the dishes I ate before transmigrating. She sadly looks at the delicious food in front of her, but it's not that taste, I can't eat that taste, and I can't go back anymore. Feng Ke sitting next to her notices that she is not okay, he leans over to look at her, his face worried, saying, sister, if you don't like these dishes, we'll change to other dishes. Change until you like them. Gu Song speaks, didn't you say you're not picky eaters? causing Gu Yang to jump in fright. She crosses her arms in front of her chest, her lips slightly curling, saying, "What's wrong? You're so picky, you don't even like the skills of the national banquet chef." Gu Yang quickly picks up the bowls and chopsticks and eats like a storm, forcing herself to say, "No, no, no, I like it very much, I'm just so moved by the deliciousness that I'm absent-minded." In her heart she is scared to death. Great sister is too sensitive. In order to win the favor of great sister, I'll risk it. Gu Song gently sighs, looking at her eating crazily. Gu Yang, while eating, pushes a plate of food towards Feng Ke, saying, "Okay, this dish is for you." Seeing that he is stunned and doesn't say anything, she adds, "It's blood-nourishing." He smiles lightly. Feng Ke looks at her gently, saying, "Thank you, sister." Gu Yang, who is eating voraciously, looks at his appearance and is suddenly stunned, looking intently, thinking, he looks so obedient, making people can't help but want to trample on him. Gu Yang's face is slightly red. She quickly turns her face away, pretending to cough, saying, "I have to eat all of it." Yi, who has been silent from just now, suddenly laughs, speaking, "Haha, boss, look." He excitedly points at the computer, saying to Gu Song, "The idiots of the Gu family have spent money for the 7th time to suppress that fake heiress's hot search. Every time the hot search drops, I put it back on the top." Gu Song, who is drinking water, suddenly stiffens. Yi is still laughing happily, saying, "Boss, don't praise me." Boss. She turns her face away, not wanting to talk to him. Gu Yang puts down the chopsticks, putting her hands together on the table. "Oh." She smiles brightly, looking at Yi, her face innocently asking, "And then what?" Yi still hasn't recognized her. He proudly stands up, saying, "And then the idiots of Gu Corporation think that the hot search's heat is too low, and switch to exposing the love affairs of their company's artists. Now all the hot search boards are entertainment news, but the hot search hanging at the top is still that green tea Gu Yang's news." After that he smiles brightly, holding out his hand to her, his face embarrassed, saying, "That's right, I was too busy just now, forgetting to introduce myself. My name is Yi, little fairy, what's your name?" Gu Yang's face is playful, holding out her hand to get to know him. "My name is Gu Yang." Yi foolishly continues, "I didn't expect that little fairy to have the same name as that green tea." She again says, "It's not the same name." Yi hears this and stiffens in disbelief. "Huh?" Gu Yang doesn't mind the trouble, explaining to him again, "I am the fake heiress of the Gu family, the green tea Gu Yang in your words." Yi's hand tremblingly points at Gu Yang, his face stricken, asking Gu Song, "Boss, is this true? Little fairy is the little green tea?" She turns her face away, not wanting to answer. Gu Song sighs, saying, "That's right, she is Gu Yang, my younger sister." Gu Yang excitedly looks at her, thinking, "Younger sister, great sister said younger sister." Gu Song is looked at and is embarrassed, gently turning her face away. In Gu Yang's heart she is so happy that she flies. Great sister actually acknowledges this younger sister, who has a different father and mother as her. So it seems that great sister's temper is not bad, quite easy to get along with. Yi confusedly looks at the scene that is embarrassing before his eyes, thinking, real and fake heiress, dog blood rich family, where did the fighting each other that was said go? In his heart he is crying, his whole person as if wanting to shatter. Are the boss and little fairy not quite loving each other? Yi clasps his hands, begging, his face earnestly, saying, "Boss, I was wrong. It's all because that crazy Ji Linbai reported the wrong information." Feng Ke sits on one side, focused on looking at his phone. Yi says and does. He immediately types on the computer, his face seriously, saying, "I'll immediately take down the hot search, return the money that the Gu family bought the hot search for." Yi opens his eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise, "Damn." On his computer screen appears the word Quest in big letters. Yi shouts, "Boss, my computer has been hacked by that bastard Quest." Gu Yang looks at Yi confusedly, her head full of question marks. "Quest? Isn't that the great god ranked 3rd in the hacker rankings in the original work?" She seriously thinks, the people ranked 1st and 2nd are of course the male and female leads in the original work, but the person ranked 3rd in the story is just a passerby. Why did that person suddenly attack Yi? Yi quickly takes out his phone, his face awkwardly, saying to Gu Song, "It's okay, I still have my phone, boss, rest assured, I'll take down our younger sister's hot search right away." Gu Yang gently glances at him, thinking, who is your younger sister? Yi is again stunned, boss, the hot search has been taken down?" He goes closer to whisper to Gu Song, "I haven't even made a move, who did it?" "Did the boss do it?" She, while eating, says, "I'm eating." Yi turns to look at his phone and sees the word Quest appearing on the screen just like the computer. He unexpectedly exclaims, why has my phone also been hacked?" He stamps his feet in anger, shouting, "Even dares to hack his phone, I swear to never coexist with that bastard Quest." Gu Yang wordlessly looks at him, in her heart thinking, no matter what, the matter is considered resolved. She pushes a bowl of food towards Feng Ke, calling him, "Don't look at your phone, eat more, you have to eat all of it." Feng Ke obediently puts down his phone saying, "Thank you sister." After finishing eating, Gu Yang pulls Gu Ke to leave. She turns back to say goodbye to Gu Song. "Sister, I've finished eating, then a K and I will go first." She calmly sits on the chair saying, Tu Yi, who was originally dejectedly slumped on the table, sits up and talks to Gu Song. "Boss, that Gu Yang has a very different personality compared to what we investigated." Gu Song puts down her wine glass, propping her chin with her hand, her face calmly asking him, "How is it being handled over there?" Tu Yi, while typing on the computer, answers her, "Rest assured, they won't be able to get out of Jincheng anytime soon. Those idiots also didn't expect that the boss would specially come to Liangqing to trap them, then use the identity of the real daughter of the Gu family to walk around in Jincheng in a aboveboard manner." Gu Song gently smiles, "You can't hide it from everyone. Didn't that person from the Shao family in Imperial Capital come to Jincheng too?" She gently rotates the wine glass on the table saying, "But, he will only make a trip in vain." At this time, Gu Yang and Feng Ke are walking side by side under the green trees. She smiles asking him, "The sun is still quite bright, does a K feel the sun?" Feng Ke raises his hand to block his sight, responding, a little." She looks at him quietly walking under the sun, in her heart thinking, the wound will be even more noticeable under the sun. Gu Yang's face is tense thinking, Feng Ke is raised as a blood bag, but has never complained, always gentle and obedient. But being hurt like this, he really won't care? Is he too kind or is he covering it up too well? She desperately looks at her two hands thinking, is it still too late to start salvaging now? If it's the first clause, I can pass on warmth, I can still be saved. If it's the second clause, then my 10 fingers will be very dangerous. Gu Yang says, "Okay." She walks in front of Feng Ke, softly saying, "From childhood to adulthood, I unintentionally or intentionally caused you to transfuse blood for me countless times." Gu Yang turns her head to look directly at Feng Ke. She silently uses hypnosis while saying, "Look into my eyes, tell me, do you resent me?" He stiffens looking at her. His eyes suddenly become dull, he says, "I don't resent." Feng Ke continues, "My blood is all yours." Gu Yang confusedly looks at him. Her psychological hypnosis has never failed. When hypnotized you can't lie. So the words that Feng Ke said are all the real thoughts in his heart. Feng Ke is still in a hypnotized state. She scratches her head thinking, but what is it that his blood is all hers? This Gu family's brainwashing is too thorough, no conscience. Gu Yang sighs, raising her hand wanting to touch his head, but hearing the blood bag say he doesn't resent, I'm relieved. She just lightly touches him and he regains consciousness. She thinks, if he doesn't turn black, then I can survive. Gu Yang smiles holding out her hand in front of him saying, just now there was a leaf on your head, I brushed it off for you. Feng Ke responds, thank you sister. She turns and walks away saying reassured, let's go, I'll go shopping with you. Gu Yang happily walks in front, walking and thinking, from now on I must try to make it up to the blood bag, not letting him turn black. She doesn't realize Feng Ke's silent appearance behind. He raises his head, his face coldly answering her, okay. The hand behind his back is tightly clenched by Feng Ke until it bleeds. He has never let go of his guard against her. A drop of blood falls, his voice rings out again, sister. In the store, Gu Yang excitedly chooses things, this, and this. She proudly raises the VIP card saying, wrap all of it up for me. The two leave the store. Gu Yang happily leisurely walks in front, Feng Ke holding a pile of things bows and walks behind her. She turns her head to look at him like a human clothes rack, can't help but feel remorseful thinking, originally wanted to make it up to the blood bag, but ended up treating him as a coolie. Gu Yang holds out her hand saying to Feng Ke, give me the things in your left hand to hold. He refuses, no need sister, I can hold them. She is stunned looking at the crowded elevator. Gu Yang frowns thinking, it's too crowded. Feng Ke raises his hand to prop up the elevator blocking for her. She opens her eyes wide, surprised looking at him standing in front of her. Gu Yang can't help but think wildly, the atmosphere seems to become strange. She just stands still looking at his appearance. An old woman sees the scene of the two, smiling kindly saying, girl, your boyfriend treats you so well, you must cherish him. Gu Yang is confused not knowing how to answer, She quickly speaks to explain, no, misunderstanding, he's not. At this time the elevator has gone down to the first floor. Before she could finish explaining, the elevator has become empty. Gu Yang awkwardly changes the subject. She asks Feng Ke, okay, do you like the things we bought today? I'll buy more for you next time. He intently looks at her, smiling saying, yes, as long as it's something you give me, I like it. She blankly looks at him, her face slightly blushing. In her heart she is restless, so cute. If it wasn't for using hypnosis to confirm that his mind is pure and kind, I would also think that he is intentionally flirting with other people. At night, at the Gu family mansion, a loud shout rings out, "Gu Song, look at you. Do you have any education of a rich family's daughter?" Gu Yang and Feng Ke at this time have also returned home. She is about to open the door when she hears the yelling, her whole person stiffens. The yelling still comes out of the house, "You don't come home when it's dark, is it that next time you want to not come home all night?" Gu Yang hears this and is startled thinking, the Gu family has a curfew? She and he hide behind the door secretly poking their heads out to listen. Gu Song coldly retorts, "I really don't have education." She turns to leave, not caring about Mrs. Gu Shuling's ugly face. "Anyway, since I was little I had a mother who gave birth but not a mother who taught." Gu Yang awkwardly stands outside the door, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. In the house, Mrs. Gu is so angry that she loses control. She raises her hand wanting to hit Gu Song. "Gu Song, stop, you ill-mannered thing." Gu Yang sees this and opens her eyes wide, panicking thinking, "That's bad." She quickly pushes the door open rushing in, pretending to be calm saying, "Mom, wait a minute, I'm back." But in Gu Yang's heart she is already fearfully yelling, "Don't, BUP," only sees a cup being thrown hitting Gu Song's shoulder. She painfully wrinkles her face. Shuling doesn't care about Gu Song's painful expression. She continues to scold, "You talk to your elders with such a tone, you uneducated thing." Gu Yang in the back is worried. She just earned favor today, now she has lost it all. In her head now there are only 3 words "it's over" surrounding her. Gu Yang slumped thinking, is there still a chance to salvage it now? Gu Song's face is pale but she still forces a smile retorting to Shuling, "Mrs. Gu, why is Gu Yang who is good at words in your mouth only returning now? You might as well repeat the words you just said." Those words are no different from adding fuel to the fire. Shuling again raises her hand wanting to hit her. "Gu Song, you call your mother like that? Today I have to teach you how to respect elders." Gu Yang sees that the situation is not good. She disregards everything, quickly rushes to hug her. "Mom, sister has just come home so she hasn't adapted. Changing also needs a process." Shuling just sees Gu Yang coming and immediately softens. She turns to her, but still doesn't forget to criticize Gu Song. It's still Yang who is sensible, unlike some ungrateful thing. Gu Yang awkwardly changes the subject saying, "That's right Mom, is there a result from the test of the skincare products that cousin Wanyan gave me?" Shuling hears her mention it and says, "That bitch is indeed evil-hearted. The lead content in that set of skincare products seriously exceeds the standard. At first it will have obvious effects. Using it for a long time will not only ruin your appearance but also endanger your life." Gu Yang while secretly observing Gu Song pretends to be innocent saying, "Why is it like that? I treat cousin Wanyan so well, she actually." Gu Song turns and leaves. She also doesn't notice, continuing to talk to Gu Yang. "What else can it be? She is naturally doing that because she is jealous of you. I think the hot search is 80 to 90% released by her. I will definitely deal with that bitch." Shuling painfully gently strokes Gu Yang's face saying, "Luckily the set of skincare products that Wan Yan gave last time was broken by little K, but you still have to go to the hospital for a checkup." She smiles happily saying to her, "Yes, luckily there is little K, otherwise if I continued to use that set of skincare products, my face would be ruined." Gu Yang while coaxing her, "Mom, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll go eat with you," while signaling to Feng Ke to leave. Run quickly, run quickly." Feng Ke's face is gloomy, gently curling his lips whispering, "Ha, Gu Yang." At this time Gu Yang is very happy. In her heart she is skipping happily. She has solved another crisis, heading straight to the great ending. Gu Yang is walking when she sees Gu Song. She stops and looks at her puzzledly. Gu Song's face is tired, gently closing her eyes, leaning against the wall. One hand she is holding her phone, one hand rubbing her shoulder. Gu Yang thinks, why is great sister blocking the door to my room? Gu Song discovers her coming and opens her eyes saying, "Don't you feel that you've forgotten something?" Gu Yang just hears this and immediately becomes flustered, while thinking in her heart, "Forgotten? Forgotten what? Could it be, come to take revenge on me?" While panicking explaining to Gu Song, "Sister, today Mom is definitely angered by cousin. I apologize to you for Mom, I'm not talking about that matter." Gu Song suddenly raises her phone in front of her. Gu Yang silently looks at the phone. On the phone is displayed a QR code. She coldly says, "Scan the code or cash." Gu Yang suddenly becomes glued, unable to say anything. Gu Song calmly crosses her arms, her eyes gently lowering, looking intently at her face. "What's wrong, you want to cheat?" Immediately Gu Yang flusteredly raises her phone quickly. "How can that be? I'll transfer the money to you right away." Strange, why is great sister's style a little different today? On the screen at this time it displays add contact information, making her heart hesitate in surprise. It's not a QR code to receive money? Blankly looking at the phone in her hand for a long time, suddenly a light flashes across Gu Yang's head. She winks, becoming excited again, joyfully coming closer. "Aya sister, If you want my WeChat, just say it directly. Gutsong sees this and quickly raises her hand to stop her. Less nonsense, pay the money. She calmly turns, leaving Gu Yang excitedly waving goodbye. Sister, rest early. Suddenly a sound rings out, attracting her attention. Gutsong's finger gently swipes right on the notification on the phone. Family members love each other. Gu Yang invites you to the group, so she selects to agree to join. Enter group. But it seems that the members in the group don't welcome Gutsong very much. Sister, who is this? My biological sister, Gutsong? What are you pulling that country bumpkin here for? I only have one sister, and that's you. If you bully my sister again, wait until I come back and I'll finish you. Looking at those messages, her eyebrows immediately furrow. Gutsong's mood immediately plummets nonstop. Gutsong doesn't want to stay for another minute, immediately selects leave group. Gutsong has left the group. Suddenly seeing the notification of her leaving the group, Gu Yang quickly changes color, her face pale, screaming in anger. Oh damn, Gu-bye, you've harmed me. He also doesn't know the situation and is there gloating smugly. It seems that she knows what's good for her. Gu Yang sees this and can only resentfully curse in her heart. You idiot, curse to your heart's content now. Wait until Gutsong takes off her disguise, don't chase after her. Her eyes suddenly collide with the notification from the account. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. Gu Yang's hand immediately opens the newest message. Dad transferred a red envelope for you, to make my good daughter happy. The anger from Xiaoming is so great that it can spread to her through the phone. Dad has heard about the Shui family canceling the marriage. Dad will definitely get the marriage back for you. You must have suffered grievances these days. You don't need to worry about the things online. After a period of silence, the online community will forget everything. You will always be Dad's darling daughter, and also that ungrateful Wan Yen. This matter will not end like this. Wait until Dad comes back. Silently looking at his caring message, Gu Yang's eyes gently droop, troubled to the point that sweat reaches her cheek. Her heart can't avoid randomly thinking, although the worldview of this mother and father is not very normal. But they treat me indeed more lovingly than their own daughter. In an instant Xiaoming's image flashes through her mind. Gu Xiaoming in the story, the company goes bankrupt. Loses his wife and children, his family is broken, his spirit collapses and he chooses to jump off a building, committing suicide. When reading the story, I only felt that the evil person brought it upon themselves. Gu Yang lonely stands there gently leaning against the door, considering, but now, they treat me so well. I can't do nothing. She involuntarily tears up while thinking of that scene. Gu Yang in a flash snaps out of her melancholy, bursting with determination to encourage herself, to avoid a tragic ending. Let this girl chosen by heaven, this Gu Yang, fix your terrible worldviews. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, quickly sending a message. Dad, the marriage of the Shui family is fine. I basically don't like him. Their family is only good at scheming. As for the hot search, it can't be silent. Such a big deal. The stock price of Gu Corporation will definitely plummet. There must be someone influencing it later. Dad better ask the public relations department to post an apology, to regain the reputation for sister. Xiaoming sits properly inside the office, staring at the message on his phone. He can't control the worry and concern at the moment, his mouth involuntarily muttering, the Shui family. Xiaoming can't help but remember the sly fox-like appearance and the promises in the past. Old Gu, I also really want to let Yang Yang be my daughter-in-law. But the child after all is not the daughter of the Gu family. But if you agree to cede a part of the market, anyway we are family in the future. Fertile water doesn't flow into other people's fields. Doesn't it? His mood worsens, unable to suppress his anger, quickly reaching out to call. Xiaoming purses his lips, his anger burning when he hears the other party's voice. Family, the matter we talked about last time. In an instant he angrily trembles, scolding in a torrent. Who is family with you? The marriage is cancelled, then cancelled. Our Yang Yang doesn't want your Shuizhe. You Shui family are really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Gu Yang quietly sits curled up on the bed, attentively listening to his caring words. Yang Yang, you're right. Dad will ask the public relations department to solve this matter. But the matter of Wan Yen can't be over. Tomorrow we will go find her to settle the score. After listening, her face can't help but brighten with a smile, in her heart sighing and feeling proud. Educable child, not. The sound of the doorbell ringing continuously without end in the early morning. Wan Yan's face blooms with a fake smile, speaking with a show of greeting. Is that Yang Yang? Looking at the large family in front of her, she can't help but be surprised to probe. You and uncle came to visit grandpa? While the other two have serious faces with some irritability, Gu Yang smiles brightly, innocently speaking to greet. Cousin Wan Yen, today we are not looking for grandpa, but coming to find you. In an instant Wan Yen freezes stiffly, confusedly making a suggestion. What's the matter? Let's go inside and talk. In her heart she panics, thinking, could it be that the matter of the skincare products has been revealed? Zhao Ming flies into a rage, slamming the paper on the table, raising his voice, questioning. This is the test report of the skincare products that Won Yen gave to Yang Yang. The products are produced by Ruan Corporation. I don't know if only this product has lead content exceeding the standard, or if all products do. He can't help but carefully consider the report thoroughly, in the anxious and restless eyes of the two people on both sides. From Yun, holding a cup of tea, impatiently speaks trying to mediate. Won Yen is usually careless, she must have taken it wrong, given the sample product to Yang Yang. Yang Yang, let's not argue with her, okay? Gu Yang hears this gently tilting her head, vaguely meaningfully criticizing causing her arm to stiffen. Sample product? In the sample product of the new products of Ruan Corporation there is lead content exceeding the standard? Could it be that all products have lead content exceeding the standard? Then there is a big problem. Fermion immediately makes a look to him who is next to her. Receiving the signal, he hurriedly turns around, forcing a smile to reconcile. Brother-in-law, this matter is Yan's fault. I apologize for her, for the sake of us being relatives. Yang Yang is also fine, let this matter pass. Shuling hears this angry nonstop, quickly responding, doesn't Won Yen have a mouth that she needs brother to apologize for her? Also, who are you apologizing to Xiaoming for? Tell Won Yen to apologize to Yang Yang, use her Weibo to apologize publicly, being openly defended. She giggles smugly watching the situation. Won Yen at this time knows to be afraid and raises her voice begging, Mom, help me, I can't apologize publicly, by that time my career in the entertainment industry will be ruined. She anxiously defends using the reason to excuse, Yang Yang, we are all one family, no need to make everything so ugly, your cousin is a star, if this is blown up online, then she will be ruined. Shuling calmly sits there, seriously sternly warning, it seems that brother and sister-in-law are determined to cover up for Won Yen, the company's products have such a big problem. Does our dad know? Do the other shareholders know? Using power to do private matters is not a small matter. Won Yan's face suddenly turns pale, unable to speak. Brother, He unexpectedly has a gloomy face, taking action mercilessly, slapping Won Yan's face crooked. You evil creature, I didn't expect your heart to be so vicious. Today I must beat you to death. She resentfully raises her hand, covering her face as if still not believing what just happened. Witnessing such a fascinating play in front of her, Gu Yang happily smiles slightly, in her heart sighing, it seems that this uncle is not stupid, he knows this matter can't be presented to the higher-ups of the company, so he must make Won Yen bear this guilt. Fermion awkwardly flusteredly shifts her attention, hoping to resolve the crisis at this time. Yang Yang, the matter of the skincare products, your aunt and uncle have taught Yen. We are all one family, you are always sensible and kind, let's let this matter pass, okay? Shuling rigidly refuses, unwilling to let her be wronged at all. Stop using morality to bind our Yang Yang, the fake heiress hot search topped the charts, doesn't Won Yen know in her heart? She makes a painful face, covering her face, pretending to not understand anything. Auntie, what are you saying? I don't understand. Internally Won Yen resents nonstop. I didn't expect Gu Yang is not the real daughter, the Gu family can still do so much for her. He calmly steps down from upstairs, interrupting this argument that has no signs of abating. Stop arguing, if this matter is Won Yan's fault, then let her bear the consequences. He flusteredly hurries to feign concern. Dad, why did you come down? He slowly sits down, voicing his probe as if understanding everything. If it wasn't for this fake heiress matter stirring up even online, would you two have planned to not make Xiaotsong's identity public? If Xiaotsong is my granddaughter, Gu Yang has occupied Xiaotsong's identity for so many years, now she should return the position, right? Shuling hears this and speaks up, defending, criticizing him. How can that be done? Yang Yang hasn't grown up, and also has blood problems. If she leaves the Gu family, how can she live? Dad, why are you so cruel? He can't control his anger, resentfully roaring, Xiaotsong has suffered a lot outside, you two don't know to make it up to her? I really don't know what kind of charm Gu Yang has used on you two. After speaking, he turns and softly asks, showing his willingness to be a support for Gu Tsong. Xiaotsong, if in the Gu family your parents treat you not well, then you come to the Ruan family. Grandpa will take charge for you, she quietly responds. Yes, thank you Grandpa. Gu Yang has watched enough of the situation, wanting to end the argument. The atmosphere is just right, quickly suit the relationship of the free mom and great sister. A sigh, not big not small, instantly attracting her attention. I forgot this cousin, Ruan Sua, the second young lady of the Ruan family. In the past the original owner helped Won Yen to slander Ruan Sua as a mistress, leading to Ruan Sua being cyberbullied, depressed and withdrawing from the entertainment industry, causing the old man Ruan, who didn't like Ruan Yen after knowing the matter, to also hate the original owner. Gu Yang quickly transforms into a teacher, lecturing, the first rule of survival when transmigrating, maximize the favor of all the villains, cousin Ruan Sua. Her inner self can't hide her pride. Let me treat your depression. Her slender fingers slowly reach out, touching the teacup on the table. I really admire cousin. Gu-yang starts the acting mode, appreciating the teacup in her hand, praising, having grandpa personally teach tea art, but this taste seems to be similar to the way I casually make it. Wan Sua hears this and immediately becomes wary, rudely mocking her. Your green tea matcha tea art is indeed not bad. He flies into a rage, pointing his finger at Gu-yang, implicitly faulting her. Gu-yang, you're really loudmouthed. I want to see what your tea art is like, casually making it can be compared with little Sua. Gu-yang smiles like a flower blooming, starting a suggestion. If my tea art is better than cousin's, grandpa must give me some reward, right? He hears this and irritably, disbelievingly refutes. Stop talking nonsense. Among the famous ladies in Suzhou, no one can compare tea art with little Sua. You shouldn't be too arrogant. She then puts on a naive appearance as if not understanding, breaking off the original meaning of the sentence. Oh, grandpa's meaning is that sister Tsang also can't compare with cousin? He is angered beyond reason, unable to say anything except, you. If your tea art is really better than little Sua's, then I will give you the set of tea-making tools made of purple clay that I cherish, while saying he slams the table, setting the reward if she wins. Okay, after agreeing to the challenge, Gu-yang immediately comes closer, excitedly digging a hole for other people. Sister, do you want to bet with me? If I lose, I'll play the piano for you every day. She gently glances over, silently asking, if you win, then what? Her eyes bloom like flowers when she sees that the plan is more than half successful. The Jin Yangxian membership card. Gu-sang unknowingly calmly agrees to her suggestion. Okay. All the participants go and sit in the correct positions in the tea room. Gu-yang, while making tea, is randomly contemplating the situation. Wan Sua doesn't want to make old man worry about her and keeps suppressing herself. In fact, Wan Sua has severe depression. Thinking of this, she can't help but smile, showing that she understands the consideration in her heart. Now it seems that the most suitable treatment is to use the cyberbullying that I personally experienced some time ago, combined with hypnosis, to conduct psychological intervention for Wan Sua. Gu-yang's skilled hand performs in a proper and correct manner while pouring water into the cup. Taking advantage of the loophole that Wan Sua and the old man don't take their eyes off the actions on her hand, Gu-yang calmly says, as if unintentionally chatting. Speaking of which, I was also cyberbullied a few days ago. The comment area, the private message area, has enough dirty words. As if not caring much, her expression is calm, voicing those words while continuing the actions on her hand. Wan Sua's face instantly turns pale, her eyes are empty, without focus, looking forward. In Wan Sua's heart, she is lonely, curling up in a dark space, all-encompassing. Suddenly flowers like rays of light appear, making her gaze up. Gu-yang bathes herself in soft light, gently reaching out to save her dark inner self. At the moment the teacup is put down, it is also the moment Wan Sua escapes from the darkness to return to normal life. Gu-yang smiles brightly, slowly pushing the teacup in front of her. Wan Sua's cheek faintly shows signs of embarrassment, hesitantly receiving the teacup, raising it up. During that time, he also in a flash can't suppress his astonishment after tasting the taste of tea art. Gu-yang giggles, saying to tease, then I thank grandpa for giving me the set of tea-making tools made of purple clay. The old man hears this, startled, in his heart lamenting. It's over, I accidentally said what was in my heart. Seeing his hesitating and unable to speak appearance, Wan Sua can't help but be annoyed, softly calling, Grandpa. She gets the benefit but still pretends to dissuade. Cousin, don't blame yourself. How can grandpa blame you? If you want to blame, you should blame me for being too good. He flies into a rage, tearing up, seeing guests off. You get lost. I don't want to see you again. Suddenly Gu-yang returns to a proper and honest appearance, bowing her head, apologizing. But the things from before were indeed my fault. Now I sincerely apologize to you, cousin. I'm sorry. After listening, Wan Sua immediately stands up, disbelieving. Did you take the wrong medicine? She awkwardly, implicitly retorts, there shouldn't be. Wan Sua gently shifts her eyes to the side, embarrassedly continuing, I don't accept your apology, and I also won't forgive you. But, if you give me that set of tea-making tools as a gift of apology, I reluctantly forgive your mistakes. Gu-yang can't hide her satisfaction, making a deal. I can give cousin this set of tea-making tools made of purple clay, but you must agree to one thing with me. She asks suspiciously, what is it? Gu-yang playfully answers her question, come back, participate in an entertainment show. Hearing this, Wan Sua immediately is troubled and worried. Calling me to participate in an entertainment show? Why? Seeing this, she quickly pouts, her lips, goading, what's wrong? Cousin doesn't dare to come back. Wan Sua's face turns red, embarrassed, falling into the trap. Who said I didn't dare? I agree. Her inner self is greatly moved, secretly making a determination. I don't know why drinking her tea. In my heart it seems that there is confidence. This time I must make Ruan Yin and that scumbag pay the price. On the surface Gu Yang happily turns and leaves, not giving her a chance to refuse. Let's settle it like that, cousin Wan Sua, let me arrange a show for you. In her heart she carefully considers, the psychological suggestion just now only made Wan Sua not lose her appetite anymore. Wait until she sleeps and wakes up, she will return to the way she was. To cure Wan Sua. The feeling of being able to help patients step out of the shadows in their hearts is really good. He from behind observing Gu Yang lisps and asks for things. Sister, I won the bet, quickly give me the reward. She hears this without hesitation, bluntly criticizing, you're too noisy. He breathes out a sigh, silently abandoning his prejudice, admitting, this child is a bit interesting. The vast villa bathing in the rain suddenly has a voice repeating, reward, reward, reward. Gu Yang can't suppress her joy, constantly reminding, sister, the reward that you promised. Shut up. A shining membership card immediately blocks her mouth. Gu Yang suspiciously exclaims, She immediately changes face, throwing herself to flatter Gu Song. It's really a membership card. Thank you, sister, letting her unchanged expression helplessly cross her arms, sitting proudly. Then I'll get out of the car first. Sister, also rest early. While Gu Yang says goodbye, a figure comes to her side. Feng Ke slowly holds the umbrella, approaching, caring. Sister, it's raining. I came to pick you up. Seeing this she looks up, showing her gratitude. Okay, thank you. Gu Song sits in the car, looking through the window, intently looking at the two walking side by side in the rain. She slowly smiles, her eyes sharp as if seeing through the world. Wan Yen resentfully, unresignedly plots. Gu Yang, you made me apologize but didn't say when. Waiting for so long, you must be very anxious, right? Despicable, why don't you reply to my apology? Under her article of disguised remorse, I'm here to apologize to cousin Gu Yang. It's me who intentionally gave skincare products with lead content exceeding the standard. I'm sorry. Yang, are you okay? A series of accounts comment watching the drama. What's the matter? Actually posting on Weibo at 2 in the morning. Sister, you're too careless. Is your cousin's face okay? Don't blame yourself, we support you. The commenter above is blind. The idol is wrong and you still go to support. How shameless. I said she is not a good person. Before she was also involved in a love triangle with Wan Sua. Perhaps that cheating scandal also has a secret. Waiting for news. Is sister stupid? Who would apologize at this hour? Wan Yen flares up, then calculates. Never mind, screenshot to send to her is considered apologized. She holds the cup of tea in her hand, happily telling what just happened. Yang, have you seen the hot search? Wan Yen apologized to you at midnight, then quickly deleted it. It seems that your grandfather is really angry about this matter. Early this morning he also called Wan Corporation to post on Weibo clearing their relationship with her. Gu Yang's hand gently points at the attacking comments on the phone. I've seen it, her fans keep using morality to bind me, forcing me to accept the apology. Shuling sees this and enthusiastically introduces, your dad has also prepared a surprise for you. It must be posted already, go look. The hottest post in the news page appears, Entertainment Xiao Feng. From now on, Entertainment Xiao Feng terminates the contract with Ms. Wan Yen, never signing again. Ms. Gu Yang is forever the daughter of the Gu family, no need to doubt. She softly says, carrying words of persuasion, didn't your dad tell you before that he would definitely give you a reasonable explanation? Why are you still crying? Gu Yang's eyes are tearful, staring at that post. So being loved by parents is this feeling. She gently purses her lips, secretly making a determination, telling herself, I will definitely protect this family. Absolutely can't let the tragedy in the story happen. The scolding full of rage piercing the night suddenly rings out. Why didn't you wait for the public relations department to prepare before posting the apology? You thought that no one would read it at night? Now the company's stock price has plummeted, you have your contract terminated, look at the stupid thing you did. From Yin sweats profusely, hurriedly persuading him, who is scolding loudly, don't argue anymore, you calm down, let's go outside first. She resentfully throws everything on the table, screaming, bitch. Wan Yan's face is fierce, biting her teeth, angrily shouting, if you're heartless then don't blame me for being unjust. Her face is dark, hurriedly calling a phone call, Ms. Wang, I accept. Gu Yang clasps her hands behind her back, excitedly wiggling her head, showing off, little K, sister gave me a membership card, let's go to Jinyang Xian to eat. Suddenly she witnesses the scene of Shuling uncomfortably arguing with others. Mrs. Su, I booked Caroline first, you cutting in is not good. Gu Yang immediately suspiciously considers, why is mom also at Jinyang Xian? Is there a new situation? Mrs. Su smiles smugly, speaking on the surface, justifying inside, implying sarcastically, how can this be called cutting in? I want to invite Caroline to try the high-end food of Jinyang Xian. But Mrs. Gu doesn't have a membership card of Jinyang Xian. In short, I can't leave the distinguished guest alone. She then can't control herself and blurts out, Mrs. Shuling's hand tightly grips her handbag, frantically thinking, getting Caroline's design is the company's only hope now. What to do? She urgently comes to save the tense situation at that time. Mom, you forgot to bring the membership card. Mrs. Su laughs scornfully, speaking sarcastically. Yang, you think you can just take out a membership card and enter? After speaking, Mrs. Su then smugly raises the membership card, putting on an act but not learning to imitate. Look clearly here, this is the real membership card. Seeing this, Gu Yang's heart can't help but be uneasy and worried. The great sister is probably scamming me, she reassures herself. No. The store manager quickly leads people to respectfully welcome. Ms. Gu, Mrs. Gu, please come inside. Mrs. Su's face then turns pale, loudly criticizing. Director Tan, you have to look clearly, the card she is holding is a fake membership card. The manager hears this, still calmly smiling, explaining the situation. Two ladies, the VVIP membership cards are naturally different. When you upgrade to VVIP, there will naturally be someone offering you the card. We still have to continue doing business, please feel free. You too, please. She stands frozen, reverently holding the card with both hands before Shuling's confused eyes. Not letting everything end simply, Mrs. Su unwillingly still smiles smugly. Ha, spending a large sum of money inviting Mrs. Caroline. Could it be that Mrs. Gu's jewelry Shuiyao has problems in business? No way. She, also unwilling to be outdone, throws a sharp look back. I won't trouble Mrs. Su to worry, Shuiyao is currently doing very well. Mrs. Su laughs loudly, putting on a knowing appearance, feigning concern. Is that so? Then that's good, but if you encounter difficulties in business, you might as well come to me for help. Our company can't not acquire Shuiyao. Gu Yang quickly comes to take her arm, smiling, implicitly relieving her. Mom, are you okay? I and Kay will go with you. Shuling doesn't understand what's going on, secretly wondering. Yang doesn't always hate Feng Kay very much? She rushes over, speaking softly, calling, Kay, come here quickly, what are you standing there blankly for? Seeing the harmonious atmosphere behind her, Shuling's heart is even more troubled. Moreover, the VVIP card of Jin Yangxian is what? But she is more concerned about the important issue now. Now, the more important thing is to get the help of Mrs. Caroline. Shuling smiles amiably, welcoming the important customer. Mrs. Caroline, I'm very happy that you can like Chinese food, please. The manager's guiding voice rings out. Mrs. Gu, this way. Gu Yang can't avoid but exclaim before the magnificent space before her. Wow, this place is too luxurious. The manager calmly hands the menu over, introducing. This is a private room that only VVIP customers can use. You can order whatever you want, as long as it's food on the menu of Jin Yangxian. We can all make it immediately. In Gu Yang's eyes shine sparkling stars, constantly praising. Great sister is too good. I didn't expect VVIP customers to have such great authority. She politely puts the menu in front of her, showing her willingness to suggest. Mrs. Caroline, you are the guest, you choose first. Caroline intently, thoughtfully observes, choosing each dish inside the menu. Seeing her difficult to choose appearance, Shuling then speaks, asking, May I ask if you need any help? She hears this and responds, Nguyen, your Chinese food is indeed varied. I have been to China many times, but the dishes on this menu are all dishes I have never seen. Can you introduce some dishes to me? Shuling can't avoid having to carefully consider this. Her heart is worried non-stop. In the past, Zhao Ming was responsible for ordering. I also don't understand much about the dishes of Jin Yangxian. Gu Yang next to her sees everything, worried non-stop. Mom. Her skirt flutters as she slowly stands up, leaving her original position. Gu Yang politely bows her head, slowly recommending dishes to her in French. Mrs. Caroline, I am the daughter of Nguyen. The dishes of Jin Yangxian include 8 main dishes of China. I'll introduce these dishes to you, because Caroline is very satisfied, taking a look at her after a period of contact. Her French is very good, the pronunciation is very accurate. Gu Yang smiles, properly exuding the bearing of a noble lady, returning the greeting. Thank you, I hope you can like these dishes later. Shuling on one side, seeing this suddenly, is surprised, asking softly, Yang, when did your French become so good? She then leans over to clarify the reason. I've been free lately, so I practiced. It may be that I have a talent for languages. Hee. Feng Kei's eyes slightly darken, quietly standing there watching her from afar. On a table full of delicious food, full of color and fragrance, a voice filled with hospitality invites, Mrs. Caroline, it's rare for you to come to China once. You must eat more. Caroline immediately expresses her desire to eat and drink naturally. Thank you, I can pick for myself. She sensed the extremely favorable atmosphere and skillfully shifted to the main topic. I really like the jewelry you design, especially the jewelry in your angel collection. I wonder if my Shuiyao Jewelry Company can have the honor of inviting you to design a piece of jewelry. Caroline calmly put down her chopsticks and expressed her opinion softly. Juan, I'm very sorry, I came to China this time for something very important and will not design jewelry for any company. She immediately returned to a work state and began discussing. You just mentioned the angel collection. This collection is not finished yet. I came to China also to find some different inspiration. Gu Yang outwardly focused on eating, but her thoughts drifted far away. Caroline is a famous jewelry designer. And every piece of jewelry she designs can be sold for a sky-high price. Her mother's Juyao Jewelry Company is being squeezed very hard by Sue, and is currently on the verge of bankruptcy. Remembering this, she glanced at Shui Ling's expression. In the original story, in order to turn around the declining situation of Shuiyao Jewelry, her mother recklessly took risks, raising illegal funds, and eventually had to go to jail. Gu Yang carefully considered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Now, only with Caroline's help can my mother be prevented from going astray, but Caroline's personality is stubborn and very difficult to deal with. Feeling uneasy, she hurriedly stood up to explain each point in an attempt to persuade. Miss Caroline, the Angel Collection is a major work, why not take your time? Our Shuiyao company only needs you to spare some time to design a piece of jewelry, it won't take up too much of your time. Caroline still maintained a calm expression and slowly revealed her work. Style 1. You Chinese have a saying, what has a head has a tail, I always finish what I start. Shui Ling hurriedly and anxiously tried to find a solution again. Miss Caroline, you don't need to reject me so quickly, don't worry, as long as you design a piece of jewelry for Shui Yao, I will pay you double the design fee. Caroline, upon hearing this, suddenly felt uncomfortable and angrily explained, 1. This is not a matter of money. She hastily and flusteredly spoke without thinking carefully, triple the design fee. Shui Ling's words touched her self-esteem, causing her to stand up abruptly. I said, this is not a matter of money. 1. Are you looking down on design, looking down on me? Gu Yang witnessed everything as if her soul had left her body, lamenting endlessly, oh mother, why did you make it so terrible? Her hand quickly grabbed and restrained Shui Ling from continuing to say inappropriate things. Mom. Suddenly being stopped, she called out uncertainly, Yang. Gu Yang nervously took on the difficult responsibility. Mom, let me. Miss Caroline, she politely spoke before Caroline's somewhat unfriendly gaze. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and she confidently mentioned without hesitation, I can provide you with inspiration for the Angel Collection. Shui Ling seemed not to believe it and quickly stopped her. Yang, I know you want to help me, your intention is enough. She immediately understood and gently reassured, Mom, don't worry. Caroline seemed to have calmed down, crossed her arms and continued the discussion. Gu, if you can really give me inspiration, so that I can complete the Angel Collection. Don't mention helping you design a piece of jewelry, I can give you the entire Angel Collection. Gu Yang crossed her hands and calmly probed for confirmation, are you serious? She calmly acknowledged, of course, quoting an old Chinese saying, a gentleman's word. A team of horses cannot retrieve. Images of a series of works flashed through Gu Yang's mind in an instant. The jewelry in the Angel Collection has a variety of types and always receives attention. Her eyes flashed with starlight as she plotted to trap her opponent. If Shui Yao could obtain them, it could definitely put pressure on Madame Su, and even become the leader in the jewelry industry. Caroline calmly reminded her to be cautious in every action. Young people should be steady, getting design inspiration is not an easy thing. Gu Yang reached out and slowly brought her phone in front of her to recommend, you can take a look first before drawing a conclusion, it's not too late. Caroline couldn't help but exclaim in shock, this is, oh my god, why didn't I think of it? Angels are not only holy, but also symbols of light, so that person will also shine in the darkness. She slowly and deliberately explained every detail of her inspiration. That's right, as far as I know, your Angel Collection has completed 9 sets, corresponding to 9 angels respectively. The theme is pure and innocent, you still don't feel perfect enough, but there is a possibility. Ah, wrong photo. While speaking enthusiastically, Gu Yang suddenly saw a picture of herself instead of a design idea. She was extremely embarrassed, her face pale, and she hurriedly explained, sorry, Miss Caroline, I pressed the wrong photo. Caroline cherished the photo inside the phone so much that she quickly replied, no, my dear Gu, this one is good. A rosy glow appeared on her cheeks as she recalled the inspiration from the photo. You can't imagine how much inspiration poured out when I saw this photo. Gu Yang broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly blurted out, huh? She awkwardly reached out to switch to another photo. Caroline. Actually, the photo I wanted to show you was this one, Gu Tsang, aloof and cold, in a mysterious black dress. She instantly fell in love and hugged the phone like a treasure in her arms. Angel, no, fallen angel, I have to go back and create a set of jewelry with the theme of fallen angel. Send it to me, send it all to me, I'll take both pictures. Caroline was overjoyed and readily offered, you scan me or I scan you, scan to add as friends. She gave up completely and answered, I'll scan you. Shui Ling silently watched her excited appearance as if she had been given glue, wondering inwardly, is this still the arrogant and eccentric Caroline I know? 1. She suddenly called out loudly, startling Shui Ling. Caroline decisively turned around and gently reminded in a friendly manner, "Prepare the money to buy the design of my angel collection, for the sake of your little angel. I'll give you a 10% discount, see you next time." She immediately responded upon hearing this, "Okay." While walking side by side with her, Shui Ling immediately asked in disbelief, Yang, I didn't hear wrong, did I?" She agreed to sell the design of the angel collection to Shui Yao after seeing the 2 photos? Gu Yang replied excitedly, implicitly acknowledging, "That's right." While the atmosphere was pleasant and harmonious, a strange, yin and yang voice suddenly rang out, "Yo, isn't this Madame Gu, finished eating so quickly?" The short-haired madam spoke sarcastically and mockingly, "Don't say that, maybe Miss Caroline had something to leave first." It wasn't Madame Gu who offended Caroline. Shui Ling, upon hearing this, refused to be outdone and retorted, "Humph, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Caroline just agreed to sell the design of the angel collection to Shui Yao." Madame Su instantly laughed gleefully and ridiculed, "Ha ha ha, we all saw you making Caroline angry and leaving just now. You still want to get the design of the angel collection?" The short-haired madam added fuel to the fire, taunting, "I think Madame Gu should go back to being a grandmother. A female entrepreneur like our Madame Su is not something everyone can do." Madame Su slowly approached her closely. Her face puffed up, she pointed at Shui Ling, "Shui Yao Jewelry doesn't have many designers either. Bankruptcy is only a matter of time, Madame Gu, I'm waiting to acquire Shui Yao." Seeing this, she lowered her voice and called Madame Su from afar, "Madame Su." Gu Yang's expression was slightly mischievous, joking evilly while plotting against others, "If you don't believe Caroline sold the design of the angel collection to Shui Yao, do you dare to bet with my mother and me?" Madame Su immediately fell into the trap and replied arrogantly, "What wouldn't I dare? It's just, what will Madame Gu use to bet with me, Shui Yao?" Shui Ling, not to be outdone, sharply determined the prize for betting on winning or losing. "If I don't get the design of the angel collection, I'll give Shui Yao to you. But if I win, I want you to return the original designer of Shui Yao to me, and also give me 5 of your company's top jewelry designers." She cheerfully and smugly turned around and walked away without looking back. "Okay, I'm waiting for your Shui Yao, Madame Su, let's go celebrate first." Shui Ling slowly took her hand and expressed, Yang, it's lucky to have you." She cared for and thoughtfully instructed Gu Yang in every detail. "I have to go to the company to prepare the contract for Caroline, you and Feng Ke go home first." Being reminded by her, Gu Yang suddenly remembered her mistake. "Oh no, I forgot about the walking blood bank." She nervously turned around and approached Feng Ke to reassure him, "Okay, I'm sorry, I just forgot about you, right, are you full yet?" He couldn't help but feel wronged, his eyes drooping slightly as he asked in return, "Yes." Sunlight shone through the crack in the door, illuminating the entire room. Phew. Gu Yang, exhausted from overexertion, leaned back in her chair. "I'm really tired today." Suddenly, a gun was pointed at her temple, making her face turn pale in an instant. "Who?" Gu Song's lips moved, uttering each word slowly and clearly, "So." Her hand loosely grasped Gu Yang's neck, her eyes questioning sharply, "You sold me out?" Gu Yang was threatened by Gu Song pointing a gun at her head. In this dangerous situation, her expression was a little wary, suddenly remembering an important detail in the novel that she had missed. "Oh no, I forgot that elder sister also has the identity of a weapons designer." She looked at Gu Yang trembling like a leaf, her face cold and expressionless, silently listening to the hesitant explanation. "I just sold your picture." Gu Song didn't say anything, suddenly pulling the trigger. The unexpected click made her jump, her face ashen, thinking her life was over, but the thing that shot out was not a bullet but fire. Gu Yang felt a relieved sigh, pretending to be surprised mainly to hide her fear just now, and incidentally asked, "Oops, so it's a lighter, why do you have a lighter?" Gu Song raised the gun-shaped lighter, pretentiously blowing out the flame with a skillful movement. Her eyes glanced with a big sister aura, her voice calm but full of power. "Oh, so have you practiced the piano today?" As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yang quickly and happily left. "Not yet, I'll go practice the piano right now." She sat in front of the piano, the moonlight quietly shining through the window frame, revealing a pair of skillful hands gently gliding over each key. In that moment of silence, Gu Yang whispered to herself, "Today I'll play the Moonlight Sonata." The melodious sounds gently seeped into the silent space. She was like a real pianist, seriously immersed in the music. At that time in Gu Yang's heart suddenly thought of one thing. After observing for many days, I can be sure Gu Song has severe insomnia. She glanced at Gu Song, who was sitting silently on the nearby sofa, her eyes aimlessly staring into space, and thought to herself, the Moonlight Sonata can soothe Gu Song's emotions. Under the moonlight, the young girl's face revealed a melancholy look that made Gu Yang incomprehensibly think, why does Gu Song have severe insomnia at such a young age? She propped her chin, seriously speculating, could it be that having too many identities and using her brain too much? Suddenly, Gu Song's voice rang out, cold and decisive, interrupting Gu Yang's thoughts, causing her eyes to widen in surprise, staring at her, played wrong, 3 notes. Seeing this, Gu Song crossed her arms, slowly walking towards Gu Yang, her voice cold, expressing displeasure. Humph, what are you looking at me for? She smiled brightly, her eyes squinting, calmly complimenting, because you're beautiful. Before Gu Yang's silly but sincere words, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, and a vague joy rose in her heart. Gu Song didn't want to reveal her emotions, so she pretended to cover her mouth and cough, then actively asked about another topic. She also honestly replied. Did you go out with Feng Ke again today? Yes, what's wrong? She stepped out the door while looking back at Gu Yang, reminding her in a deep voice, stay away from him. Gu Song stepped out of the room, quietly following the corridor, each step steady and decisive, as if she had long known where she would go. She stopped in front of the door of a room. Gu Song reached out and knocked. It turned out that it was Feng Ke's room. He showed a displeased expression when he saw that the person who appeared outside the door was her. Gu Song crossed her arms, pretentiously, smugly provoking. Did you see or not, Gu Yang played for me. Seeing this, Feng Ke slightly frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly, his gaze flashing with incomprehension. But he was no slouch either. If she wanted to provoke, then Feng Ke also had to respond. He leaned his body, deliberately revealing the pile of things piled up in his room. His voice teasing, do you see these things? His voice smug, deliberately teasing Gu Song. Gu Yang bought them specifically for me. As soon as Feng Ke finished speaking, a battle of eyes immediately broke out between the two people, the atmosphere as tense as a tightrope. Gu Yang in the music room sneezed continuously because she was being name-dropped by the two people without knowing it, wondering in her heart, who was talking about me behind my back. At the dinner table that evening, Xue Ling held out a membership card, happily announcing the good news to Zhao Ming. Today it's lucky to have Yang Yang, that child was able to get a VIP membership card from Jin Yangxian. Hearing this, Gu Yang immediately turned to correct, Mom, the membership card was given to me by my sister. She looked very surprised, not believing it was true, asking in disbelief, who, Gu Song? How could she help you get a membership card from Jin Yangxian? She smiled and confirmed again. That's right, and Ms. Caroline also had inspiration about the fallen angel after seeing my sister's photo. That photo of mine was also taken by my sister. Xue Ling looked at the membership card, unwilling to admit Gu Song's contribution, so she stubbornly expressed, the photo must be just a coincidence, if you didn't take good advantage of it. It wouldn't have been so valuable. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Gu Yang smiled happily, quickly changing to another topic, Dad. She stood up, resolutely asking Zhao Ming for help. Can you give me 2 guest slots in the wine talk show that you invested in? I want to participate with my cousin Ruan Yen. His expression was embarrassed, sincerely advising, Yang, Ruan Yen has withdrawn from the industry, and her reputation is not good, you shouldn't be too close to her. Gu Yang coquettishly begged, showing a cute appearance, deliberately pleasing Zhao Ming, causing him to only helplessly agree, I really want to participate, and if there's anything. Isn't there still Dad, right? Dad will definitely not let you be cyberbullied. He recalled Ruan Yan's scandal on the hot search recently, in his heart still lingering a suspicion, but it's strange to say, the money that Dad used to suppress the hot search before was actually refunded. The figure of someone with long black hair passing by the dining table attracted Gu Yang's attention, causing her to exclaim in surprise, No one else but Gu Song. Gu Yang glanced at her passing by indifferently, in her head involuntarily raised a question, was that money refunded by elder sister calling Tua? A few days later, in Ruan Sua's room, she was sitting lost in thought scrolling through her phone. Ruan Sua had read the news on Weibo about the guest list for the wine talk show. The post had just been posted for not long and had already received a lot of mocking interactions towards her and Ruan Yen. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, Sua, are you in there? Outside the door, Ruan Sua's grandfather anxiously knocked on the door, fearing that she would do something foolish, so he hurriedly reassured, Sua, have you read the comments on Weibo? Sua, I'm very worried about you, it's all grandfather's fault, letting Gu Yang mess around, I will absolutely not spare that child. Meanwhile, the Ruan family butler came over in a panic to inform him, Master, Ms. Gu Yang is here. Upon hearing this, Ruan Sua's grandfather boiled with anger. Loudly scolding, she dares to come, she has harmed Sua with cyberbullying and still dares to come here, tell her to get lost for me. A second later, he thought about it, coldly ordering, no, release Shueao in the yard for me. Ruan Sua's grandfather recalled the story of Gu Yang being so scared by Shueao that she burst into tears and thought to himself, Gu Yang has been afraid of Shueao since she was a child. And later under Xue Ling's request, Shueao was chained up elsewhere. His expression was cold. Even knowing this, he still resolutely and decisively thought, but this time she bullied Sua of my family, I have to teach her a lesson. At this time, Gu Yang was still unaware. She happily walked into the house looking for Wan Sua. Sister Sua, are you there? Suddenly, Gu Yang was attracted by the sound behind her. She thought it was her, so she turned around and looked blankly. Sister Sua. Immediately afterwards, not knowing what was going on, only a painful, shrill scream was heard. Ah! Everyone in the house was startled by Gu Yang's shout. Everyone was in a panic. Wan Sua's grandfather asked in doubt, what's going on? Isn't Shuao chained up? They hurriedly went out to check. He was walking down the steps while wondering to himself, what exactly happened? I just released Shuao. How could Shuao get out so quickly? The scene that caught their eyes was Shuao pouncing on Gu Yang. Seeing this, Wan Sua's grandfather turned around to blame the Wan family butler. Moreover, why is there no one watching Shuao? But in reality, it was happily playing, licking her face, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily this child is okay. Gu Yang was now trying hard to resist the dog's playfulness. And was worried because of it. Xiao Bai, don't mess around, move aside quickly, not good, the hypnotic effect on animals is too obvious. She amusedly coaxed Shuao without knowing that she had called it by the wrong name, causing Ruan's grandfather to shout angrily, be good Xiao Bai, really too cute. What Xiao Bai, this is Shuao. Gu Yang's expression was worried, her eyes embarrassed, her hand holding the chain out in front of him. Grandfather, look at this chain. As soon as he saw it, her grandfather looked very surprised. He examined it and gave an assessment. The break is so smooth, clearly it was deliberately broken by someone. In his heart was now rising suspicion. Originally I just wanted to scare this child. I didn't expect someone to have tampered with Shuao. What is this supposed to do? A second later, Gu Yang's grandfather brought his mood, loudly ordered the Wan family butler, investigate for me, investigate thoroughly, who has been near Shuao today, obey orders, master. Before long, he brought the culprit to kneel in front of him to confess, master, through the surveillance cameras, it has been found that Aunt Lu cut the chain, and also drugged Shuao. Her face was pale, her voice hasty, hurriedly explaining, master, it's not me, I didn't want to harm Miss Gu Yang. Gu Yang's grandfather ignored Aunt Lu's empty explanations, coldly and decisively ordering, if there's anything, go to the police station to say it. Butler, take the person to the police station. Finishing speaking, he turned to look at Gu Yang with an incomprehensible look, pretending to cough and hesitatingly asking, so what did you come here for today? She raised the teapot, happily and calmly answering, I came to see grandfather to drink tea. Gu Yang's grandfather hurriedly snatched the teapot from her hand, his eyes widened, scolding and threatening, don't you dare covet these tea-making tools. Seeing his somewhat excessive reaction caused Gu Yang to also be a little flustered, raising her hand to scratch her cheek, awkwardly explaining, hi, actually I came to see my cousin Wan Sua. Hearing this, Wan Sua was surprised, her eyes widened, hesitatingly asking again, looking for me? She smiled and calmly continued, cousin, didn't you promise me you would participate in the entertainment show? Her expression revealed confusion, anxiously questioning, when, what entertainment show? Gu Yang innocently answered, 2 days later, the wine talk show. Hearing this, Wan Sua could not hide her surprise mixed with doubt, loudly asking, what did you say? The wine talk show, the livestream entertainment show directed by director Chen. She quickly took out her phone to check, wanting to personally verify the information just now. Indeed, on Weibo, the news of Wan Sua's comeback in the wine talk show was at the top of the hottest information. After personally witnessing the information being true, she lightly propped her hand on the chair, her voice bitterly questioning, Gu Yang, do you hate me that much? Wan Sua agreed, angrily asked for a reason. In order for me to linger on being cyberbullied, you pulled the entire show invested by your dad down with you. Seeing her somewhat intense reaction, Gu Yang was surprised, wondering to herself, this cousin of mine, could it be that she not only has depression, but also has paranoid persecution disorder? On the surface she was flustered, trying to explain, read the guest list carefully, see who else is there. Hearing this, Wan Sua also took out her phone to check, just scrolling down to read 3 words and her eyebrows furrowed, shouting and scolding causing her to freeze. Wan Yen, Chao Juning, Gu Yang, you really want to kill people completely. Gu Yang was flustered, hurriedly clarifying, read carefully, who else is on the guest list? She scrolled down the article to read below. The content clearly stated all the guests participating in the wine talk show, all including Wan Sua, Wan Yen, Chao Juning, Gue Jingxi, and Gu Yang. Seeing her name, Wan Sua became even more angry, only thinking that Gu Yang was deliberately plotting against her, worried and vigilant. What trick do you want to play? Do you want to watch my jokes at close range? Hearing this, she could only remain silent, at a loss for words, thinking, game over, this cousin's paranoid persecution disorder can't be saved. Not waiting for her to react, Gu Yang took Wan Sua's hand, decisively pulling her away, her voice excited mixed with teasing. I want to watch your jokes, let's go. Follow me out for a trip, prepare to let me watch your jokes at close range. She asked worriedly and incomprehensibly, where do you want to take me? After a while, the two stopped in front of a shop. Gu Yang calmly explained, beauty spa, with your current state participating in the show, standing with the group of Wan Yen, will really be seen as a joke. But no, the place she wanted to take Wan Sua was not the beautiful house in front of her but the one next door. Gu Yang hesitated to introduce, but it's the one next door. Seeing its old appearance caused her to exclaim, what? Passers-by were attracted by the beautiful appearance of the two people, they exclaimed one after another, the two sisters are so beautiful, are they stars, look a bit familiar. After a while of going to beautify her appearance, Gu Yang proudly showed her face, turning to look at Wan Sua and excitedly expressing, how is it, not bad? The mask of this spa is the kind that is not sold on the market. She PR free for that shop, using all the flowery words to praise its quality, natural herbal essence, no preservatives, super clean, she could not deny it but was a little hesitant about the price. The effect is really good, but a mask costs 5,000 yuan, is this mask made of gold? Hearing this, Gu Yang's heart was satisfied, smugly thinking, this shop is opened by elder sister. Of course the effect is good, if you want to come again later you have to book 1 or 2 years in advance. Suddenly, behind the two of them was the sound of a woman's footsteps walking over, she called out, hearing the familiar voice caused Wan Sua to stop, sister. Her expression was forbearance when hearing the sarcastic mixed with contemptuous words of that woman, why are you in the mood to go out for a walk today? It turned out that it was none other than Wan Yen, she hooked arms with Chao Juning, her voice sarcastic, deliberately teasing Wan Sua. That's right, you probably haven't seen Chao Juning for a long time, right? We discussed getting engaged next month. Gu Yang saw a bit of annoyance so she stood out to speak for her, she crossed her arms, her voice full of meaning, deliberately causing Wan Yen to care, cousin Wan Yen is really free. Why, hasn't grandfather called you back yet? Her expression was worried, flusteredly answering, I don't understand what cousin is saying. Immediately afterwards, the phone in Wan Yan's pocket rang, notifying an incoming call. The caller was Gu Yang's grandfather, she just answered the phone, and was immediately horrified by the piercing shout from the other end of the line, his voice full of anger roaring. Evil spawn, you quickly get back here for me. The call had just ended, immediately, Wan Yan angrily, gritted her teeth and questioned, Gu Yang, what trick did you play that even caused grandfather to be able to cooperate with you? Gu Yang felt ridiculous, looking at her pretending to be ignorant and mocking, what did cousin do, don't you know best yourself? Wan Yan was poked right at the sore spot, trying to quibble, angrily pointing her finger straight at her face, loudly warning, Gu Yang, don't think that ingratiating yourself with grandfather means a fake rich daughter like you can become a real rich daughter, you wait for me. Chao Juning, not knowing right from wrong, turned to blame Wan Sua, his words even more sour than a woman's, Wan Sua, I didn't expect your and your cousin's methods to be so despicable. Luckily I finally chose Wan Yan, you disgust me. At this moment, she finally saw his true colors, and could only helplessly utter, you. Finishing speaking, the two of them walked away with their arms around each other, behind them, Wan Sua, because of Chao Juning's actions just now, completely lost hope. And disappointedly slumped down. Gu Yang ran over to help her up, asking worriedly, cousin, are you okay? Wan Sua tried to appear calm and replied, I'm okay. She felt extremely regretful, her eyes sad, her voice bitterly self-reproaching, I'm just thinking why I liked a scumbag like Chao Juning in the first place. Gu Yang sat listening to Wan Sua confide her feelings, her mouth slightly smiling, secretly rejoicing in her heart, she is willing to talk about this, although it will be very uncomfortable. It is a good thing for her condition. She pretended to be angry on her behalf, deliberately making a scene to make Wan Sua happy in order to please her, with cousin's conditions, 10 Chao Junings are not worthy of you. He must have cheated you. Speaking of this, Wan Sua's eyes drooped, her face dim, recounting the events of the past, he really did cheat me, the first time I met him was on a film crew. At that time I didn't have the enthusiasm for the entertainment industry, and didn't have acting skills, often freezing up. Recalling that time, her heart still couldn't help but feel emotional, at that time I concealed my identity as a rich daughter, the people of the film crew all complained about me because of my freezing up, only he kept encouraging me, supporting me. Fragments of broken mirrors of the beautiful memories between the two people appeared in Wan Sua's mind, she continued to tell, after we fell in love, I told him my identity. Wan Sua felt regret for the things she had sacrificed for Chao Juning, and also felt bitter when he stabbed her in the back. She confided, I also secretly helped him find a lot of resources. Unexpectedly, from the beginning, he knew my identity and deliberately approached me. After being together, he also cheated with Wan Yen. Wan Sua felt wronged, crying, her hands clenched tightly trying to suppress her emotions, resentfully confiding, after being together, he also cheated with Wan Yen. Gu Yang's expression was serious, her voice firm reassuring her, as if she had planned it in advance, cousin, don't worry, they will be punished soon. Hearing this, Wan Sua turned to look at her with a puzzled look, asking in doubt, what do you mean? Gu Yang took her hand, excitedly pulling Wan Sua away in her astonishment, her voice smugly expressing, you'll know when you see, let's go. Wan Sua looked at her appearance at this time and her heart was a little shaken, secretly thinking, the Gu Yang of now. Based on her approachable and harmonious style, and also helping her, she had a different view of Gu Yang, seems to have become not so annoying anymore. The two of them returned to the Wan family, just stepping into the door when they saw Gu Yang's grandfather was angry, pointing forward, loudly gritting his teeth, Wan Yen. He was yelling at Wan Yen, before, you bullied Wan Sua, now you're harming Gu Yang, do you want to stay in this house or not? From Yen was behind worried, hurriedly explaining for her. Deliberately blaming Gu Yang, Dad, Yen is not such a child, there must be a misunderstanding, maybe it's Gu Yang acting to gain sympathy. Hearing this, Gu Yang's grandfather became even more angry, he turned around abruptly, glaring and questioning her, coldly chasing her out, acting? The chat history of her ordering Aunt Lu to release. The dog is still there, where did the slander come from, moreover, you get out too for me. Gu Yang's second uncle pointed at her, loudly despising, Dad, Gu Yang is a fake, it doesn't matter if she is bitten to death, she can't compare to your real granddaughter Yen. Wan Sua's eyes looked at her worriedly, in her heart also had a little sympathy, pitying and secretly thinking, it seems that Gu Yang's life has not been very good during this time. After the identity of the fake rich daughter was revealed, I don't know how many cold eyes Gu Yang had to endure. Not only was Gu Yang not sad, but she also looked interested, smiling brightly to reassure her, it's okay, I don't mind, the reason, because she remembered this plot in the novel so she was a little smug secretly thinking, anyway, they're about to be slapped in the face. Sure enough, a second later, Xue Ling appeared to join in the fun, she coldly questioned causing Gu Yang's second uncle to tremble in fear, second brother, who are you saying is a fake? Accompanied by Xue Ling was Zhao Ming, she crossed her arms, frankly repeating, in essence deliberately embarrassing, I said last time, Yang will always be the rich daughter of the Gu family. On the contrary, a wild animal like Wan Yen can't compare to Yang. Seeing this, Gu Yang's second uncle pretended to be innocent, feigning surprise and asking, younger sister, younger brother-in-law, why are you two here? Xue Ling ignored him, directly walking past, her voice full of demonstration, if we didn't come. She went straight to stand in front of From Yun, her voice as cold as ice, hinting and admonishing causing her face to turn pale, are you trying to let go of the murderer who plotted against Yang? Yang again? Zhao Ming glanced at Gu Yang's second uncle, uncompromisingly and bluntly threatening, second brother, if you don't give a clear explanation about this matter today, we can only meet in court. He was frightened by his threat, his face wrinkled, racking his brains for a way out, it seems that this time it can't be easily passed, no matter what, it can't really go to court. Wan Yan's face was worried, hurriedly hugging the arm of Gu Yang's second uncle begging for help, Dad, I'm your daughter, you have to protect me. Immediately, she was given a slap in the face that knocked her sideways in shock and bewilderment accompanied by curses, you ungrateful thing. Bar Wan Yan's expression was stern, coldly ruthless, pointing straight at her face, loudly admonishing, have you forgotten the lesson last time? He pretended to be upright, putting all the blame on his daughter, disregarding the father-daughter relationship and heavily scolding, luckily nothing happened to Gu Yang this time. Otherwise you would have to atone for this matter for the rest of your life. In Bar Wan Yan's heart only thought of his own interests, thinking and glancing back signaling from Yun. Harming the fake Gu Yang and still being able to let people get a handle, harming me to be embarrassed, quickly go reconcile. She also knew the meaning, quickly stood out to suit the situation, hurriedly apologizing in her stead, that's right younger sister, Yen already knows she's wrong. We will definitely teach her again after we go back. Bar Wan Yen walked up to Gu Yang, humbly begging, strenuously negotiating, Gu Yang, you immediately tell Yen to apologize to you, you forgive her this time. She will definitely treat you well in the future. She also wanted to make peace, not wanting to deal with people like Wan Yen, smiling generously passing over, uncle is being polite, I will naturally forgive her. But Wan Sua behind her felt injustice for Gu Yang, in her heart angrily thinking, they almost killed Gu Yang, now apologizing just to pass over this matter. How can Gu Yang endure like this? He was delighted, pretending to praise her, and reaching out to shake hands with Gu Yang to make peace but was pulled back by her. You are still sensible, I will teach Yan Yan again after I go back. This matter just. But business is business, Gu Yang grinned and calculated, her voice full of meaning. However, although I have forgiven my cousin, I have not forgiven uncle for failing to teach my cousin so many times. Ba Ruanyan hearing this was provoked to anger, gritting his teeth and loudly questioning, Gu Yang, what do you mean by this? Gu Yang glanced at From Yin causing her to jump, her face unable to hide her pleasure, her voice scheming, gloatingly explaining, the meaning on the surface. The saying goes, a disobedient child, the fault of the father, apart from Ruanyan, aunt and uncle also have to pay the price. Hearing this, Xueling strongly agreed, determined not to give them any way out. What's the point of apologizing if it works? What do we need the police for? Want to apologize and then it's over? No way. Ba Ruanyan was forced to the end of the road, his face worried mixed with anger, helplessly questioning, then what do you want? In short, you can't put our whole family in jail. She decisively turned around and pointed straight at Ruanyan's mother and daughter, bluntly putting forward the request, I want you to divorce this woman, drive their mother and daughter out of Jin. Chung, From Yin unexpectedly received a shock, exclaiming in astonishment, what? Xueling frowned, loudly exposing Ruanyan's true colors. Doesn't Ruanyan feel like she's a real rich daughter? That's why she dares to harm Yang Yang like this. She did not have any scruples, embarrassing Ruanyan publicly, frankly expressing her views. Today I want her to go back to being a wild animal who can't raise her head. She heard this and her face turned pale in fear. From Yan's expression was serious, thoughtfully thinking, I haven't easily ascended, absolutely can't divorce. It seems that the side of Ruan Xueling can't be persuaded. Before the situation became critical, she desperately made a decision, I have to strike from Gu Yang's place. A second later, From Yin knelt down in front of her, shamelessly begging, Yang, uncle and aunt know they were wrong, uncle and aunt will definitely compensate you, you quickly persuade your mother. Seeing this, Gu Yang's second uncle also ran over, relying on her kindness to manipulate her psychology. That's right Yang Yang, can you bear to see uncle fall into a state of wives and children scattered because of this matter? Xueling looked and her eyes itched, decisively grabbed the back of his collar, jerking him back, indignantly warning, stop using morality to bind Gu Yang. She no longer had any leniency, regardless of the relationship between siblings, loudly reminding for the last time, if you don't drive these two mothers and daughters away today, I will put your whole family in jail. Gu Yang's second uncle realized that there was no way out, his face fearful, turning back to look at Gu Yang's grandfather begging for help. Dad, you have to make the decision for me. Younger sister. Not only did he not defend him, but he also slapped him hard on the face in pain, scolding angrily while hitting, you still dare to tell me to make the decision? Gu Yang's grandfather was so angry that blood rushed to his brain, his eyes widened, pointing at Ruanyan's mother and daughter and then coldly ordering, at first I didn't agree to you taking this mistress and her illegitimate child back, now you quickly drive these two people away from me. Seeing that there was no other choice, Ba Ruanyan hugged his face, only knowing to helplessly follow, I know, I will divorce and drive these two people away. Hearing this, Ruanyan's mother and daughter panicked worriedly. At that time, the two of them hurriedly begged Gu Yang's grandfather, Dad, please give me a chance, I can't divorce. That's right grandfather, I know I was wrong. Don't drive my mother and me away. Gu Yang stood looking at Ruanyan's current ending and sighed, her face satisfied, in her heart happily thinking, although Ruanyan will definitely not give up so easily. But finally I was able to vent my anger. Probably because she had been harmed by her before, Wan Sua seeing this kindly reminded Gu Yang, don't be too relieved, Ruanyan is malicious, she will definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge on you in the future. Hearing this, she happily leaned closer to her, putting on a flattering tone, her eyes sparkling, feigning innocence teasing Wan Sua, is cousin caring about me? She was shy, waving her hands around randomly, denying strongly, who cares about you? The matter had just ended, Xueling and Zhao Ming ran over to Gu Yang, worried, kindly asking, Yang Yang, did they hurt you just now? Hey, Dad didn't help you vent your anger just now. Now Dad will transfer money to you for fun. She was happy, acting spoiled with her parents but not forgetting to reassure them. The joy was also doubled when she saw her account added 500,000 yuan. I'm okay, thank you Mom and Dad for protecting me. Looking at their happy family, Wan Sua secretly thought, Gu Yang has really changed. She gently smiled happily, in her heart also was soothed somewhat and encouraged herself, everyone is moving forward, I should also step out of this obsession. Wan Sua made up her mind to change herself. Her face also became more vibrant, in her heart silently making a decision. The entertainment show that Gu Yang invited me to participate in is probably my opportunity. As soon as Gu Yang learned of her choice, she couldn't help but exclaim happily. Wan Sua finally made up her mind to participate in the entertainment show. Gu Yang happily took out her phone, excitedly expressing, "I should share the article." As soon as her account Yang Yang is always stable posted an article with the content, "Looking forward to participating in the entertainment show with my sister." It received a lot of interactions including comments from Wan Sua. Gu Yang was also very surprised when her phone kept receiving message notifications, her mouth in O shape, surprised thinking, "Why am I suddenly receiving so many messages?" A series of messages encouraging, caring, remembering to send to her. "Yang Yang, Mom has told everyone in the group to like and share for you. Dad has also told them to watch your show. Thank you for sharing the article supporting me. You be careful of Wan Yen in the show. You remember to take care of yourself while filming." Gu Yang was a little unaccustomed to this slightly excessive type of care, her face a little speechless, silently thinking, although everyone is doing a bit too much. Thinking about it, compared to herself in the previous world, her eyes suddenly drooped, her mood both happy and sad, involuntarily exclaiming in her heart, but the feeling of being cared for and loved by others is really great. Suddenly, Gu Yang's phone rang. The caller was her younger brother. She recalled this character in the original, in her heart wondering, Gu Bai, the original owner's crazy brother. Why did he suddenly call me? Gu Yang just answered the phone and was startled by the piercing voice from the other end of the line. He was anxiously, hurriedly asking, "Sister, did Gutsang force you to leave home so you had to participate in some entertainment show or something?" Gu Bai called from the training base, his tone decisive, showing that he was a strong support for her. "If that country bumpkin bullies you, you must tell me." His face was serious, his tone without a trace of leniency, bluntly expressing, "I will help you teach her a lesson." Over here, Gu Yang after hearing Gu Bai's words secretly thought in her head, although this little kid Gu Bai's temper is a bit hot-tempered, he is a good child. She happily reassured him, "I'm really not being bullied, you stay at the training base with peace of mind." Suddenly, Gu Yang saw something that made her eyes widen in surprise. Regardless of Gu Bai still continuing to speak on the other end of the line, "Sister, you don't need to force yourself." How could Gutsang appear at this moment? She stood leaning against the door, carefully listening to the phone conversation between the two, on the other end of the line. He did not know, so he was still excitedly showing off to Gu Yang, "Wait for me to come back, I will help you chase that country bumpkin Gutsang away, not letting you suffer anymore." Gutsang had heard all those words. She smiled faintly, her face a little contemptuous, deliberately pretending to be surprised. "Oh." Gu Bai did not know that he had inadvertently caused trouble, calmly hanging up the phone. "The coach is calling me, I'm going to train first, you remember to take care of yourself." Gu Yang could only freeze, crying in her heart a lot, screaming in vain, "Thanks to you, it seems my sister can only worry about my funeral." She was flustered, hastily waving her hands, her eyes probing Gutsang's expression, strenuously explaining, "Sister, I didn't want to chase you away, it was Gu Bai who misunderstood." Gu Yang smiled awkwardly, while explaining and pointing at herself, "The Gu family is originally your home, if someone has to leave it's me who leaves." She heard her say that, so she deliberately wanted to test her, slowly walking towards Gu Yang while hesitantly probing, "So?" Gutsang came close to her, her face without emotion, her eyes staring at Gu Yang, her voice coldly interrogating, "You really intend to leave home?" She was made to have a confused mind, her head spinning, only knowing to scream in her heart, "The big sister's point of attention is not right." Gu Yang pondered again, to be a person one must have principles. She naturally could not stay at the Gu family's house like a cuckoo occupying the nest, but she had received the pampering of the Gu family, originally wanting to quietly leave after resolving this crisis. Her face was sad, lifting her eyes expectantly to look at Gutsang, in her heart secretly thinking, "I originally didn't want everyone to be sad because of this, so I didn't say." Gu Yang looked at her indifferent but extremely insightful appearance, in her heart couldn't help but surge with sad emotions mixed with a little surprise. Unexpectedly, she noticed Gutsang looked at her embarrassed expression and secretly guessed, it seems that Gu Yang doesn't want to let others know. She also didn't want to make things difficult for Gu Yang, so she pretended not to care, turning around to leave. "Forget it, up to you." Seeing this, she reached out to try to pull her back, wanting to explain something but was blocked by Gutsang's words, only knowing to helplessly utter, Gu Yang hugged her worries, her face uneasy, always feeling that something was a little wrong. Sister probably didn't misunderstand again, right? At the filming location of the Talk Wine show, the show had begun broadcasting, the guests' voices greeting the audience echoed outside. "Have you all waited long, lovelies?" The three MCs Fu Xing, Wei Yuzhou, and Tang Xiaoxiao brought a style full of excitement, happily introducing the show. welcome to the first livestream of Wine Talk. Immediately receiving a lot of interactions, AAA finally broadcasting, who exactly is the secret guest, too curious. MC Fusheng professionally guided public opinion, hinting and revealing, deliberately arousing curiosity for the public. I see someone asking about the secret guest. The mysterious guest naturally has to greet the stage last. Not letting everyone wait long, a second later, he excitedly continued, so that everyone can see them soon, quickly invite the guests to the stage. Fusheng loudly introduced the appearance of the villainous couple. First is our affectionate couple, Wan Yan and Chao Juning, she shamelessly happily greeted. Hello everyone. As soon as the two appeared, public opinion exploded with messages attacking them. Haha, these dog men and women don't know to be ashamed and still appear in front of the camera. I heard that Wan Yan has been kicked out of the house, is that true or false? I hear the sound of a car, is Wan Sua here? Seeing the negative comments about herself, her face wrinkled like a monkey's butt, angrily biting her lip, resentfully thinking, damn it, if I hadn't been harmed by that bitch Gu Yang and kicked out of the house, unable to pay the breach of contract fee, I wouldn't have shown my face at this time. MC Tang Xiaoxiao was preparing to excitedly introduce the next person when she suddenly stopped by the unexpected appearance of someone not according to the script. Oh, the next person to appear is the rich sister group, The person who walked over was a male guest. He smiled, his tone teasing. Is everyone disappointed that the person who came is me? Gue Jingxi with a handsome appearance, appeared flashy, outstanding among the group of guests. He smiled and greeted, hi, just appearing had made everyone go crazy. Emperor Gue, so the mysterious guest is little kid Gue. Gue Jingxi's status is greater than everyone else combined, and yet he is participating in filming with them. Wan Yan was very surprised, excitedly running over, curiously asking, how can it be, just a little surprised, why are you a secret guest for this show? His eyes dodged, his face embarrassed, hesitantly difficult to say, this Jingxi remembered the events that happened in the office. After receiving the phone call, his assistant angrily shouted, what does Wine Talk mean, what status do they have that they dare to invite you to participate in a show with those mediocre celebrities? At this time he was also sitting looking at the guest list. She had a headache because of this, her face tired, feeling injustice for Jingxi. Everyone is bringing connections to the show. The investor specifically told you to go, not to let you handle the mess. Or what? Behind her, Jingxi was still carefully looking at that list. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes widening in surprise as if he had just seen something unexpected. It turned out that Jingxi was looking at Gu Yang's profile. He was very surprised to see that she was also a guest, in his head a little doubtful, wondering, it's her. The little fairy who saved people. Since that time, Jingxi always wanted to meet Gu Yang again. This was really a good opportunity. He smiled, in his heart happily thinking, we can meet again. Almost this opportunity slipped away when Jingxi's assistant made a decision. No, I should still reject the entertainment show. It affects your image. Luckily he stopped her in time. Don't. Jingxi was excited, his eyes full of anticipation, hurriedly expressing, don't reject, I will participate. Returning to reality, he also could not say the reason, so he had to gloss over with another excuse. I want to take this opportunity to make friends. Everyone, don't be nervous. Jingxi looked around and did not see Gu Yang, so he pretended to ask, but I thought I was a secret guest, so I should be the last to arrive. Why are there only a few people here? In his heart was looking forward to meeting her as soon as possible. Has the little fairy not arrived yet? Wan Yan took this opportunity to slander the two of them. She pretended to be troubled, complaining to him, Wan Sua and Gu Yang are always like that, often late because of small problems like waking up late. Viewers were only led by Wan Yan's one-sided words, some people angrily commenting, a mistress and a fake rich daughter, and yet more arrogant than the movie Emperor Gue. Being late for reasons like this is really uneducated. Seeing those comments, she smugly laughed silently, in her heart gloatingly thinking, it's your fault that you two bitches are late first, don't blame me for provoking everyone. A second later, Gu Yang immediately appeared. She attracted everyone's attention with her easygoing style, walking into the filming location, her voice leisurely greeting, sorry we're late. The two sisters Gu Yang and Wan Sua walked together. She smiled and explained the reason for her lateness. Sorry to keep everyone waiting long, we encountered. Before Gu Yang could finish speaking, she was cut off by Wan Yan, smiling contemptuously, her voice sarcastic and mocking, whatever the reason, being late is being late. While saying, she turned to Jingxi, from a jealous attitude towards her, immediately turning to a fake smile, deliberately wanting to please him, you're right, aren't you? Wan Yan was surprised when she saw that in the blink of an eye the person beside her was gone, movie Emperor Gue. At this time, Jingxi had hurriedly walked in front of Gu Yang, happily exclaiming, it's you. Before the unexpected situation, her expression was blank, incomprehensible. He smiled happily, exultantly cheering, regardless of Gu Yang still being dumbfounded. You finally came. She froze, her face incomprehensible mixed with confusion, pointing at herself and then doubting life. Do we know each other? At this time Jingxi was holding an umbrella and suddenly revealed his face mischievously shouting, Tada. He quickly opened the umbrella and then enthusiastically, the sun is very poisonous, let's quickly go inside, I'll hold the umbrella for you, Gu Yang politely replied. It's okay, I can do it myself. Not letting her react, Jingxi happily took the luggage in the other's hand. Then it's good that you hold the umbrella yourself, I'll carry the suitcase for you. Gu Yang helplessly called after him, that's not what I meant. Hurriedly snatching back the suitcase from his hand, she said embarrassedly, Movie Emperor Gue, please go in quickly, I can do it myself. Gue Jingxi smiled very brightly and suggested, you don't need to be so unfamiliar, you can call my name. The fans' comments immediately buzzed, where did this girl come from? How dare she seduce our Gue Z? Fans, don't diss randomly, don't you see that Movie Emperor Gue is actively trying to please her, who knows if it's a tactic of appearing soft but being tough. The bright lights of the studio appeared before her eyes. At this time, Gu Yang closed her eyes trying to calm down, but in her heart, she kept yelling, can anyone tell me? A series of attacking comments began to appear, Movie Emperor Gue, don't be fooled by that vixen. Fans, don't bother, it's clear that your own house is giving it away for free. What status does Movie Emperor Gue have? Does a fake rich daughter like Gu Yang deserve it? Gu Yang was sweating from Gue Jingxi's enthusiasm. What exactly is wrong with this Movie Emperor? Wan Sua beside her looked at the two of them and worried secretly, like this, Movie Emperor Gue's fans will definitely scold Gu Yang, I have to lead them to explain the reason. She asked softly, Movie Emperor Gue, Yang, did the two of you know each other before? Immediately they answered in unison, Gue Jingxi happily answering yes, but Gu Yang replied, no. The two of them startled and turned to look at each other awkwardly. He skillfully reminded her, have you forgotten? At the beginning of Jinqing Street when you saved someone, we met. Gu Yang exclaimed in surprise, so it was you. Sorry, you were wearing a hat and mask at that time, I didn't recognize you. Seeing that she remembered, Gue Jingxi smiled happily, it's okay, you can remember me. The fans continued to comment, so that's it, Yang is a little fairy with a holy heart. If Gue Z could look at me with that expression, that would be great. Looking at the two people in front of her happily interacting with each other, someone's hand clenched tightly because of anger, damn it, I didn't expect they had met before. Wan Yan gritted her teeth and secretly calculated, I can't just let the two of them steal the attention and be the target of criticism. She pretended to care and asked, Yang is so kind, there must be a reason for being so late today, right? Fans again got a topic to discuss, that's right. Being late is being late, after all, she is just a young lady who doesn't know etiquette, they are both young ladies. Yan arrived on time, she came late and is acting cool. Gu Yang smiled secretly, want to use the matter of us being late to cause trouble? Then you poked the wrong person. She lowered her eyes slightly and then softly said, originally I didn't want to come out to make everyone worry, but if you're so curious, why not check the news yourself? Fans immediately buzzed, still checking the news, what news could become a reason for her to act aloof and be late? You guys stop arguing, quickly go check the hot search. Gu Yang was late because she saved someone. Looking at the news on her phone, Wan Yan angrily couldn't help but exclaim, what? The hot search content on the main page of Liangqing was, thank you for the courageous action of enthusiastic citizen Gu Yang who saved the girl from the kidnapper. Her kind deed saved the life of a child at Yang is fine. Below was a video recording the rescue. Gu Yang stepped forward to persuade, hey brother, calm down a little. That person excitedly hugged the hostage in his hand and cursed back, don't mind my business, I only accept my wife remarrying me, if you come over again I will die with my daughter. Gu Yang persisted and said, I am your wife's doctor, she is pregnant. The man was still angrily cursing, liar, this is just your trick, otherwise why didn't she tell me just now? She calmly and gently explained, now that you are holding the child hostage, she naturally doesn't dare to tell you, she told me before, she wants to tell you. She wants to make up and remarry you, right? The woman beside her cried and answered in a panic, right. In Gu Yang's heart, she calculated, taking advantage of his wavering, quickly hypnotize him. She gently persuaded while using hypnosis, trust me, now you can rest assured to put down the knife. Right. The man was a little dazed in an instant, seeing the other party's expression. Gu Yang immediately determined, it's now. As quick as lightning, she forcefully kicked the man in the face, causing him to painfully scream in despair. The little child who was kidnapped by her own biological father was released and fearfully ran into her mother's arms, while the man was lying motionless on the ground. Gu Yang was very cool at this time, a radiant smile appeared on her face. Below the article were a series of praising comments. Little fairy is so cool, so Guyang was late because she went to save someone. Anti-fans, why don't you quickly get out here and apologize? Little fairy has courage and strategy, I'm a fan. Wan Yan angrily gnashed her teeth and cursed in her heart, this bitch is deliberately acting again. Guyang came to her side and pretended to be surprised. Why is your expression so ugly? Are you worried about me after watching the video? Don't worry, I'm fine. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Looking at the phone screen in the last part of the video appeared a luxury car. Guyang thought to herself, black Rolls Royce. I remember in the story it was written that there was only one in Liang. Chung. She sorted out a bit and realized, this is the male lead's car, was he at the scene just now? Remembering his appearance, Guyang carefully pondered, in the story, after he was subdued by Big Sister, he helped suppress the original owner many times. I wonder how far he and Big Sister have progressed now. She unconsciously rubbed her chin and then said to herself, I can only hope that this act of saving people will leave a good impression on him. Then Guyang put her hands together and pleaded, I was too rushed just now so I used my ability, I hope I won't be noticed by him because of it. At this time in the Rolls Royce a young man was scrolling through his phone and exclaiming, Young Master Shao, that girl who saved people just now is not simple. He held the phone in his hand for another person in the back to see together and then said, seems to be a star, no wonder she is so beautiful. On the screen was Gu Yang's face with a radiant smile, his voice rang out, Young Master Shao, look, there are also many fan comments below, darling Yang Yang is a little angel with a holy heart. Gu Yang looks so cool saving people. The person called Young Master Shao looked at the screen and smiled slightly and repeated, Gu Yang. Slightly raising his eyebrows, Ize spoke to assess, at this age already proficient in different martial arts and hypnosis, a bit interesting. The young man who was his friend excitedly asked, Young Master Shao, the little fairy knows so many different abilities at a young age, could she be the person we are looking for? Ize did not think so, one hand propping his cheek and then said slowly, Gu Yang? Impossible, the person we are looking for. He silently watched the show, the top 1 donate list, of Gu Yang and Gue Jingxi on the phone screen and then not quickly not slowly continued, is not so kind. A modern office appeared accompanied by the excited cheering of someone ringing out, Boss. Tuayu widened his eyes looking at the computer screen and then said to Gutsung who was beside her, someone donated to our little sister exceeding Boss, rising to stand top 1 already. Gutsung spoke to remind, that is my little sister, since when is she your little sister? He hurriedly clasped his hands, his mouth kept jabbering, slip of the tongue, please forgive me, Boss, see who snatched Boss's top 1 first. Looking over a bit Gutsung calmly replied, who it is not important, taking back top 1 is not good enough. Her slender white hands quickly tapped the keyboard. Tuayu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Boss just donated to Gu Yang and helped her get on the hot search to whitewash. Has Boss forgotten how that green tea bitch initially framed and harmed Boss? Gutsung impatiently slightly rebuked, I said. She said sternly, that child is my little sister, not some green tea. Slightly lowering her eyes Gutsung added, moreover, the hot search was not done by me, it was Q. Tuayi exclaimed in surprise, Quest? He immediately bristled, indignant, last time he hacked my computer, I haven't even taken revenge, this time he took action to help Gu Yang, he definitely doesn't have good intentions. Tuayi leaned over pouting to complain, Boss, I can't beat him, Boss has to help me take revenge. Gutsung raised her hand to stop the person from getting close and then coldly replied. Who told you, I can beat him? He heard this and did not believe it, Boss is being humble again. Adjusting his glasses, Tuayi spoke to refute, Boss is the top 1 hacker on the dark web. His expression at this time was full of worship, although before Boss reached the top, Quest rarely appeared, but if it's really a showdown, Boss will definitely be better than him. Tuaye's voice continued to ring out, moreover, if he really has ulterior motives towards the little fairy, even if we can't beat him, we can't let him off. Hearing this the hand that Gutsung was typing was suddenly stopped. She smiled and replied, see if he has this ability. Looking at the phone screen, Tuayu was a little worried, Boss, we don't know what Quest has in mind. Considering a bit he gave some information, but Boss's top 1 has been surpassed by someone else, the ID name is Shishichun Rue. Gutsung glanced at the information on his phone screen and then frowned, Shishichun Rue, the date doesn't have her, like a piece of jade with flaws. Looking at the donation ranking in the livestream her voice rang out, so many people have intentions towards my little sister. Switching scenes, in another office the director's assistant while watching the phone anxiously said, Director Chen look, the topic about Gu Yang and movie Emperor Gue is getting hot. These people are still competing for top 1, the donate in the livestream is about to break 1 million yuan already. Director Chen took the phone carefully following and then happily laid out the plan. In the future, when dividing groups, divide them into one group, add some more cameras. Looking at the studio that had been arranged, his voice rang out, just decide that way, tell them to come film. The opening scene was Gu Yang and Gui Jingxi happily harvesting rice in the field. Many loving fans came to comment, I didn't expect Gu Yang, who is a young lady, to be so simple. Cutting rice is also skillful. Movie Emperor Gui is watching the little fairy again. Oh, look at his worthless appearance. Next was a scene of the two of them catching fish. Fans kept buzzing. Why does the little fairy know how to catch fish? What surprises does the little fairy have that I don't know yet? They are all young ladies. Wan Yan is so shabby. The third scene, Wan Sua and Gu Yang interacted with each other very closely. Fans collectively supported. The relationship between the two sisters is really good. Ship it, the food that Wan Sua cooks looks so delicious, I'm so hungry. Wan Yan stood on the side observing the two of them, in her heart jealous. I didn't expect the production team to stand on their side. She angrily in her heart rose planning, I can't let the two of them keep shining like that. If you hype couple with movie Emperor Gui, then don't blame me for digging out the couple and dragging Wan Sua down. Thinking that way, Wan Yan's hand pulled on the corner of someone's shirt. Her soft voice rang out, sorry Juning. She showed a weak, clumsy appearance. I'm not good at cooking like my sister. I can only make you suffer eating these dishes with me. Juning, seeing his girlfriend like that, immediately comforted her. Don't say that. No matter what you are, I like you. You are not good at cooking. I can learn. The fans of the couple shouted, this couple is too sweet. Doesn't the mistress Wan Sua want to rely on her cooking to seduce Chao Juning? Unfortunately, he only loves Yan Yan. Looking at them singing in harmony, Wan Sua not far away suddenly stopped. She lowered her eyes a little sadly. No. Gu Yang on the side looking at this scene secretly thought, this is really bullying too much. Suddenly she smiled very brightly, sweetly praising Wan Sua, cousin, the food you cook is so delicious. Then Gu Yang snuggled into her arms comforting, it's lucky that you cooked it for me to eat, not for someone with the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog or something. Wan Sua at this time as if awakened but still sullenly replied, yes, it's a pity everyone doesn't see who is the one with the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Carefully observing her, Gu Yang realized, it seems that I want to completely cure her mental illness. Looking at the dog men and women smiling and acting in front of her, she secretly calculated, I still have to expose the scumbag and bitch identities of Chao Juning and Wan Yan in front of everyone. Gu Yang's hand placed on Wan Sua's shoulder reassuring, cousin, don't worry. She smiled slyly, winking mischievously at her, I will let everyone know the truth right away, return a clear name to cousin. Gu Yang waved her hand and loudly gathered the other members of the show, everyone. Before everyone's curiosity, she looked embarrassed and then softly said, the fan meeting part can't be too boring. A fan commented, Gu Yang dares to do that. In the meantime, Gu Yang happily made a suggestion, let's play truth or dare, increasing the effect of the show. She covered her mouth smiling, looking towards the back and then hinting, surely no one has any secrets that they can't tell others and don't dare to play, right? Wan Yan just finished listening and jumped in fright. She hurriedly glossed over her gaffe just now. How can it be? It's just a game, what's there to not dare to play? The studio scene today is so beautiful, the weather is also very supportive, warm golden sunlight spread everywhere. Gu Yang excitedly spoke, this turn I'm the biggest, let me think who I should choose to be punished. She turned to the person beside her and smiled happily, frankly asking, cousin Wan Sua, do you still like Chao Juning? I'm sure the audience is also very curious. Wan Sua was a little surprised when asked, but in her heart also understood, does she want me to clarify in front of everyone? The fans gossiped, is Gu Yang a helpful sister that makes Wan Sua so embarrassed? Wan Sua herself is the homewrecker, can't others say it? She lowered her eyes, thought, but current public opinion all feels that I am the homewrecker. Clarifying is also useless. Her hand unconsciously clenching, Wan Sua suddenly felt, but this is also an opportunity. She took all her courage and spoke to answer, who would like that scumbag jerk, her mind having decided, she could thoroughly draw a line with them. Wan Yan looked down on her and replied, sister, you can't throw dirty water just because Juning rejected you. If you have answered, let's start the next round of the game. Her face was full of smugness, secretly exclaiming, I thought she had some skill. The fans immediately felt indignant, Wan Sua is good at going back on her word. Not was a famous mistress, her psychological quality is really good, this sister group stay away from my couple, leave social media, Wan Yan sneered, this type of clarifying is useless. Fundamentally can't turn around everyone's impression. Gu Yang silently observed in her heart, knowing full well, she is probably thinking like that now, right? She looked towards the dog men and women over there, just let your guard down, that way it will be easier for me to hypnotize you. The next round of the game Guyang won again, holding the card in her hand she happily said, "Sorry, this turn I'm the biggest again, Chao Juning, truth or dare, you choose one." Juning immediately replied, "I choose dare," but in his heart had already planned, although the truth can also lie, but to avoid saying something I shouldn't it's better to be careful. Guyang silently used hypnosis. "If that's the case, you open your today of last year in your photo album." He heard the request and was a little flustered. Just then Guyang's voice rang out again, "Let everyone see it." Juning's pupils suddenly contracted. Without hesitation, he replied, "Okay," then obediently took out his phone and brought it in front of Guyang. She just took Juning's phone and immediately exclaimed in surprise, Chao Juning, didn't you say your first love was Ruan Yen?" Guyang took a picture out in front of the camera and then questioned, "Today of last year was the 7th evening festival, so why are you hugging my cousin Ruan Sua?" Just seeing the picture, fans were buzzing discussing, what's going on, so Ruan Yen was the mistress. Chao Juning hasn't even become too famous and already has such a self-destructing scene. At this time, Ruan Yen and Chao Juning's expressions were extremely panicked and ugly. Director Chen hurriedly ordered, "Turn off the camera," but the scene of Ruan Yen angrily frantically yelling, "Chao Juning you," was recorded. People gossiping got a lively scene. Looking at Ruan Yen's angry appearance, she really is the mistress. "Director, are you not able to play or what?" She was scolding while grabbing his clothes. "Chao Juning, you are so obvious and you can still fall into the trap. Moreover, I have been with you for so long, and yet you still keep her photo." Ruan Yan's face was twisted, fierce, her hand tightly grabbing the other party's collar questioning, "Moreover, I have been with you for so long, and yet you still keep her photo." Unable to watch anymore, Director Chen angrily drove people away. "Enough, with the current public opinion of you two, then don't stay in my show anymore. Contact the manager. Now post a notice of withdrawing from the show. Wait to pay the breach of contract fee." Ruan Yen panicked. "Director, wait director." Juning trembled pleading, "I can handle it, please give me another chance." Ruan Sua silently did not speak but in her heart was extremely happy. "Serves you right." Guyang came to her side and gently said, "Cousin, look, now everyone sees the true colors of those two people." Her voice rang out carrying joy, "There are many people apologizing to you." On the screen were countless goodwill comments. "I knew Ruan Yen and Chao Juning were not good people. I feel sorry for my Sua carrying this big pot. I already said, Chao Juning doesn't deserve Ruan Sua. At first there was a bunch of people fighting me, now you've been slapped in the face. Right, scumbag, mistress, come out and apologize." "Sorry Ruan Sua, at that time I believed Ruan Yan's one-sided words, causing you to suffer." Ruan Sua watched for a long time and then emotionally said, "Finally there are people willing to believe me." Returning the phone to Guyang, she smiled while wiping her eyes. "This time thank you, without you, I don't know how long I would have to carry the stain." Suddenly Ruan Sua, slightly startled as if realizing something, immediately asked, "Could it be that you stubbornly wanted to bring me to participate in the entertainment show because of this?" Guyang winked at her, smiling mischievously. "Cousin finally realized, it's really not easy." Ruan Sua smiled so much that her eyes narrowed and then lovingly scolded, "You still speak so annoyingly, but this time thank you sincerely." She was a little curious, wanting Guyang to explain further, "But how did you know that there were photos of the 7th evening festival of you two in his phone that hadn't been deleted?" She felt guilty, so she sought an excuse to gloss over. "This is also just what I guessed, luckily I bet right." After a while of struggling, Guyang also breathed a sigh of relief, in her heart sighing, "Finally I managed to deceive her. I can't tell her the truth. I asked a hacker under my sister's command to help recover his photo album." She took out her phone to dial the number to call, her mind thinking, first call to thank Tuiyi, this time he helped with a big thing. The other end of the line just answered the phone. Guyang happily expressed, "Tuiyi, this time thank you, without your help, I wanted to help my cousin recover her reputation, I would have to go around even more." After listening, the other side only replied one sentence, "Oh," and then remained silent. Her scalp suddenly trembled, feeling that something was wrong. This voice is. It turned out that at this time Gutsong was the one listening to the phone. Her voice was a little threatening, jealous. "So, you looked for Tuiyi, to help another sister?" Guyang flusteredly flattered, "Sister, is it that he was lazy while working, and was discovered, so you confiscated his phone? You wait for me, I'll help you teach him a lesson later." She was so anxious that she wanted to cry, in her heart constantly sighing, "Why is it big sister listening to the phone? Is she angry or not? Tuiyi is too careless." Gutsong glanced at Tuiyi, whose fear was also no different from Guyang's, and then indifferently replied, "Is that so?" Seeing him in the working hours busy recovering the photo album in a male star's phone. Over the phone her voice was full of pressure, causing Guyang to be stunned. "You looked for him because you felt I couldn't help you?" She hurriedly explained, "How can it be? The matter of me saving people, being able to get on the hot search so quickly, wasn't at all because you helped me. I was afraid you would be tired. Such small things, just let Tuayi do it. Gu Yang's mind was flusteredly screaming, it's over, it's over. It seems that big sister is really angry. Gutsong after listening smiled but not smiling, in her heart calculating again. It seems that she also doesn't know that the one secretly helping her is Q. I have to investigate what exactly Q means. Her mind was a little comfortable, her posture of crossing her arms also relaxed more, however, it's good that she doesn't know too. Gutsong revealed a smile and then seized the opportunity to take advantage. Then I helped you, how do you plan to thank me? Gu Yang immediately happily replied, you are so good to me, I also don't know how to thank you. How about this, you make a wish, whatever you want I will agree. She heard her little sister flattering and was happy, but her voice was still cold. If you have said so, then wait for me to think of it, I will tell you later. On the other end of the line Gu Yang obediently agreed, no problem, then you rest early, and then hung up the phone. Seeing Gutsong staring at the phone for a long time, Tuayi on the side was just short of wagging his tail, embarrassedly speaking, boss, the little fairy asked me to help is regarding me as her own person, surely she wants to be closer to us. Hearing him say that, Gutsong coldly reminded, she wants to be closer to me. Her voice rang out, you are not her own person, you are a tool. Tuaye's scalp trembled, almost wanting to prostrate himself. A moment later in the office Tuaye's voice hesitated, but boss, that one from the Shao family just returned to the country. He worried, today he competed for top 1 donate with boss in the livestream, has he investigated you and the little fairy already? Gutsong slightly frowned, carefully thinking, Xiao Yizhe started investigating me from last year, but still hasn't grasped any loopholes of mine. If it wasn't for an internal traitor appearing, he also wouldn't have returned to the country so quickly. Her eyes became dangerous, just let him investigate, throwing the phone back to Tuayi and then continued, he can investigate it, consider me losing. Gutsong turned around to leave calmly, confidently saying, even if he has intentions towards my little sister, he also doesn't have the ability to cause any storms. She put herself down on the bed, closing her eyes to rest, but her mind was still uneasy. I didn't expect that matter had passed such a long time, I still can't sleep easily. Gutsong turned over to the side, picked up her phone to look over, even if I have become the praised divine doctor, this type of mental illness is indeed still difficult to treat myself. She was secretly thinking, today I'm afraid also. The phone beside her suddenly vibrated, reporting an incoming message. Gutsong sat up surprised when she saw the message, it was Gu Yang. On the screen appeared 2 messages, one was voice, the other was a good night sticker. She was curious, what did she send, and then reached out to press it. Gu Yang's clear singing voice immediately rang out, causing Gutsong to be surprised, dazed. It was the lullaby that she sang. She wrote a message of just one word, okay, but hesitated and did not send it. Looking at the message for a long time, Gutsong's heart was a little tangled. Would replying with just one word be too stiff? Then she sent back a message, this time with 2 words, sweet dreams. Gutsong leaned back on the bed, the corners of her mouth happily lifting up like that. It seemed tonight she could have a good night's sleep. Lying for a while and still tossing and turning, she thought of the dispute between her and Feng Ke and was annoyed without end. Gutsong picked up her phone and thought to herself, that's right, the matter during the day is not over yet, then quickly, cropped the photo and forwarded it. Switching scenes, the phone at the head of the bed rang with a notification. Feng Ke looked at the screen and recognized it was Gutsong. She sent 2 messages as if deliberately showing off. One was a screenshot of the messages with Gu Yang, the other had the content, she specially sent it to me. Feng Ke after seeing it didn't say anything and pressed the block button. The screen immediately displayed, you have successfully blocked the other party. He hugged his phone and slumped on the bed and asked himself, isn't this childish? Feng Ke looked at the message section with Gu Yang, his eyes filled with boredom, mouth says to care about me. The screen was empty without a single message, his voice rang out resentfully, the chat box with me is spotless. Throwing the phone on the mattress, Feng Ke said to himself, it's okay, I won't care about this kind of thing. Saying that, but his eyes were still uneasy, occasionally glancing at the phone. After a while Feng Ke seemed unable to bear it anymore and sat up abruptly, picked up the phone and decisively pressed the number to call. The other end of the line someone answered the phone and softly asked, okay, you called me at this hour, is something wrong? Hearing the familiar voice, hesitating a bit Feng Ke softly called, sister. Gu Yang on the other end of the line was anxious, why such a tone, has something happened? He spoke to explain, nothing, it's just that I miss you so much that I can't sleep. His eyes sad, Feng Ke expressed, today you're not home, I can't hear your piano playing, I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Gu Yang silently listened to his voice ringing out steadily, carrying guilt, you've been working hard all day, now I'm telling you these things, have I bothered you? Feng Ke's voice was gentle, sorry, you go rest quickly. Her heart suddenly trembled, in her heart exclaiming without end, why do I feel that little walking blood bank is even more green tea than I'm starting to understand why everyone likes green tea. Gu Yang happily replied, it's okay, her mind self-reassuring, don't think too much, he probably just misses my hypnosis. She smiled and coaxed, it just so happens that I have a recording when I was home, I'll send it to you now. Feng Kei's voice rang out on the phone, thank you. He became happy, before hanging up still not forgetting to instruct, then I won't disturb you to rest anymore, I wish you a good night. Immediately afterwards Feng Kei opened the chat box with Gu Song. He quickly both removed the block order from just now and secretly thought, showing off right. The phone screen displayed, system notification, you have unblocked the other party, followed by 3 messages that Feng Kei sent to embarrass. The first one was a photo of the conversation with Gu Yang, the second one immediately showed off, I also have, the last one specially emphasized, even more than you. Being happy he suddenly remembered one thing, that's right, I forgot to tell Gu Yang to be careful of that movie Emperor. Gu Yang's phone immediately had another message from Feng Kei with the content, that movie Emperor is always pestering you, he definitely has intentions, don't let that person fool you. After reading the message Gu Yang exclaimed, little walking blood bank really knows how to care for others. Carefully thinking again she guessed, but movie Emperor Gue is probably just temporarily showing interest in me. Switching scenes, the scene of a forest appeared before her eyes, there was the director's voice ringing out guiding, the rules are like this, please everyone freely pair up in groups of 2 first. Gu Yang saw Gue Jingxi not far away happily waving at her with a very expectant appearance so she confusedly said to herself, it's probably just a temporary interest. Right, he also loudly suggested, little fairy, let's be a group. While not knowing how to handle things right Wan Sua appeared, Gu Yang, how about we be a group? Hearing that she secretly considered, although public opinion has reversed, but my purpose is to completely cure her mental illness. Carefully observing Wan Sua in front of her, Gu Yang decisively decided, just relying on me can't be completely cured, she has to continue to be with other people. She immediately pointed towards the person beside her and then shyly let her know, movie Emperor Gue invited me first, I'll pair up with him, Gue Jingxi was endlessly happy. Really, you agreed to me? Wan Sua immediately felt lost, sullenly answering, is that so? Seeing her appearance Gu Yang teased, cousin surely can't bear to be away from me, right? Wan Sua guiltily rebuked, who can't bear to be away from you? Quickly hugging a basket, before leaving she also kindly reminded, if that's the case, we'll set off first, cousin try to catch up with me okay? Gue Jingxi enthusiastically suggested, little fairy, I'll carry the basket for you okay? Gu Yang unconsciously dodged slightly and then politely replied, it's okay, I can carry it myself. She was a little uneasy secretly thinking, the sight of cousin is probably okay, but movie Emperor Gue like this is really no problem? Gu Yang just dug out 2 carrots when Gue Jingxi came close to. Care, little fairy, you continue to do it, I'll hold the hat for you, she had to politely reply, then thank you. A very beautiful mushroom suddenly appeared in front of her, causing Gu Yang who was the first to discover it to be extremely excited. The show's bulletin immediately announced, congratulations Gu Yang, Gue Jingxi and Wan Sua found a rare mushroom, winning the champion of this season. Ending the program sitting in the same car to return, Gu Yang looked at Wan Sua and then spoke to ask, how was it cousin? She happily patted her shoulder encouraging her, I pulled you to participate in the entertainment show, do you feel happy? Wan Sua honestly, it's true that I'm very happy. She said shyly, Gu Yang, this time really thank you. Wan Sua slowly let her know further, that day grandfather watched the news, specially called to tell me, grandfather had banned Wan Yan and Chao Juning, I just knew that grandfather was always standing behind, secretly protecting me. Gently closing her eyes her face at this time was full of happiness, this time really thank you, for letting me know that there are still many people who love me, support me. Gu Yang reached out to wipe away the tear at the corner of Wan Sua's eye and then comforted, I just gave cousin a push. She smiled very brightly telling her, the one who really tried hard was you yourself, you are really great. Wan Sua was made to be embarrassed, jabbering, you've reached my house, you don't quickly get out of the car. Gu Yang didn't want to and deliberately teased, you're shy again. After a while of the 2 sisters teasing, she opened the door and leisurely stepped down, thank you cousin for giving me a ride home. Gu Yang before leaving softly turned her head to speak, the words I just said were all true. Wan Sua was moved and tearful, her voice rang out reminding, cousin don't forget I'm also a person who has supported you okay? Looking at her home that was right in front of her Gu Yang recognized for sure, it seems that Wan Sua has completely recovered. She was very happy enjoying the feeling at this time, it wasn't a waste for me to try to think of ways to help her, go home and rest. Suddenly in front of her someone blocked the way causing Gu Yang to slightly startle slightly. Before her eyes at this time were 2 familiar faces, Gu Song stood crossing her arms while smiling and mocking, finished playing with another sister, finally willing to come back? Feng Kei's expression was aggrieved. Sister, you finally came back. Gu Yang unconsciously trembled in her heart, secretly thinking, this scene, why do I feel like I've been caught cheating? Gu Yang tilted her body, her eyes wide, smiling and saying, Liangqing specializes in growing fresh flowers. This type of perfume has a calming effect, you quickly try it. Gu Tsang's fingers gently placed on the bottle, her voice curiously asking, why give me this? She opened the box, inside was a delicate green perfume bottle. Gu Tsang spoke, perfume. Gu Yang held the black gift box, smiling like a little rabbit and gave it to her. Sister, look, this is a gift that I specially prepared for you. She smiled mixed with a little shyness, hiding her embarrassment, and continued, I don't often come to Liangqing, because I had to choose gifts for everyone, so I came back late. Gu Tsang took the perfume bottle, indifferently asking, this wasn't made by you, right? Just hearing it, she slightly startled, making an involuntary sound, Gu Yang hurriedly spoke to explain, of course it wasn't made by me, it's a new product of Sun Ming in Liangqing. Her mouth saying it, but in her heart, she was secretly pondering, wondering, before I transmigrated through the book because I had to inherit my mother's career in the grave-digging world, so I ventured into the jewelry and perfume field, but the original owner had never touched these things. Why would she ask like that? Gu Yang lightly put her finger on her lip, a little worried, and spoke, you don't like this scent? She closed her eyes slightly, answering, no, I was just asking. Feng Kei also came forward, he opened his mouth, his voice mixed with a bit of coquetry, what about me, sister? Hearing that, Gu Yang without hesitation gave Feng Kei another gift box. She smiled and said, of course I also prepared for you, take it. His eyes as if with a purpose shot towards Gu Tsang. Feng Kei smiled slyly, thank you for preparing such a big gift for me. She heard this and couldn't help but twitch her face full of annoyance. He immediately returned to being a well-behaved boy, very cute, saying, what's in here? Gu Yang rubbed Feng Kei's head, happily smiling and saying, you open it and see. Wouldn't you know? She thought to herself, little walking blood bank is so cute. Just opening the gift, his face immediately turned black. It was college entrance exam practice questions. Looking at the books Feng Kei was holding to cover his face, Gu Yang said, these are questions that must be practiced that I heard about from an educational expert in Liangqing. Before his depressed appearance, she still maintained a face as bright as a flower and continued to say, you finish all the questions in hand and then you can do this set of questions. Seeing that scene, Gu Tsang couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yang turned to leave, she waved her hand, smiling, and said to the two who stayed behind, your sister still has to go give gifts to mom and dad, you two go back to your rooms and rest early. Feng Kei also quickly answered, thank you for your gift, goodbye sister. After Gu Yang had left, Gu Tsang together with him, the two of them silently stood next to each other, not saying a word. She was about to step away when Feng Kei suddenly opened his mouth, wait. He narrowed his eyes, his voice ringing out very coldly, give the perfume that route lies in the southern zone M continent to me. Gu Tsang leaned back against the wall, her hand tightly holding the perfume bottle, speaking, you're hiding it well. She held the bottle in front of her to look at. Gu Tsang revealed a smile mixed with sarcasm, using a perfume bottle worth tens of thousands of yuan to exchange for a route worth billions of yuan. Sounds like a not bad trade. She fiddled with the perfume bottle on her fingertips, speaking further, but it's unfortunate, I already have a way to get that route, so I don't plan to trade this with you, however. Gu Tsang smiled, the bottle sparkling in her hand, if you're willing to use the formless fire in your hand to exchange, then deal. Feng Kei revealed a smile full of disdain, immediately refuting, you're dreaming. Gu Tsang turned to step away, she closed her eyes, gently concluding, then there's nothing to say. He watched Gu Tsang's departing back, his eyes mixed with a dissatisfaction hard to speak. At the same time, in another space, the faint sunlight playfully peeked through the window frame, brightening a corner of the room. Somewhere there were sounds that were very gentle. Gu Yang sat on a chair, the phone placed nearby recording, slender fingers scattering gracefully on the piano keys. She picked up her phone, the screen displayed the comments, currently live streaming, the host's voice is so good, I hope to see her face, don't turn off the live. I can listen to this fairy song of yours all day. Gu Yang spoke through the phone, today's live stream ends here. Thank you everyone for following and donating. She propped her hand on the chair, revealing a light smile, phew. Gu Yang looked at her phone, happily whispering, although the secondary account that is specialized in showing off the skill of the original owner doesn't reveal her face. It's also convenient for me to use it to earn money. She again fell into pensive thoughts, but this is also not a long-term method, wanting to leave the Gu family, I need to find a way to earn even more money. Gu Yang put her hand on her mouth, she pondered, considering, wanting to start a business in the perfume and jewelry field is extremely expensive, the original owner again doesn't have the medical practice certificate like I do, what to do to earn money? Suddenly, outside rang several sounds of knock-knock. She also unconsciously turned to look. Feng Ke appeared. He softly called, "Sister." Gu Yang quickly stepped over. She smiled and asked, "Why did you come here?" Feng Ke without hesitation answered, "I miss you so I came." She came close to him. Gu Yang looked up, asking curiously, "Are you wearing perfume?" Feng Ke did not answer that question. He only revealed a smile full of meaning and then asked back, "Do you like it?" She without hesitation, innocently answered immediately, "It smells very nice. The one who made it must be a genius." Gu Yang again asked further, "What's the name of this perfume?" Hearing the question, Feng Ke again only calmly revealed a smile of satisfaction, answering, "That person is indeed a genius, the name of the perfume is." He continued, "Formless no disease." Gu Yang revealed a dazed expression, her eyes widened asking again, "Formless?" Feng Ke's heels slowly walked over to her side. He answered simply, "Yes, formless." In just one moment, the distance between the two sides had decreased significantly. Before Gu Yang's face full of confusion, Feng Ke asked, "Why do you have this reaction? Have you remembered something?" She immediately denied it awkwardly, "No, I just feel that this name is very good, very delicate." Gu Yang reached out, stammeringly asking further, "Which grandmaster made this? Can it be sold?" The words were not finished. He cut in, "Not some grandmaster." Feng Ke put his hand on his chest. On his lips suddenly revealed a heartbreakingly sad smile. He said, "An old acquaintance with innate talent gave it to me. It's very important to me." Hearing that, Gu Yang was somewhat confused mixed with guilt and secretly thought, if it was given by an old acquaintance, then it probably can't be used to trade. She answered, "Is that so?" In Gu Yang's heart again rose a feeling of awkwardness. "I was too abrupt." She again revealed a smile as bright as a flower, hesitatingly speaking, "Okay, this perfume." Suddenly, the servant appeared from outside the door, interrupting the conversation of the two with a call, "Miss." Gu Yang turned to look. She said, That servant announced, "Madam is looking for you, she has something to say." Gu Yang quickly said goodbye to him, "I'll go first, I'll talk more later." Feng Ke also answered, "Yes, you go slowly, be careful not to trip." Looking at the figure of her leaving, his face full of melancholy that was illuminated by the sunlight was even more gloomy. In those eyes as if hiding secret worries and feelings hard to express. Feng Ke slightly frowned, not very happy and muttered, "The name Formless is not good at all." In another scene, Gu Yang walked over. She said, "Mom." Gu Yang quickly walked down the stairs. She spoke to ask, "What did you want to talk to me about, Mom?" Shui Ling and Gu Tsang below were sitting on the chair. She softly said, "You go slowly, be careful not to fall." Waiting for Gu Yang to come next to her, Shui Ling smiling gave her a card. "You come look at this." Gu Yang carefully looked at the card, blankly asking, "This is." She happily smiled to explain, "The old master of the Tang family recovered healthily and was discharged from the hospital. The Tang family is holding a congratulatory party. This is the invitation." Her eyes suddenly stopped. A thought just flashed through Gu Yang's head as if she had discovered something. "I remember." According to the sparkling gold card, the memories in her mind also appeared. Gu Yang thought to herself, "The male and female leads will bring the filter to meet for the first time at this party." In a scene, Shui Ling fiercely pointed at Gu Tsang, while she was timidly hiding behind her. Thinking of that scene, Gu Yang said to herself, "One Shui Ling criticized Gu Tsang. Didn't bring Gu Tsang along, but unexpectedly Gu Tsang still came there, so she taught Gu Tsang a lesson on the spot." Suddenly, the image of the head of the Tang family appeared and smiled talking to her, causing Shui Ling to grit her teeth in anger. She thought again. The result was the old master Tang appeared to slap her face, regarding Gu Tsang as an honored guest. Another vision appeared. Ize took Gu Tsang's hand to dance. Gu Yang pondered. Finally, Gu Tsang was still invited to dance by the mysterious male lead from the capital, causing the female support to hate, paving the way for the storyline later. After a while of recalling back and forth, she revealed a tired smile, her face also paling somewhat. Gu Yang told herself, "This face-slapping scene is completely aimed at me. For the sake of my little life I should just refuse." As she said it, she immediately turned to, stammeringly opening her mouth to Shui Ling, "Mom, I feel." Not letting Gu Yang finish speaking, she cut in, her tone containing a layer of worry hard to hide. "I heard that this time the Tang family invited the divine doctor who cured old Master Tang. I specially asked people to get an invitation, wanting to ask them to introduce the divine doctor to cure your illness." Hearing that, she also fell into contemplation, confusedly calling softly, "Mom." Gu Yang's eyes shifted towards Gu Tsang who was sitting next to her. She revealed a helpless smile. In her heart couldn't help but think, "I can't say the divine doctor you want to find is right before your eyes, and you're still humiliating her." Gu Yang again suddenly thought, "But this is also Mom's intention. At most I can stop it, I can't go against Mom's heart." Thinking like that, she smiled and said to Shui Ling, Thank you mom, we'll go buy some gifts and accessories together later, I'll pay. Suddenly, she again looked towards Gutsong, her expression not very comfortable, her voice also full of dislike as she spoke. It's still Yang who is sensible. Gutsong, you're always silent and taciturn, not knowing to learn anything, you don't need to go to the party. She indifferently answered one sound. Oh, like a gust of wind, Gu Yang immediately stood in front of Gutsong. She squeezed out a forced smile, firmly saying, of course sister has to participate. Gu Yang put her hand on her chest, extremely resolutely saying her thoughts, her sweat also speckling her cheeks. She is the real rich daughter of the Gu family. If she doesn't participate, I'm even less qualified to participate. Xueling crossed her arms, her expression was still the same. She soothed and spoke, if Yang has said so, it's okay for you to go, just as long as you, not letting Xueling finish speaking. She firmly cut in, no need. Gutsong looked at her phone screen, carelessly saying, I'm not going. She thought to herself, I've refused the Tang family long ago, what am I going to do now? Seeing that indifferent attitude, Xueling went crazy and yelled one sound, you. Gu Yang also revealed a dazed expression. She took Gutsong's hand, her eyes widened, stunned and disbelievingly speaking, sister, you're really not participating in the party? She was flustered and avoided her, stammeringly answering, I don't. Gu Yang hurriedly spoke, but if you don't participate. She made a pitiful expression, tears also rising up, full of sadness and continued, I'll be very lonely alone. Hearing that, Gutsong's cheeks were a bit flushed, she hid her mood, awkwardly saying, your mom will be next to you. Gu Yang immediately refuted, mom will definitely go with the other mistresses. She can't always be beside me, if someone bullies me what should I do? Gutsong again squeezed out a forced smile, finding another reason, your other rich friends will protect you, she tearfully said, full of pity, the people at the party all have bad intentions. I only trust you. After a while of pondering, she put her finger on her chin, somewhat shyly answering, okay then. Receiving the answer as desired, Gu Yang smiled, happily hugging Gutsong and saying, hee, I knew you couldn't bear to let me be bullied. Seeing the scene before her eyes, Xueling breathed a sigh, in her heart unable to hide the thought, although Gutsong has no few bad habits but she treats Yang not bad. She stood up, saying, if you want to go. Xueling turned around, calmly continued, then quickly go buy some clothes and accessories together, don't lose face for the people of the Gu family. Before this suggestion, Gutsong did not reveal any more emotion, she was still indifferent answering one sound, oh, this attitude couldn't help but make her so angry that her face twitched. Xueling turned back, she pointed at Gutsong, rolling her eyes yelling, all day long only knowing oh, do you know how to say something else? She was still calm. Without any expression answering, Gu Yang standing in the middle immediately waved her hands, let's not stand here anymore, let's set off quickly. The war was still not stopping, Xueling went crazy yelling, you really only changed one word, do you have etiquette or not? Gutsong indifferently answered the same. She again angrily said, if it wasn't for Yang here, see how I would teach you. Gu Yang was silent just now, her face pale, cold sweat speckling her cheeks, secretly thinking, why do I feel that the development is no different from in the original? Like this is really no problem? Gu Yang hurriedly took Xueling's arm, smiling like a flower saying, okay mom, let's go to the mall that you like to shop at and buy things. She revealed a helpless expression that she couldn't speak, her mood and thoughts were also melancholy without end, although the words were said by me. Standing between Tuet Lin and Gutsong, Gu Yang was full of embarrassment and confusion secretly thinking, but mom actually brought us to the commercial street with the name Big Sister. She leaned down next to her, softly asking, Yang, what's wrong, don't you like this place? Being too focused on thinking, Gu Yang was a little startled. She immediately smiled, stammeringly saying, no, I just didn't expect mom to bring us to such a luxurious place, I'm a little surprised. Not knowing what she meant, Gutsong standing behind suddenly smiled somewhat mysteriously, she spoke to ask, oh, is it to remember a secret related to this place? The smile on Gutsong's lips became thicker and thicker, she probed and asked, for example, the never-seen owner standing behind this commercial street. Gu Yang revealed an innocent smile, confusedly speaking to refute, you're joking, it's my first time coming here, how would I know these things? Hearing that, Gutsong also crossed her arms and smiled saying, that's right. She put her finger on her chin, her face pale to a pitiful degree, her mouth smiling but tears had risen to the corners of her eyes. Gu Yang thought, why do I feel like I've been seen through by Big Sister, but she didn't continue to pursue it. She turned her eyes to carefully look at Gutsong, self-reassuring, moreover, Big Sister's mood looks pretty good, there probably won't be a problem, recognizing that somewhat strange gaze. She spoke to ask, what are you looking at me for? Gu Yang then revealed a very natural smile, quickly replying, nothing, I just feel that you're really very beautiful when you smile. She turned her back and walked away, on her cheeks unable to hide traces of shyness. Gutsong said, flatterer. She smiled and called after her, hee hee, wait for me sister. I'll choose clothes for you. A female staff member came out, smiling and holding out her hand saying, welcome. After a while, Gu Yang put on a blue off-the-shoulder dress with jade embedded in the middle, looking extremely charming. Tuet Lin and Gutsong were unable to hide their eyes full of praise and satisfaction. She smiled and exclaimed, this one is beautiful, pack it all up. After a while, it was Gutsong's turn to try on a beautiful white dress. Together with accessories and her inherent temperament, she looked very attractive. This time it was her turn to look with adoring eyes. Gu Yang shouted, you're so beautiful sister. Even Tuet Lin crossed her arms, satisfied saying, this one is not bad, buy it too. She again tried on a pink off-the-shoulder dress, with a black stone-studded ribbon, as lovely as a kitten. She held up 2 thumbs, smiling satisfied saying, Yang Yang looks beautiful in everything. Buy this set too. Gutsong also secretly held up a thumb, that was like a guarantee. An affirmation coming from her sister. Gu Yang tiredly sprawled herself on the table. She revealed a bitter smile, in her heart secretly lamenting, trying on clothes for half a day is too tiring, moreover mom is also too excited. Almost buying everything. Again looking towards Tuet Lin and Gutsong who were looking at clothes, Gu Yang's eyes softened somewhat, she thought, although it's a bit tiring. Seeing her and she were trying to stay calm and talk to each other, Gu Yang said to herself, but their mother-daughter relationship has softened no little, that's also considered a good thing. The smile on her face was a bit crooked. Gu Yang leaned over to step closer. She thought again, but their expressions are a bit strange. I'll go take a look. Gu Yang poked her head out behind Tuet Lin, smiling and asking her, what's wrong? Why do you two have this expression? Tuet Lin saw her and turned her head saying, Yang Yang, you came at the right time. You come over here and talk to your sister. She frowned pointing towards Gutsong, in her hand holding a lovely blue dress and complaining, your sister wears nothing but black or white all day long. She's still young but she dresses so dark. I told her to learn from you, wear less cute clothes, your sister refuses no matter what. She closed her eyes slightly, resolutely opposing but her voice revealed a hint of confusion, I won't change. Seeing Gutsong's pouting appearance, Gu Yang not knowing what she meant put her hand over her mouth to hide her sly smile. She thought to herself, oh. Gu Yang held up that blue dress, happily smiling and saying to her, I feel that what mom said is reasonable, you can change up more styles, maybe it would be very suitable. Gutsong again awkwardly intended to refuse, I won't. Not letting her finish speaking, Gu Yang then clasped her hands, her eyes turning bright and sparkling full of anticipation and begged, try it on a bit, I want to see you wearing clothes like me. Gutsong had no choice but to receive the dress. She turned away, resignedly saying, just this once. Gutsong reached out to pull the curtain, in her head lamenting. It's really not something I would do. She breathed out a heavy sigh and pondered, but for the sake of the child trying so hard. Holding that dress in her hand, Gutsong revealed a happy and satisfied smile when thinking that, today Tuet Lin also contributed a lot of revenue to me. She used her slender fingers to fiddle with the dress, in her heart secretly thinking, I wouldn't mind wearing a bit against my will. After changing her clothes, Gutsong stepped out, on her lips revealing a helpless smile. She said to herself, as expected it's still not suitable. Gutsong's heel slightly swiveled, unable to restrain the thought, quickly go change it out. Gu Yang in the back enthusiastically called out, sister, why didn't you call me after you finished changing, are you shy? Hearing that, her cheeks unconsciously flushed. Gutsong turned back, awkwardly speaking, I. Before she could finish speaking, behind them appeared 2 heads, one brown one black that were peeking. Noticing it, she softly turned back, Just seeing those 2 people, Gutsong had already tightly pursed her lips, her face hot from embarrassment thinking, why are those 2 here? It turned out that the brown-haired boy was Tu Yi, the other person was Ji Linbai. Gu Yang lightly glanced over at Gutsong, seeing her dark expression, her face immediately paled, the smile also distorted. Gu Yang thought, big sister always maintains a cold image in front of her subordinates, she's very resistant to wearing this style. Now not only has she been persuaded to wear it against her will, but also let her subordinates see it. Haven't I finished my life now? Gutsong didn't say a word, she was just angrily in secret, looking at the 2 people whispering softly, I didn't expect us to come to inspect in place of boss and even be able to see this scene. Keep it down, if boss finds out we saw boss wearing like this, we will be silenced. Seeing Gutsong approaching, Tu Yi jumped in fright, flusteredly saying to Linbai who was also scared no less, it seems that we've been discovered, run quickly. Over here, Gu Yang again feigned, secretly creeping away elsewhere, sister, there seems to be strange people over there, I'll go take a look. Gutsong of course didn't let her escape. Angrily yelling, wait. She revealed a very gentle smile, but the words and attitude were not the same. Let's talk. Just hearing those words, Gu-young stiffened, the smile on her lips also froze accordingly, in her head only ringing the words, "It's over." Suddenly, Gu-young looked towards Tuyi and Linbai, her eyes shining brightly as if she had just come up with an idea. That look made the two of them break out in a sweat. She thought to herself, no matter what I have to pull the two of them to be my backing. Thinking that way, Gu-young immediately acted weak, rushing into Gu-sung's arms, calling two sounds, "Sister," causing her to not be able to react in time. She squinted and pointed towards the two people hiding over there, loudly saying, "Those two people are peeking at the door, they definitely took a liking to your outfit. Why not call them in to try it on?" Gu-young urgently held onto her shoulder, her face full of pity and innocence, as if just wanting to say, "Please spare me." Seeing this appearance, Gu-sung suddenly revealed a gentle smile, her eyes also softened somewhat and thought to herself, "Forget it, I'll spare her this time." The smile on her lips became even more treacherous, loudly calling, "Didn't you hear what my sister just said? You still haven't come in to try it on?" Suddenly, from behind, someone's hand quietly pressed a black outfit on Gu-sung's back. That was Tuet Lin. She crossed her arms, lifting her face and speaking with a seemingly uncomfortable tone but containing care, "Take it off if you don't like it. Don't keep a gloomy face, it's hard to please, go try this one." Seeing the scene before her eyes, Gu-young couldn't help but reveal a perfect smile, she happily thought, although they are not accustomed to expressing and receiving each other's care. But finally there is progress. Gu-young stretched out her hands full of relief, in her heart also happy without end. It seems that tonight's party probably won't have any problems anymore. Time passed, under the glamorous golden light, it was not difficult to recognize that this was the Tang family's party. From behind, a young girl waved her hand calling her, "Young." She pouted expressing dissatisfaction. Why is that country bumpkin also here? That young girl was Zhu Di, the vicious female support. Zhu Di again spoke, her tone full of anger asking, "Did she bully you?" Gu-young saw that and confusedly smiled, in her heart thinking, "I shouldn't set up a flag in my heart." Those thoughts according to her memories again came. How could I forget the original owner's friends also came, and also crazily pulled hate together to be slapped in the face. Zhu Di fiercely said loudly, "You wait, we'll teach her a lesson later, help you take revenge." Seeing Gu-sung standing behind, Gu-young was secretly sweating bullets. She hugged her head, her expression also becoming full of awkwardness, rolling her eyes complaining secretly, "Can't you see big sister is standing behind, don't drag me to die together." Gu-young quickly made her decision, "No, I have to quickly stop her, otherwise the two of us will be miserable," she called out, "Zhu Di." Gu-yang's expression was hurried, very seriously affirming, "She treats me very well, she definitely doesn't bully me." She took Zhu Di's shoulders, starting to hypnotize, her eyes according to Gu-yang's words lost self-control, empty and weak. "Sister is very important to me, don't misunderstand her. Also don't bully her, do you remember?" Zhu Di's pupils spun around, like a doll revealing a mechanical smile replying, Seeing that, she lightly relieved and thought secretly, like that it's probably okay. Gu-young closely followed behind her, in her heart saying to herself, "To be sure, I should follow her." Izei's friend was standing not far away. Seeing that scene, he said excitedly, "Young Master Xiao, look, that girl who saved people last time is also here." That friend nudged Izei's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Are we really not going to woo her?" Izei breathed out a sigh, seriously replying, "Snap out of it, don't just stare at people." He turned his back and walked away, closing his eyes slightly and speaking, "Her hypnosis ability is indeed not simple, but don't forget what we came for this time." That friend dejectedly closed his eyes, reluctantly replying, I know, I will pay attention to the VIP area." That young man affirmed, "This time we must find the divine doctor." Immediately afterwards, Gu-sung also appeared together with her glamorous beauty. Suddenly, a hand reached out, stopping her footsteps, a voice rang out, "Stop." A young girl with short hair appeared, that was Tina. She held out her hand, revealing a sinister smile full of intention. "This is the VIP area, the people sitting here are all VIPs that my grandfather invited." Tina in front of everyone, loudly shouted, "What kind of country bumpkin are you from who doesn't understand the rules?" Seeing that scene, Zhu Di frowned, softly asking Gu-young, "Is something wrong with Duong Tina and your sister?" She fiddled with her chin, lingering on the thoughts, the young lady of the Duong family, if she takes the stage it seems that the scene of slapping my face has already passed. Thinking that way, Gu-young smiled full of joy, she spoke to reassure, "It's okay, my sister can handle it, let's not join in the fun." Gu-sung softly swept her eyes towards the pillar where Gu-young and Zhu Di were hiding, seeing those sparkling expectant eyes, she thought to herself, "The child is looking." Gu-sung said to herself, "I originally didn't want to flaunt, but if the child feels interested like that," she held out the sparkling gold card, calmly speaking, I was invited by your grandfather, the invitation is here. Suddenly, Tina's expression slightly changed. Gutsong crossed her arms, her mouth smiling but her words had no trace of a smile. So this is how the Duong family treats VIPs, she thought again, don't let the child be disappointed. Tina immediately angrily, unable to believe it and yelled, how could someone like you have an invitation? Behind her, the soft voices belittling had rang out everywhere. So she really is a VIP that old Master Duong invited. The young lady of the Duong family is really making trouble unreasonably. Uneducated. Seeming to feel ashamed, she angrily shouted, who doesn't know your family can even mistake their rich daughters, letting a fake cuckoo occupy the nest for so many years like that. Your family's rich daughter is still fake, what are you relying on to prove that the invitation is real? Gutsong's expression immediately darkened, she used a gloomy voice to speak, what did you say my sister is? Tina without any hesitation loudly shouted, she's originally a fake, did I say anything wrong? She revealed a pleased smile, speaking sarcastically to Gutsong, you're even angry for her, country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin, not able to clearly distinguish. Her black heels softly stepped over, in her words still calm strangely, based on your way of speaking. Gutsong smiled politely, calmly speaking, you are indeed a good dog of the Duong family. Tina hearing that immediately stammered yelling, you, what do you mean? She snatched the jade necklace on Tina's neck, speaking to ask, you also don't understand that with just this, startled, she cried out one sound, ah. Gutsong frowned, her expression despising to the extreme, I said, you are a dog in the house barking randomly, thinking yourself noble. She frowned, full of disgust saying, barking randomly at people who shouldn't be barked at, someone has to teach you to shut your mouth. Tina waved her hand, on her face was already speckling cold sweat but she still tried to yell, how dare you, this is my house, you are impersonating a VIP and still dare to treat me like this. She put her hand on her chest, speaking with pride, firmly affirming, I see you know your status in your house is not as good as Gu Yang so you are like this. I'm different from you, the whole Duong family stands on my side. Gutsong was about to continue questioning, she, not letting her finish speaking, an authoritative voice rang out, the figure of a woman stepped over, enough. That was Tuet Lin, she stood in front of Gutsong, using a voice full of determination and certainty and said loudly, Gutsong and Gu Yang are both my children. Whether they are real or fake is not up to a junior like you to say here. Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart, although I have never craved the care and love of my parents, but she was able to stand out to protect me. Gutsong again thought to herself, I know she doesn't like me, the changes now are all because of, cutting off that train of thought, a slender hand linked arms with her. Gu Yang stood close to Gutsong, smiling full of confidence and speaking, that's right, directly dividing and alienating our family, is this the family education of the Duong family? Gutsong suddenly revealed a warm smile, her eyes carrying some softness, she secretly thought, actually I don't care about these sarcastic words, but the child is caring for me instead. Tina again said loudly, but the smile on her lips couldn't hide her confusion, I'm not arguing with you anymore, I'm calling my grandfather to drive you out. Gu Yang propped her hip, her style extremely leisurely, confidently answering, okay, just right to let old Duong see, whether my sister is a VIP that he personally invited. She smiled full of momentum, her voice ringing out sharply, slandering my sister, also dividing the relationship of my family, it should be for old Duong to teach you a lesson. Coincidentally, this scene had all fallen into the eyes of one person. Izei's friend excitedly said to him, young Master Shao, that younger sister stood out to speak for Gutsong. That friend propped his chin, rambling and thinking to himself, shouldn't the real and fake rich daughters be at odds? Izei only carelessly answered shortly. You watch less movies, it affects your intelligence. That friend still didn't give up, carefully looking and speaking hesitantly, both of these sisters are beautiful, who should I follow to pursue? Hearing this, Izei's eyes became colder, firmly asking back, you want to pursue? He concluded, wait until the next life. That friend heard that and was injured without end. Izei seriously spoke, his gaze was towards Gutsong, speaking the main topic, she is probably the person we are looking for. Seeing old master, the head of the Duong family step over, Izei spoke, look, old master Duong has come, we'll soon be able to confirm. As soon as Tina saw him she spoke to tell her story, grandfather, you quickly look at Gutsong, she is impersonating a VIP and still bullying me, old Duong loudly yelled. You quickly shut your mouth. She was momentarily silenced, unable to say a word. Old Duong again loudly yelled, Miss Gu is a VIP that I personally invited, is this how you treat guests? Someone, take the young mistress back to her room to contemplate. Tina fell into a state of fear, trying to struggle and yell, wait, I don't know, I was wrong, please forgive me. Old Duong quickly spoke gently to clarify, sorry Miss Gu, it's because I didn't teach my granddaughter well, to let her offend you, how do you want to handle it, we will accept it. The old man smiled gently, hoping she could forgive him. All around, people were also buzzing discussing, so Gutsong really is a VIP of the Duong family, what is her identity? Gutsong frowned, calmly spoke, it depends on what my younger sister says. Other people again softly spoke, what are the two rich daughters of the Gu family? She used a firm voice to speak, if the Duong family even can't handle a small matter like this, I don't plan to stay either. Gutsong's eyes slightly lowered, she coldly asked, do you understand my meaning? Old Duong's expression slightly paused, thinking to himself, younger sister, it seems that Director G mentioned to me before. A piece of memory ran past, Lin Bai spoke, when the divine doctor was born she was taken to the wrong place, her background is tragic. He continued, his eyes very serious, after returning to the Gu family she was also framed by her green tea sister, you pay attention don't offend her because of it. Old Duong covered his mouth and coughed softly, concluding an idea. It seems that the meaning of the little divine doctor is probably to tell me to have her or she teach her younger sister. Thinking that way, old Duong loudly said, the party of the Duong family doesn't have the reasoning to make VIPs leave. The old man pointed at Gu Yang and then continued, isn't she also Gu Yang wanting to fantasize about replacing Miss Gutsong? Seeing herself being called, she started, huh? Gu Yang pointed at herself, her face pale and her forced smile as if frozen. She asked herself, why did it involve me? I was destined to not be able to avoid this scene of being slapped in the face. Gutsong seeing that wanted to fume with anger and thought, what kind of understanding is old Duong making? Gutsong frowned, her expression full of worry, secretly guessing, Ji Linbai must have said something to him. Not being able to let others misunderstand her, thinking that she then brought Gu Yang to where old Duong was standing, calling, Duong. As soon as he saw them, he excitedly stepped over. Before Gutsong could open her mouth he hurriedly tightly grasped Gu Yang's hands, emotionally exclaiming, benefactor. Old Duong's eyes were bright, benefactor, I didn't expect to be able to meet you here today. Gu Yang slightly stunned, awkwardly asking back, me? Her expression slightly paled, secretly thinking, the original story didn't say old Master Duong was mentally ill. Just then, a person stepped over from behind, bowed and said to him, Master, she's the Gu Yang that you just said you wanted to drive out. Old Duong didn't care at all. On the contrary, happily answering, right, she is the benefactor who gave me emergency resuscitation on the side of the road before. Gu Yang immediately remembered, exclaiming, so it was you. She smiled kindly, politely saying, it seems you've recovered, congratulations, old Duong replied, his voice full of gratitude, yes, luckily there was you, I was able to reclaim a life. Saying that, he looked at her with a curious look, asking, still haven't asked, benefactor, which family are you the rich daughter of? From behind, Gutsong slowly spoke, she. Her face was cold, her attitude was very decisive, she is my younger sister, you just said you wanted to drive Gu Yang out. The words had just fallen, old Duong was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, what, she is Gu Yang, so the two of you. Gutsong pulled her towards her, her voice stern, I'll only say it once. She tightly hugged Gu Yang in her arms, angrily saying loudly, I don't know what you heard from or what you misunderstood, whatever happens, Gu Yang is my younger sister. Insulting her is insulting me. Gutsong's face was full of killing intent, each word bursting out carrying extremely heavy pressure. This time you should understand my meaning, right? Old Duong hearing that, was sweating, his expression full of remorse, sorry Miss Gu Yang, it's because I misunderstood, it was rude to the benefactor, in the future whatever requests you have. Just say it, I hope you can forgive me. Gu Yang waved her hand, calmly answering, it's okay, after all old Duong doesn't know the beginning and end of the story. Speaking up to here, she paused a bit, her voice slowed down, however. Her eyes became serious, her words clear and decisive, I hope the Duong family can express an attitude towards my sister on behalf of the Duong family's rich daughter. He without any hesitation, immediately agreed, no problem, sooner or later I will bring my granddaughter to the door to apologize. Hearing that, Gutsong couldn't help but feel touched. From afar, Tuet Lin witnessed that scene, in her heart was secretly satisfied, it seems that they have resolved the problem. She softly smiled, quietly thinking, they can think for each other like that, should I also let go of my prejudice towards Gutsong now? Gu Yang happily leaned over to look at Gutsong, smiling and saying, it's great sister. She gently replied, Glancing around, she caught sight of Ise standing nearby. A feeling of unease suddenly surged in her heart, although she had resolved the face-slapping incident. The male lead spotlight in the story had been stolen by her. Gu Yang tried to reassure herself, he probably won't mind, right? Just then, Ise stepped over. He approached the two of them. Gutsong immediately walked towards Ise, but didn't forget to turn back and instruct Gu Yang, you stay here, I have something to handle. She obediently replied, yes. Gu Yang watched the two of them, thinking to herself, she's going to find the male lead. Thinking that way, she secretly rejoiced. It seems that although it was affected by the face-slapping incident, the love line hasn't disappeared. On Gutsong's side, Ise smiled and spoke, "Hello Miss Gu, divine doctor." She didn't beat around the bush, directly replying, "Skip the formalities, say what you want to say." He raised his wine glass, slowly saying, "We're making a transaction." Gutsong replied succinctly, "You say." Ise's eyes stopped on the wine glass. He continued, "The patient is a person in a vegetative state who has been in a coma for 10 years. She immediately replied, "The route is located in the southern zone M continent." The corner of his lips curved up, "You know quite a lot, deal." Gutsong was slightly surprised, asking back, agreeing so quickly, "Young Master Shao has any conditions then just say them." Ise calmly replied, "It's not considered a condition." Saying that, he took out his phone. Ise's face suddenly lit up, the smile still maintaining on his lips. "I want to ask for Miss Gu's contact information." Seeing her silence, he then asked again, "Is it okay?" Gutsong immediately flared up, "You actually want this?" Ise didn't understand her words, still smiling looking at Gutsong. "What does Miss Gu mean?" She gritted her teeth, "I warn you. Don't target my younger sister." Hearing that, he slightly stunned, exclaiming, "Ah." Immediately afterwards, Ise chuckled. A bit of embarrassment appeared in the corners of his eyes. He bowed his head, pretending to be sorry. "It was my negligence, give me another chance." Ise looked up, looking straight at Gutsong, his voice clearer than last time. "Miss Gutsong, what I want is your contact information, may I?" Hearing that, she slightly paused, unable to hide her surprise. Gutsong's face flushed red, coughing softly to hide her confusion. Although her appearance was still calm, in her heart she was extremely troubled. "It's because he didn't say clearly, no wonder I misunderstood." Gutsong, like a well-behaved cat, stretched out her phone, handing it to Ise. "Here." He received it with a radiant face, then, "Thank you Miss Gu." Gu Yang standing nearby was overjoyed. Just met, and big sister gave her contact information. It seems that they're developing very smoothly. The other people were also paying attention to them. Probably someone will come to push the plot later. Thinking that, she glanced around, looking towards the crowd that was buzzing discussing the VIP that old Master Duong invited. What's so special about her? That's right, why even the one from the capital is interested in her. Gu Yang's eyes stopped on a girl standing nearby. In her heart she secretly rejoiced, found her. She was probably the cannon fodder Su Tuan who was about to be slapped in the face. Tuan gritted her teeth, glaring at the two people who were chatting together, in her heart like fire burning. That country bumpkin really knows how to seduce people. That Shao is actively caring for her. Behind her, Gutsong crossed her arms, looking at her younger sister curiously. Her voice rang out, "What are you looking at so seriously?" Gu Yang turned her head back, smiling and said, "Nothing, it's just that I was thinking about when you will be able to come back to me." She chuckled, teasing, "Your mouth is so smooth." Tuan smiled full of calculation, while smoothing her hair, and stepped closer to Gutsong, calling, "Miss Gutsong." Gutsong raised her eyebrows looking at her, coldly asking, "You know me?" Tuan loudly, her voice full of sarcasm, "You have the basis to joke. You just returned from the countryside, of course you've never met me." Gutsong didn't bother to care, turning to leave, indifferently saying, "Then we don't need to meet in the future either." Seeing her cold attitude, Tuan immediately flared up, calling after her, "You." She forced a smile, correcting herself, trying to suppress her anger. "You must have misunderstood me, I didn't come to target you," she said in a fake manner. "You just returned to the high society. Gu Yang also didn't pull you to get acquainted with people in the industry, so now I'm calling the two of you." Gu Yang immediately refuted, "You feel that I want you to be my sister? I just feel that we should prioritize resolving everyone's misunderstanding of my sister first." She squinted her eyes, staring at the other party, questioning, "Could it be that you hope that my sister doesn't have a first impression of being a scammer when getting to know everyone?" That sentence like a slap made Tuan face change on the spot. Even so, but she still pretended to be okay, forcing a smile to continue, "How could it be? I was just seeing that the two of you are both free now, so I came." Her mouth soft, but in her heart she cursed, "You two bitches, see how I'll teach you a lesson." Tuan smiled kindly, quickly changing the topic, "Everyone knows Gu Yang is a piano prodigy, surely Miss Gutsong is also no less. Why don't you two compete and show your skills?" Also considered to cheer everyone up. The suggestion had just rang out, both of their faces became ugly. Gu Yang thought to herself, "She clearly wants to create discord and alienate us. I have to think of a way to reject her." She just opened her mouth, when she was interrupted by Gutsong. "Alright." She smiled gently, looking at Gu Yang, saying, "My younger sister is the best at playing the piano, no one can compare to her." "Me too." She was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "Sister." Tuan forced a smile, speaking, "If you feel that you're not as good as Gu Yang, then do you dare to compete with me, saying that but in her heart she was secretly annoyed. Why don't these two eat salt, today no matter what I have to swallow her aura. Gutsong stretched out her hand to support Gu Yang's hand. She softly took her younger sister's hand, smiling and saying to Twin Nin, "Oh, so you dare to compete with my younger sister?" Gu Yang agreed, her eyes bright, fighting for sister, "I'm very willing." Twin Nin angrily muttered, Why are you always helping Gutsong?" Gu Yang hugged her sister's arm, calmly answering, "What you said is really strange. If I don't help my sister, could it be I should help you, so what kind of competition do you want?" Twin Nin choked, immediately turned around and left, but still not forgetting to say back, "Humph, not knowing good from bad, who wants to compete with you?" Gu Yang squinted her eyes, sticking her tongue out teasing, "Coward." She turned to Gutsong, softly saying, "Sister, don't believe what she just said, I'll introduce my friends to you later." Gu Yang glanced at her group of friends, continuing, "They definitely won't treat you like that." Finishing speaking, she raised her hand up high, calling loudly, "Zhu Di over here." Zhu Di immediately stepped over quickly together with Min Tu, their faces radiant. Yang, I brought you on Min Tu." He embarrassedly raised his hand to scratch his neck, softly, Yang, long time no see." Gu Yang looked at him, in her heart faintly appearing a name, Fo Min Tu. She raised her hand to stroke her chin considering, a childhood sweetheart who secretly loves the original owner. Thinking up to here, Gu Yang then happily chatted with Min Tu, Gutsong standing on the side seeing that scene, in her heart unconsciously feeling a bit uncomfortable. Gu Yang secretly sighed, "There are so many people missing my younger sister. I remember the original owner used Fo Min Tu's infatuation, to get him to do no few bad things for her. But I don't have this intention." Feelings that can't be reciprocated should still be cut off quickly, Gu Yang was focused on thinking when Zhu Di leaned close and whispered in her ear, "On Min Tu heard you were broken up by Teet Trake from today and hurriedly ran to find you, you have to grasp the opportunity." After speaking, Zhu Di then raised her voice as if deliberately for Min Tu to hear, Yang, are you still sad about Teet Trake?" Gu Yang immediately fell into a difficult situation, at an impasse. "That's right, I have to grasp this opportunity to clarify." She then regained her bright smile, gently answering, "No, after all he isn't the model I like. I like people who are younger than me by a bit, a type that's both obedient and listens to me." The sentence had just fallen, both Gutsong and Min Tu were as if struck by lightning on the spot. Gu Yang looked at her sister's reaction, in her heart was inevitably surprised. Fo Min Tu is one thing, but why does big sister also have this expression? Meanwhile, Gutsong was involuntarily associating with Fong Ke. She secretly thought, isn't the type of person that she likes similar to the appearance of that fake? She was about to ask again to make it clear, "Are you sure you don't like?" Before she could finish her sentence, Min Tu hurriedly interrupted, anxiously calling, Yang. His face was full of awkwardness, "You only like this puppy type?" She was still poker-faced and replied, "What's wrong with that?" Min Tu paused, then whispered, "Nothing, I thought a cute girl like you would like a more trustworthy older type, for example." Speaking up to here, he suddenly stopped, but in Min Tu's heart he had secretly added the word, "me." Standing nearby, Gutsong squinted her eyes looking at this scene, angrily thinking, I should always resolve the troubles before my eyes first. She stepped over, her tone haughty, "Didn't you hear what my younger sister just said?" Gutsong frowned, her eyes coldly looking at Min Tu. "The type of person that she likes is completely different from you. As far as I know, you are 3 years older than my younger sister, so you've been eliminated." He angrily spoke loudly, "I don't know what you mean by saying these words." Min Tu gritted his teeth, full of discomfort, "This is our business, what does it have to do with you?" At that moment, Gutsong suddenly pulled Gu Yang towards her, hugging her in her arms. Her face shone with triumph, "I am her older sister, her family, different from you." Min Tu also refused to be outdone, refuting, Clearly you're the one who made her be broken up by the Teet family, you're even shameless enough to say these things here." Those words made Gu Yang jump in fright, in her heart secretly lamenting, "What he said is not wrong, but I completely don't mind being broken up. I haven't easily managed to escape the scene of being slapped in the face at the party, don't point the spear at me again." Gutsong's face darkened, stammering, "You." Gu Yang immediately stepped up to shield her sister, sternly blaming, "How can you say that? I already said I don't care about being broken up by the Teet family, why are you still talking about it?" Hearing that, Min Tu was slightly panicked, calling softly, Yang. She angrily turned around and ran away, loudly, "I temporarily don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm going first." He anxiously ran after her, his voice urgent, Yang, I was wrong." Gutsong softly smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly Ize reached his hand out towards her. Gutsong looked at him, her voice cold, "What do you mean?" Ize smiled gently, "I finally saw Miss Gu smile, I couldn't help but want to send an invitation. I wonder if I have the honor to dance with you." She put her hand in Ise's hand, indifferently saying, maybe, but if you can't keep up with me, I won't wait for you. He solemnly replied, rest assured, I will try my best to catch up with you. Guyang standing nearby, looking at the two of them dancing, in her heart secretly relieved, they started dancing. I finally passed this scene safely. She excitedly thought, today I brought their mother-daughter relationship closer. The love relationship between the male and female leads is also progressing smoothly. I also avoided the scene of being slapped in the face, the effort wasn't in vain. Just then, Min Tu hurriedly ran over, his expression worried, Yang, I was just worried that they wouldn't treat you well. I didn't have that kind of intention, can you forgive me? Guyang smiled comfortably, forgive you right away, it's okay, the relationship between me and my sister is very good, you don't treat her like that in the future. I'm not angry, Min Tu as if a load was taken off his shoulders, lightly said, luckily you're not angry. His eyes gently looked at her, anyway after tonight, we'll be hard to see each other, school is about to start, you should prepare for the first term exams, I'm also not convenient to disturb you. Guyang as if struck by lightning, bewilderedly thinking, there's also the first term exams, how could I forget about this? Before I transmigrated to go to work for many years, the original owner's image was a good student. She dejectedly said to herself, haven't I finished my life? In another development, in Guyang's room. Fong Kai gently pushed the door open and stepped in. His eyes suddenly paused slightly. Before Fong Kai's eyes was a scene of Guyang sitting by the window studying, the sunlight shining on her face, making the scene unusually gentle and still. Guyang was absorbed in studying, completely unaware that someone had just stepped in. She carefully looked at the notebook, in her heart determined, luckily the difficulty of the questions is not too high, learning intensively is still enough. Suddenly, Fong Kai came closer, gently putting his hand on Guyang's head. She looked up at him, surprised asking, Kay, why did you come here? Fong Kai looked at her with eyes full of concern, his voice no less gentle, seeing that you have a sullen face, I'm a little worried, if there's anything why not tell me? I'll think of a way to help you. Hearing that, Guyang awkwardly hurried to avoid it, nothing, I just don't want school to start, don't think too much. In her heart she secretly said, the original owner's image is a good student, I can't say it's because I'm afraid of the first term exams. He suddenly lowered his eyes, softly saying with a voice as if blaming himself, it seems that I'm useless, unable to help you, and still have to make you turn around to comfort me. Guyang became even more awkward, hurriedly explaining, I'm not hiding anything from you, it's really just because school is about to start, I still haven't finished my homework. You also know, this summer vacation I was both filming a show and preparing for the Duong family's party, so I didn't do my homework. Fong Kai hearing it softly smiled as if a knot in his heart was untied, so that's it seems I thought too much. He tilted his head, his eyes lighting up as if he had thought of something, then how about you study together with me? Hearing that, Guyang was slightly startled. Seeing her flash of surprise, Fong Kai again appeared pitiful, his voice sad, is your reaction to not want to? He acted spoiled, I guarantee I won't delay your studies, also won't affect you, okay? Guyang's face flushed red turning towards another direction, her heart troubled. Why does he know how to act spoiled, like this who can bear it? Finally she had to nod, then okay, I agree with you, Fong Kai was delighted, thank you. He was so excited that he unconsciously grasped Guyang's hand, then let's quickly start studying. She immediately blushed, Fong Kai realized it and hurriedly let go of her hand, awkwardly apologizing, sorry, I didn't mean to, it's just that I was momentarily excited so I. Guyang hurriedly waved her hand, trying to maintain her composure, it's okay, it's just holding hands. But in reality, her heart was panicking without end, help me, why is the walking blood bank so cute? Just then, Guyang's phone rang. She hurriedly picked up the phone, while quickly stepping towards another place not forgetting to turn back and instruct, you go answer the messages, I'll be back soon. He obediently replied, yes, you go slowly. Guyang left, in her heart secretly sighing, it's good to sneak out and calm down, with this atmosphere, how can I study anything? Fong Kai softly smiled. Thinking that the person who entered was Guyang, he was a little surprised asking, why did you come back so quickly? But when he clearly saw it was Gu Tsang, the smile on his lips immediately faded, his voice also carried a hint of discomfort, why is it you, were you eavesdropping? She crossed her arms, her face full of triumph, aren't you pretending anymore? He curved his lips, the smile carrying a bit of provocation, you're jealous that I can cling to her without restraint. Gu Tsang stepped over, gritting her teeth, I'm jealous of you? She stopped in front of Fong Kai, looking at him with sharp eyes, no matter what, she will always be the younger sister who loves me. Unlike you, needing to use this kind of shameless means to be able to be beside her, Fong Kai refused to be outdone, squinting and retorting, just being able to make her be beside me more. Being a bit shameless is also okay. Moreover, Do you really think that no matter what she has no qualms with you? Gutsong frowned, her voice full of vigilance. What do you mean? Feng Kei's voice became even colder, carrying sarcasm. The fact that the rich daughter is fake is true. Maybe she doesn't care. Wait until the Teet family reveals the story of the broken engagement. Her future will be affected because of you. Will she still treat you like she does now? I can use this opportunity to take another step with her, but you can only get further and further away from her. He paused a bit, then curved his lips and continued, she will realize it soon, only I will not be affected by external factors, no matter what I will not hurt her. On Gu Yang's side, she was carefully looking at the phone screen. On it appeared a message, Gu Yang, I want to marry your sister, from someone with a name. Teet Trake. Gu Yang unconsciously repeated that name, Teet Trake. She frowned thinking, who is that? Then she suddenly remembered something. Gu Yang thought to herself, the one with the last name Teet, could he be the original body's former fiancé that Zhu Di told me about before? He seems to just be a male support of the support. The marriage alliance is just to annex the Gu family. His level is too low and even the scene of being slapped in the face was omitted. He contacted me, he probably has a not simple purpose. Listen to what he says in the voice message first. Thinking that, she pressed on the 50-second long recording. Teet Trake's voice rang out, low but clear, Gu Yang, although we are childhood sweethearts, I don't want to marry Gutsong. At the same time, Gu Yang's eyes suddenly shone when seeing Gutsong standing nearby. She happily ran over, calling loudly, sister, why are you here? The recording was still continuing to ring out, but Gutsong is the real rich daughter of the Gu family. The marriage alliance between the two families is very important. Suddenly the voice in Teet Trake's recording rang out, transmitted straight into Gutsong's ears. Even if we love each other, I can only break up with you to marry your sister. Gu Yang's face immediately turned ashen. She panicked taking the phone, quickly turning off the recording, in her heart unable to help but scream, what's wrong with this male support of the support? Sending such a long voice message just to say words that hurt me? Gu Yang turned to glance at Gutsong's reaction. Just seeing her sister's expression, in her heart she couldn't help but panic. Big sister's expression is so gloomy. Big sister won't suspect that I still like him, that I was just acting good to her before, right? Not being able to let the misunderstanding drag on, Gu Yang hurriedly spoke, her voice full of urgency, sister, don't misunderstand, I don't love him. Gutsong stared at her, loudly asking, who is it? Who sent you this voice message? She was a little guilty, timidly answering softly, it's Teet Trake, that person who broke up with me before. Hearing Gu Yang say that, Gutsong's face immediately darkened, her voice full of anger, it really is him, Gu Yang worriedly thought, it's over, big sister is really angry at me. I have to think of a way. Gutsong turned to leave, decisively saying, I have something to do, I'm going first. In her heart she couldn't help but curse, the Teet family is really tired of living. I have to teach them a lesson. Seeing her about to leave, Gu Yang frantically thought, no, I can't let her leave with this misunderstanding of me. Gutsong was still coldly saying, you wait here. Before she could finish her sentence, she hurriedly stopped her, wait. She rushed over hugging her tightly, loudly, sister, don't go. She held onto Gutsong's shoulder, earnestly explaining, I don't like that Teet Trake at all, I also don't know why he sent that voice message to me. Gu Yang lifted her sparkling eyes to look at her, her voice sincere, the person I care about most right now is you. Don't alienate me because of an unimportant person. Hearing that, her eyes softened, she looked at her younger sister with a loving gaze, secretly thinking, does the child think I want to alienate her, although it feels good to be cared for? But forget it, I won't make things difficult for her. Gutsong gently rubbed Gu Yang's head, reassuring, I'm not alienating you. Hearing that, she was still not at ease, looking up and asking again, really not? Before leaving, she instructed, really, in short you don't need to think about these things anymore, I'm going first. She happily obeyed, okay, goodbye sister. Don't work too hard. While the two people were talking, Feng Kei was standing in a corner secretly eavesdropping. Gutsong walked past him as she left. She spoke up, full of triumph, you heard it right? It doesn't matter if you hear or not, you just need to know my position in her heart is enough. Seeing Gutsong about to leave, Feng Kei called out, sister, but she immediately cut him off, however I have to thank you for reminding me. That Teet family really can't be kept, Gutsong angrily thought, they even dared to send a voice message like that to her, they really don't know good from bad. Feng Kei softly asked, what do you plan to do? She indifferently replied, without looking at him, it's none of your business. Feng Kei watched Gutsong's departing back, secretly thinking, it seems she plans to personally take action to destroy the Teet family. I won't let you get your wish, the one who can resolve her worries can only be me. He took out his phone, opened a professional hacking software, even if she doesn't know that the one helping her is me it's okay. The next day, a hot news article appeared on news websites. The headquarters of the Teat marketing group in Jinqing was attacked by a hacker, revealing a tax evasion of over 1 billion. The stock price of the group is constantly declining. Comments with everyone are very lively. This is probably heaven punishing the wicked. Capitalists only want to suck blood. The Teat family deserves it. Is this a special symbol of a top hacker? The Teat group must have offended someone. It's okay. The teardrop symbol rimmed in gold is only used by Quest. I remember the Teat family just broke up with the fake rich daughter of the Gu family. Is Quest venting his anger for her? Gu Yang stared blankly at the phone screen. Just one day, and the Teat family has failed? She frowned, her eyes carefully glued to the article. Moreover, this Quest. She turned her head to look at her parents. The two were smiling full of joy when reading the news. It really serves them right for the Teat family to bully our Yang. Provoking a hacker is retribution. Gu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Although it's a bit of schadenfreude, the current ending of the Teat family is indeed pleasing. But then, a big question still lingered in her head. However, who exactly is this Quest? I have to find Tuiyi to confirm. She immediately texted Tuiyi. Only Quest uses the teardrop symbol rimmed in gold? He immediately replied, yes, each hacker has their own representative symbol. If anyone impersonates them, they will be retaliated by the owner. A level like Quest's is fundamentally not someone anyone dares to provoke. Gu Yang was stunned. It seems that it really was Quest who took action. But why would he do that? It can't really be for me, right? I remember neither me nor the original owner have ever known him. Not knowing since when, Gutsong had stood behind, unexpectedly speaking. Are you thinking about Quest? Gu Yang turned her head back, slightly startled, then replied, yes, I'm a bit curious why he took action. She smiled gently, her voice softly comforting. It's probably that the Teat family offended someone, so they invited Quest to take action. You don't need to think too much. Gu Yang, like a well-behaved rabbit, nodded. Okay, she secretly thought. What she said is also right. This matter may just be a coincidence. She smiling sincerely said, thank you for caring about me. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening rang out, breaking the happy atmosphere of the two people. Gutsong was about to loudly ask, who, before she could finish speaking. A happy male voice rang out from outside the door, sister. Gubai stepped in, his voice excited, I'm back. Do you miss me? The words hadn't even finished when his eyes swept towards Gutsong. The smile immediately disappeared, his face darkened. Why are you also here? Gu Yang forced a smile, but in her heart couldn't help but wonder, looking at the way he's dressed as Gu by the original owner's gamer brother, why did he suddenly come back? Gu Yang smiling and said, Gubai, why didn't you say anything and suddenly come back? Gubai didn't care about the embarrassment on her face, carrying a bag of things handed it over. He said, wasn't it to give you a surprise? I even prepared a gift for you. Gubai's face was proud, showing off his achievements. I specially used my esports level hand speed to compete to buy it, the newest model of the brand you like the most. Gu Yang looked at the bag containing the things, her voice full of joy. Thank you, Xiaobai. Suddenly, Tuet Lin suddenly appeared behind Gubai, frowning seriously and speaking, causing him to jump. You don't easily come home once, and you only bring gifts for Yang? Gubai hurriedly glossed over. How could I? In his heart secretly praising, scared me to death. Luckily I had prepared in advance. He confidently introduced, the lipstick color was what I and the brothers in the dormitory chose all night. Tuet Lin was touched. She looked at the gift box. Praising, it will definitely suit Mom's temperament. It seems that this time you really put your heart into it. Afterward, Gubai turned to Zhao Ming again, very ingratiatingly offering his gift, explaining in detail, Dad, the tie I specially chose for you used up all my remaining living expenses. Zhao Ming was very pleased and praised, indeed, you are my good son. Gubai's parents patted their son's shoulders, saying, later, Mom will transfer more living expenses to you. Is 100,000 yuan enough? If not, Dad will transfer more. Gubai stood in the middle, happily chuckling, hee, thank you, Mom and Dad, but it all turned out to be his imagination. In reality, Gubai's parents were looking at their son sternly. Xueling spoke first, scolding her son relentlessly, you and your siblings spent the whole evening just to pick a fuchsia lipstick? Zhao Ming also flared up. The living expenses are not for you to waste like this, don't think I can't see you just want more money. Gubai was heartbroken and flustered, no, this is different from what we agreed. But what mother doesn't love her child? Even if Xueling scolded her son, she couldn't let him go hungry. She frowned, operated on her phone for a while, and said, alright, for the sake of you being so thoughtful this time, I won't bully you anymore. I've transferred the living expenses for all three of you. The sound of receiving money rang out, received 5,000 yuan, received 100,000 yuan, received 100,000 yuan. Gu's wife sighed softly. Gubai turned his face away. gleefully checking the balance, and casually said, I knew mom and dad still loved me, so generous. In his heart, he was mocking Gutsong. Mom actually transferred 5,000 yuan to that country bumpkin. What a steal for her. But looking at the balance on the screen, he was completely stunned, lamenting, why is it only 5,000 yuan? Xueling was impatient. She scolded, you eat, drink, and sleep at home all day, isn't 5,000 yuan enough for you to spend? Gubai refused to give in, pointing toward Gutsong sitting, and loudly said, then why does she get so much money? Xueling put her hands on her hips, vehemently scolding her foolish son, causing him to take a few steps back. She shouted, daughters spend more money on clothes and makeup. Isn't it natural that they get more money? Besides, where's the gift for your eldest sister? Gubai stubbornly hugged Gu Yang, complaining, I only have one sister, I haven't been home for long, and mom and dad are all biased toward Gutsong. She forced a smile on the surface, but smiled wryly in her heart. Gu Yang thought, I know you mean well, but please don't be so good to me. But he couldn't hear her thoughts. He continued to yell loudly, I won't be fooled by you, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Gutsong didn't look up, still intently looking at her phone, and replied to Gu Bien, Bien. A surprised sound rang out. Gu Yang opened her phone, a little surprised, Seeing the information on the screen, she happily thought, so Caroline has completed the design of the Angel collection and is inviting us to meet. Gu Yang smiled like a flower, feeling that everything was getting much better. That's great, this should solve the bankruptcy crisis of mom's company. Gubai on the other side was still shouting. This is my house, if anyone has to leave, it's her. Sister, am I right? Even though she was looking elsewhere, she replied, no, you're not. He completely collapsed, dejectedly complaining, why aren't you on my side? Gu Yang didn't pay much attention to him, hurriedly running to Gutsong, excitedly saying, sister, I have something to tell you. She happily recounted everything to her. Before, Ms. Caroline got inspiration through your photo and now has completed the design draft. She said she wants to meet you. Can you come with us to Qingya residence? Seeing the strange expression on Gutsong's face, Gu Yang began to feel a little insecure. She thought, although eldest sister usually doesn't like occasions like this. The restaurant she booked is the male lead's property, what if their romantic relationship develops? But contrary to Gu Yang's thoughts, she simply answered decisively, okay. She was stunned, I didn't expect eldest sister to agree so readily. Looking at the peaceful and harmonious scene, Gu Yang began to overthink, on the contrary, it makes me a little worried, why hasn't Ms. Caroline arrived yet? Gutsong stood up and naturally said to her, I'm going to the restroom. Gu Yang seemed very interested, curiously speculating, eldest sister was always looking at her phone just now, is she going to find the male lead now that she's going out? She stepped outside, crossed her arms, looked at Izay, and coldly asked, young Master Xiao, if you have something to say, just say it directly. He tilted his head and naturally replied, I happened to see you, and wasn't too sure, so I wanted to come closer to see. Gutsong coldly mocked, young Master Xiao can directly go to the ophthalmology department and take a number. Izay refused to be outdone and retorted, then can I take your number? She frowned, her face clearly showing dissatisfaction. Before, at the banquet, you said you would use the Mzhou route in exchange for me seeing a patient. Do you want me to check your eyes? Gutsong didn't want to listen to Izay beating around the bush with flirting lines, and bluntly said, today is my younger sister's appointment. If you have something to say, say it quickly. I don't have time to dawdle with you. He then became serious, the patient will be transferred to Jinqing in a week. I don't know when Miss Gu has time. Gutsong concisely replied, the weekend. She narrowed her eyes, her expression challenging, I have school next week, didn't you investigate everything clearly? Young Master Xiao, or rather. Looking at the provocative expression of the person in front of her, Gutsong sarcastically said, should I call you Teacher Xiao? Izay narrowed his eyes, but his expression showed no hint of a smile. Miss Gu, don't misunderstand. After all, we will still be entangled a lot in the future. She gritted her teeth, and her face was uncomfortable as she hissed, you. Suddenly someone yelled loudly, hey, aren't you going to get out of the way? I will. Gutsong heard the voice clearly, and unconsciously turned her head, her face showing worry. This voice was interrupted by another voice, Gu Yang, don't overdo it. She worriedly thought, who was harassing her? Someone yelled loudly, ah. Gutsong ran over anxiously, Izay followed closely behind, she called out, what's wrong? Gu Yang, who was holding on to Taizay's collar, stiffly turned around when she heard Gutsong's voice, sister, why are you here? Her expression became unsightly, Izay behind her also covered his mouth and smiled. She let go of her hand and asked, sister, why did you come here? Taizé touched the bruise on his face, and looked up, a malicious look swept through with a hint of doubt. Guzong glanced past Guyang, her contemptuous and angry gaze landed on him, and asked, is he harassing you? She quickly hid behind her. Ah, it's him, he is Taizé. He just pulled me and forced me to talk about a marriage alliance. Guzong frowned even more deeply, her aura was raging, each word like a falling tower, heavy. It seems the Tai family doesn't know enough yet. Taizé stubbornly said, what do you mean? She is my fiancé, don't interfere in other people's business. She stepped forward, grabbed his collar and pressed him back. Guzong's gloomy face frightened Taizé. It seems you think the Tai family's scandals aren't enough. Suddenly, she let go of her hand, causing him to fall to the ground. Guzong threw back a sentence, get lost, don't dirty my sister's eyes. He got up, running and looking back, threatening, you guys wait, the Tai family won't let you off. Guyang had enough, saw that the matter was resolved, and hugged Guzong's arm, her face ingratiatingly saying, sister, thank you for helping me, Taizé is really annoying. Don't be angry because of people like him. After being ingratiating enough, Guyang finally glanced at Izé, shook her arm, and asked, but I wanted to ask just now, who is this person who keeps smiling? She heard her younger sister ask about that Xiao guy, and her face immediately turned bad, visibly angry, while Xiao Izé was still standing, suppressing his laughter until his face turned red. Coughing a few times to regain his composure, Izé stepped forward, a bright smile blooming on his face. Hello, your sister and I are very good friends, I'll call you Guyang. Guyang reached out to respond, hello, I am Guyang, her younger sister. However, in her heart, she thought, he just met eldest sister twice, how has he already become a friend? Guyang gritted her teeth, forget it, I'll play dumb first. Before their arms could touch, Guzong had blocked between the two, she warned, stop chatting up my sister. Seeing the atmosphere reeking of gunpowder, she pulled Guzong, who was still angry, away. Gu gently stopped her arm from rising into a fist. Right, Miss Caroline is coming soon. We have to go back to the room quickly. Izé acted as if he didn't see the deep hatred that Guzong had for him, and enthusiastically waved, I delayed your time. See you next time. After the two people disappeared, he looked down at the phone vibrating from an incoming message. It was from Guzong. She threatened, if you don't want an extra surgical knife in the patient's body, then don't target my sister. She's an ordinary girl and won't interfere in your affairs. Izé swallowed dryly, suspiciously thinking, Guyang, ordinary? Caroline was already waiting inside. Seeing the two sisters arrive, she happily said, my dear, long time no see. She hugged Guyang, thank you for bringing the fallen angel. She also responded, excitedly saying, long time no see, Caroline, she is my sister, Guzong. But Guzong now didn't pay much attention to anything else, only coldly and unhappily looking at Caroline's arm tightly hugging Guyang. She cordially greeted, I finally met you, you are even more beautiful in person than in the photo. She indifferently said, thank you, but please stay away from me. Caroline was not annoyed by being treated like this, but happily said to Xue Ling, oh. This kind of cold feeling is even more like a fallen angel. Nguyen, your two daughters are both amazing. Gu's wife covered her mouth and smiled, you flatter us, it's not easy for you to come here once, as long as it makes you happy. Caroline finally became serious, I am very happy that you can say that, this time I came to fulfill my promise. Without any hesitation, she stuffed a thick stack of documents into Xue Ling's hand. These two angels gave me the inspiration to complete the creation of the entire angel collection. Now I hand over the design to you, hoping to make it shine. Gu's wife was stunned, oh my god, this is truly a perfect masterpiece. She shook hands with Caroline, sincerely saying, thank you for your trust, Ju Miao will definitely show up perfectly. Caroline also responded, I am very happy that you can say that. Looking forward to our success. Having completed her work, Caroline picked up her bag and left, still reluctantly turning back to wave goodbye. She called out, it was very enjoyable meeting this time. I really hope the next time can come quickly. Xue Ling went to see her off, me too, Miss Caroline. Suddenly a mocking sound came from behind. Nguyen, Xue Ling, you still haven't given up on pleasing Miss Caroline? Don't bother, instead of wasting time, why not go back and think about how to find some designers? Xue Ling glanced over, recognizing that it was none other than Mrs. Su and her friend, both of them complimenting each other, looking very ugly. She sneered, her face revealing a triumphant expression, I was still thinking about when to go find you, and you came to me first. Xue Ling waved the documents in her hand. Before the surprised eyes of the two, she said, we have obtained Caroline's design, you fulfill the agreement and return the designer. Mrs. Su couldn't believe her ears, she gritted her teeth, what, this is impossible. Unwilling, Mrs. Su rushed over, wanting to snatch the documents, and boldly said, "Who knows if the design in your hand is real or fake? Don't try to casually use a few pieces of paper to deceive us." But the arm that reached out was quickly grabbed by another slender hand. It was Gu Song. She stood in front of Xueling, her face fierce. "I warn you, don't touch people you shouldn't touch." Gu Yang, hiding behind, also spoke in agreement. "The design is a commercial secret, how can you just say see and see? Whether it is real or fake, you will know when Ms. Caroline announces the news." Looking at Mrs. Su, who was holding her painful arm, her face flushed with embarrassment, Gu Song indifferently threw back a sentence, "Did you hear? Get lost." She and her friend turned to leave, but still didn't forget to turn back and threaten, "You just wait for me." Xueling also responded to her, "Okay, I'll wait for you to return the designer to me." Waiting for those two to leave, Xueling finally breathed out a sigh of satisfaction. Gu Song glanced over, her face cold and expressionless. Only Gu Yang was very happy. Praising, "Mom is amazing." Xueling put her arms around both of them, causing her to stiffen. She scolded lovingly, "You two, how can you let your daughters protect you in front of your mother? What if you two get hurt?" Contrary to her sister, Gu Yang said, "Sister is great, I trust her." Gu Song's face flushed, awkwardly saying, "I'm fine, Mom, be careful of them stealing the design later." Gu's wife also turned a blind eye, her cheeks slightly flushed as she responded, "I know, these things are not for you juniors to worry about." Gu Yang looked at the scene, very happy in her heart. Now their relationship is much better, although a bit awkward, they finally care about each other. Xueling breathed a sigh, instructing, "This weekend is when you two will start school. At your age you should still care more about your studies." Her next sentence made both sisters stiffen, "That Taizé is still shameless and wants to change marriage partners. Although you are in the same class, you don't need to be polite to him." Gu Song frowned, her head full of terrible thoughts. "He is truly haunting. I have to think of a way to make that guy disappear." And Gu Yang was worried about many other things, covering her face and lamenting in her heart, "Next, there will definitely be a new face-slapping event. Can I not go to school?" The next morning, rumors spread like wildfire. Students in the school gathered. A male student spoke up, "Is she the fake heiress of the Gu family?" Another female student covered her mouth. "That's right, I heard that the Tai family's scandal was exposed because of breaking off the engagement with her." Gu Yang glanced around, extremely tense. Sure enough, people in the school are also talking about these things. She walked into the classroom, thinking it over and then deciding, "Forget it, they just want to use my name to go against eldest sister. Eldest sister just transferred here and has to report to the homeroom teacher first." Gu Yang returned to her desk, sorted out her study materials and sighed softly, thinking to herself, "When she comes back, let everyone know that we have a good relationship. Then there shouldn't be any problems." But the classmates quickly surrounded her, loudly startling her, "Gu Yang is here. Gu Yang, I heard that your sister is transferring to our class. Do you need us to help you teach your sister a lesson? To vent your anger?" Someone even went too far, asking directly, "Taizé really broke off the engagement with you? Then isn't it very awkward for you two to sit at the same table?" Gu Yang gave a dry laugh, not knowing how to explain. In her heart she was already complaining endlessly, "You guys being like this, I'm even more embarrassed." Zhu Di quickly pulled her behind her, frowning and saying, "You guys are surrounding my Yang Yang to gossip. Have you ever thought about her feelings?" She was angry, vigorously scolding everyone who had just surrounded her. "Yang Yang and her sister have a very good relationship, don't make trouble." Gu Yang behind her could only rub her hands, timidly calling, "Zhu Di." The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, seeing the noisy crowd gathered together, she angrily shouted, "What's all the noise about? Go back to your seats." Zhu Di, her face full of worry, whispered in her ear, "I'll go back to my seat first. If you don't want to sit at the same table with Taizé, you can tell the teacher to change your seat." Gu Yang smiled sincerely and replied, "Thank you, don't worry, I'm fine. Taizé hasn't even come yet, right?" The homeroom teacher's voice rang out, "Before the exam, I have something to say first." From outside, Gu Song walked in, the homeroom teacher enthusiastically introduced, "This is Gu Song, a new student who just transferred to our class today." She happily said, "Gu Song, introduce yourself." Gu Yang looked at her sister on the podium, her face unable to hide her admiration, as expected of eldest sister. "She looks beautiful even in a school uniform. How will eldest sister introduce herself?" Gu Song glanced around, introducing herself in a cold voice, "I am Gu Song, Gu Yang's sister, that's all." She frowned, her face awkwardly thinking, "Is that how you introduce yourself?" The homeroom teacher wanted to erase this awkward atmosphere and said, "Gu Song is quite individualistic, then find an empty seat and sit down first, later the proctor will come to supervise the exam. If there are any problems, you can wait until after the exam and go to my office." The students noisily discussed. A female student looked at her back, softly saying, was her self-introduction just now meant to slap Gu Yang's face? Another male student spoke up. A country bumpkin, does she deserve to be compared to Yang Yang? Gu Song glanced past them, pulled a chair and sat down next to Gu Yang. She smiled openly. You want to sit next to me? The sound of discussion rang out again. Wait, isn't the seat she's sitting in Taizé's seat? Does she want to sit next to Gu Yang? Gu Song's face was full of affection, teasing, don't want to? Gu Yang replied to her, her face extremely happy, of course I'm very willing, if you weren't sitting here. I would have wanted to ask the teacher to change my seat. The classmates gathered in groups of 3 or 5, everyone was discussing endlessly. Why does the atmosphere between them show that their relationship is very good? Didn't they say they hate each other? Only one person, Su Xianyan, completely disliked Gu Song's presence. She frowned, her mind doubtful. Gu Song actually transferred to our class. Xianyan was vengeful. She recalled what happened before. We haven't taken revenge at the Tang family's banquet. Xianyan stroked her chin, her face mockingly looking at Gu Song, sarcastically said, Gu Song, the test is coming soon. I heard that the pace of learning at your high school in the countryside is quite slow. Is that true? Gu Song replied indifferently, yeah. She still didn't know she was being ridiculed, and was still very immersed in the drama. Oh my god, then what is your pace up to? We need to prepare ourselves. Gu Yang held a book, glancing at Xianyan with pity, thinking, Xianyan will always be a character who follows the cannon fodder script. I have to be careful not to get involved. She was still complacent, pretending to be friendly. Don't misunderstand, it's just that our class has always been number 1 in average scores. If we drop in rank, everyone needs time to accept it. I don't mean to blame you. In her heart, Xianyan was already arrogant. This is the weakness you gave me. Don't blame me for not being polite. Gu Yang couldn't stand it anymore, slamming the table loudly. Have you guys said enough? She seriously looked into their eyes. Who said my sister is dragging down the class? Even if I'm dragging down the class, my sister won't. Xianyan sarcastically said. Gu Yang, she just admitted that she hasn't finished her studies. She pushed Gu Yang, her words full of contempt. Everyone is only worried about the class. You can't ignore the class to protect your sister. She avoided the touch of her hand. Suspicious in her heart, this Su Xianyan wants to use the whole class to crush me. The hand that Xianyan extended was grabbed, seized roughly. She cried out in pain. Ah. Gu Song stood in front of her younger sister, her face uncomfortable. It's so noisy. Don't touch people. If you're worried about the average score, go back and study yourself. Don't bother us. Xianyan retracted her hand, rubbing her wrist that was squeezed red, loudly provoking. You mean I will drag down the class? Then do you dare to bet on who will test better? Gu Song didn't care much, indifferently warning, whatever, if you lose, you better be sensible, stay away from my sister in the future. Xianyan was a little flustered, but still tried to appear calm. If you want to bet, bet big. She made a condition. We each put out 200,000 yuan, the classmates in the class voluntarily participate, whoever wins gets the money. Gu Yang spoke up to object. No way. She thought she was afraid, and became even more emboldened. What's wrong? Didn't you say she won't drag down the class? Now you don't dare anymore? But Gu Yang didn't care much. She said, this is gambling. Her face was very upright. She pointed at Xianyan, giving the reason. It has violated the law. She and the classmates in the class were gaping. The real reason is that? Another sound rang out, accompanied by applause. The person praised. Well said. Ize walked in with a book, not stingy with his words. Gu Yang's knowledge is very good. You need to learn from her. Gu Yang saw that the person who came was that Xiao guy, and her face turned pale. In her head an emergency signal went off. Why is the male lead here? While Gu Song was not very friendly. She snorted coldly in contempt. He waved the book in his hand, answering her doubts. I am the new physics teacher, here to supervise the exam today. Gu Yang then realized the important plot. I remember now. The male and female leads in the original work, in order to get something, concealed their identities and went to Jinqing No. 1 high school. The two people, in the process of fighting each other, had increasing feelings. She frowned, but why did I only remember this important plot now? Gu Yang began to find reasons for why she was starting to forget the plot. Is it because I've been in here for too long? Gu Song on the other side was confused to see her younger sister standing still. He suddenly approached her, probing, classmate Gu Yang, what are you thinking about so intently? Gu Yang was startled, crying out softly, ah. She quickly made up a reason, it's nothing, I just feel that you look a little familiar. Gu Song blocked in front of her younger sister, baring her fangs and claws. Aren't you supposed to be supervising the exam? Aren't you going to do your work? Ize didn't object much to her attitude, very calmly saying, "You're right, students, quickly go to your seats, we have to take the exam." Shanyan looked at the three of them talking and laughing, in her heart secretly speculating, isn't he the distinguished guest from the capital who appeared at the Tang family's banquet? She gritted her teeth, he wouldn't come to number 1 high school for the two of them, would he? Shanyan spoke up, attracting attention, the words just now haven't been finished, gambling is indeed not good, if we have proposed a competition, we can't just play for nothing. She was complacent, as if knowing she would be the winner, and made a new condition, the loser will be responsible for cleaning for 1 month, you two are okay with that, right? Gu Yang was very interested in this condition, rushing forward to agree, okay, if I lose, I'll clean for my sister. Gutsong looked at her younger sister with affection, the corners of her lips unconsciously rising a little. Xiaoize interrupted the peaceful scene, he announced, it seems you have all agreed, then I will be the witness, students, go to your seats and start the exam. Gu Yang, who was so outspoken just now, had started to worry, eldest sister taking the exam doesn't need to be worried about, but what about the original owner's good student image? She read the questions, her face a little pale, thinking, I'm usually okay with foreign languages like English, but I'm blind to math. But looking at it for a while, Gu Yang found something, wait, I seem to have seen this question before. She remembered, when I was donating blood and studying with me, someone brought a sample question to ask me. Gu Yang felt lucky that she had helped him solve the problem, happily blooming while doing the test, although I don't know why the blood bank asked these questions by coincidence. But it's good as long as the image doesn't collapse. After a while, suddenly Gutsong stood up causing her to look over. She came to the teacher's desk, loudly said, I'm submitting the test early. Gutsong at this time was shocked, exclaiming in her heart, it's only been half an hour since the test started and she's already submitting the test first, as expected of big sister. Xiaoize softly whispered, classmate Gutsong is doing very fast, aren't you going to check again? Gutsong felt repulsed by this action, speaking out to warn. It's testing time, there's no need to lean over to talk. In the following subjects, she always maintained her demeanor, always with a sentence, I'm submitting the test early. Gu Yang heard this and was stunned, you're also submitting the test early for Chinese, have you finished writing the essay in an hour? In the next subject, still the familiar sentence, I'm submitting. She has now gradually gotten used to it, but still couldn't help but think, you can submit the test as soon as the English listening part is finished? In the last subject, still that sentence, I'm submitting, Gu Yang was no longer shocked after several shocks, only helplessly thought, sure enough, the comprehensive subject also. The students saw this and also discussed, the test is finally over, did you see, Gutsong submitted the test early in every subject. Some people guessed, I think he couldn't do it so he submitted a blank paper so what's there to be proud of? Chu Di also began to worry, coming over to ask, Yang, you two won't lose, will you? But Gu Yang wasn't very worried, very confidently replied, no way, wait for the results, you'll know. She was about to say something, but someone interrupted, sister. Chu Di was interrupted, but the person who called was Feng Quebec. He smiled. Gu Yang was startled when she saw it was Feng K, a K, why are you here? He answered very honestly, I came to wait for you to go home together. She turned to say goodbye to Chu Di, then we'll go first. See you tomorrow, Chu Di. She also waved and replied, see you tomorrow. Waiting for the two to disappear, Chu Di tilted her head, puzzled, didn't Yang hate him before? Looking at the harmonious scene between the two, she wondered, since when did they have such a good relationship? On the way back, Feng K casually asked, sister, Chu Di seemed very worried about you. Did something happen? Gu Yang also replied honestly, it's just a bet with a classmate. You don't need to worry. He asked again, what bet? Will you lose? She was still very confident, of course, but before she could finish, someone spoke for her, of course she won't lose. Gutsong leaned forward and put her hand on Gu Yang's shoulder. She affirmed, I won't let her lose. Gutsong rolled her eyes and provocatively said, the back seat is full. You sit in the front. Feng K was not to be outdone, sarcastically saying with a hint of gunpowder, oh, so the bet is related to you. The two glared at each other, neither of them looking happy. Gu Yang looked at the situation in front of her, feeling flustered and pale. She didn't understand the meaning behind their words, complaining in her heart, why are they unhappy after school? It smells like gunpowder. Gu Yang sighed, full of question marks. So, we definitely have to squeeze 3 people in the back seat? The scene was terrifyingly awkward. The 2 big shots were on either side, and she was squeezed in the middle, looking extremely comical. Feng K spoke up at this time. He asked, sister, what's the bet about? She was about to answer, well, that's, But Gutsong's concise voice rang out first. She bet with someone about my grades. She even looked at Phone K with an extremely calm face, each word like a provocation to him. Loser cleans the toilet. Phone K curled his lips, clearly uncomfortable, and replied, is that so? But I was talking to her. Why are you answering? Gutsong only smiled lightly. This. She looked at Gu Yang, as if showing off her achievements, because this matter is related to me. They provoked me, and she couldn't help but stand up for me, so there's this bet. He propped his hand on the seat and said coldly, so that's how it is. Phone K shot a murderous look at Gutsong, then don't implicate her so that she has to clean the toilet with you. She was not to be outdone, like a peacock displaying its tail. You don't need to worry about that. Only Gu Yang, sitting in the middle, felt goosebumps from being stared at by the two. Finally unable to bear it, Gu Yang patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. She will definitely win. Don't worry. Phone K looked at her, his eyes hazy, and asked, you've only known Gutsong for a few days, and you already trust her that much? Gu Yang didn't know how to answer, blankly calling out, but doubts arose in her heart. Why does this sound so sour? Glancing at Gutsong's not-so-good complexion, she forced a smile to ease the atmosphere. Of course I trust her. How can this level of exam stump her? She covered her mouth, thought for a moment, and said, speaking of which. Gu Yang finally asked the question she had been thinking about since the exam room. This exam is almost exactly the same as the questions I asked you during the summer break. A Quebec. Did you know the questions beforehand? Phone K denied it. I didn't pay attention. It's probably a coincidence. He said with an innocent face, like a naive puppy, our school's exam papers are very strictly guarded. How could I know the questions beforehand? Gutsong sarcastically said, very good acting. He looked away and calmly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Yang was so frightened that she couldn't cry, vaguely thinking about the future. The first day of school is already like this. What should I do later? The next morning, in class, everyone was discussing enthusiastically, wasn't this math exam very difficult? I heard that the average score is more than 20 points lower than usual. Someone asked Xuan Yan, how did you do on the exam? She said triumphantly, just average. Xian Yan glanced and saw the Gu sisters walking in from the door. She curled her lips, her eyes full of malice, but at least I got 110 points. Xian Yan mocked the Gu sisters, it's definitely better than someone else. She walked up to the two, swaggering, Gu Yang, Gutsong, how did you do on the exam? Suddenly, Xian Yan tripped over the edge of the table. She cried out in pain, ah. Gu Yang made an innocent face, pretending to be naive, oops, sorry. I accidentally kicked the table. Xian Yan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, only able to utter one word several times. You. She didn't continue to pay attention to the previous question and changed the subject to the exam. I did okay. Gutsong also followed her sister's words and replied, I did okay too. She still refused to let go, sarcastically teasing, Chinese culture is profound and extensive. I'm afraid your okay is not the same, right? Gu Yang is always in the top 10 of the class. But Gutsong, haha. Although Gu Yang was angry, she still maintained a gentle appearance. How could that be? My okay and my sister's okay obviously have the same meaning. In her heart, she cursed Xian Yan thousands of times. She thought, can this group creating the atmosphere please not drag me down to step on the big boss and trap me? Bell rang. She turned and left, with a smug expression. It's a good thing this class is math. I'll wait to hear the results. The teacher entered the classroom, placed the stack of test papers on the desk, and said, although the difficulty of the math exam in this year's first survey was quite high, the average score decreased a lot compared to the scores of other classes. The head teacher criticized, we almost fell out of the top one in the grade. It's already 12th grade. Why didn't you try harder during the summer vacation? Xian Yan raised her hand, deliberately poking at Gutsong. Teacher, Gutsong just transferred here. In the situation where Gutsong pulled down the average score. It's already a great effort that we were able to maintain the highest average score this time. The female students gathered together and stirred up trouble. Someone said, that's right. Why should we be scolded if she doesn't do well on the exam? Another person was dissatisfied. Xuan Yan is right. It's not our fault. The head teacher slammed her hand on the desk again. She angrily scolded, you're not ashamed to talk about others. The head teacher's face was angry. She loudly said, if it weren't for Gutsong being the only one in the entire grade to get 150 points this time, our class wouldn't have maintained the highest average score. Instead of criticizing others, you should examine yourselves. Xian Yan was shocked when she heard this and stood up to retort, How is this possible? How could she get 150 points? Everyone was in an uproar again. What? It wasn't Gu Yang, but Gu Song got the full score? Didn't she hand in the paper in just half an hour? She heard these discussions. So angry that she clenched her hands until they turned white. Xian Yan loudly accused, Teacher, I suspect Gu Song cheated. The whole class saw that Gu Song handed in the paper after only half an hour. She pointed at Gu Song, who was still sitting there indifferently, and tried her best to prove the difficulty of this exam was so high. She got the full score in half an hour. She definitely knew the answers beforehand. Gu Yang sat on the side eating melon seeds, extremely eager, here it comes, here it comes. The classic face-slapping scene in a refreshing novel is about to begin. Xian Yan stood up and sneered, looking down with contempt, cheating in number 1 high school will leave a major demerit on your record. Don't think you can get away with it like in your hometown school. Gu Song didn't care about her, and Gu Yang glared at her. She frowned slightly, uncomfortably, these questions don't require cheating. Gu Song chuckled and retorted, one look and you'd know. What's wrong? Don't you know? Xian Yan glared back, annoyed. She argued, trying to salvage her image, her face distorted, you're just arrogant. You don't dare to admit cheating and you're lying like that. Xian Yan crossed her arms and arrogantly judged, not only are you bad at studying, but you also have character issues. She looked at Gu Song's smug expression and couldn't help but feel suppressed. Thinking, Xuan Yan resorts to slander and fabrication when she can't win, and now she's even attacking personally. Gu Yang thought of Gu Song crossing her arms and looking cold and captivating, and thought to herself, in the original story, the big boss let the whole class set questions at will. And she showed everyone her ability to get the answer with just one glance, then slapped everyone's faces refreshingly. Seeing that the big boss can solve even super difficult problems quickly is really satisfying. Her thoughts continued, she stood alone in the dark, but why should the big boss have to exhaust herself to prove her innocence just because they suspect her? It only takes a mouth to make up stories, but it takes a broken leg to refute rumors. Breaking free from her thoughts, Gu Yang gently patted Gu Song's shoulder and said, Xuan Yan. She was surprised and glanced at her. She asked seriously and resolutely, her voice stern, you said my sister cheated. Do you have evidence? Xian Yan tried to gloss over and defend herself, stretching out her hand as if it were obvious, evidence? Gu Song finished the paper in half an hour. What more evidence do you need? Gu Yang gradually approached, constantly interrogating and refuting, that's just your speculation. She slammed her hand on the table, glaring angrily at the other party, the law stipulates that only something that can be used to prove a matter is called evidence. Refuted, she gritted her teeth and clenched her hands, unable to retort. Gu Yang continued to put forward sharp arguments and reasons, if you can't produce evidence, then everything you say is completely slander. She was embarrassed and had no way to retreat, so she strained her neck and argued, then what about Gu Song? What is Gu Song relying on to prove that she didn't cheat? She firmly refuted, do you know what is called unfounded suspicion? You are the one who suspects her, so of course you have to prove it, not my sister. Gu Yang questioned, the school didn't even cancel my sister's exam results. What are you relying on to smear her? Xian Yan was speechless and couldn't say anything more. On the podium, the head teacher slammed her hand heavily on the table and loudly stopped them, all right. She scolded and reminded, you guys go back to your seats first. The two arguing were immediately frightened. The head teacher's voice was sharp, especially you, Xuan Yan. Pointed out directly, she angrily gnashed her teeth. She held a stack of papers in her hand, her face troubled, and blamed, Gu Yang is right. The school's cameras have recorded the entire examination process. The teachers have checked it. There is currently no evidence to prove that Gu Song cheated. Just saying things and making random guesses, maliciously hurting others. Is that how I usually teach you? The head teacher placed the stack of papers heavily on the desk and emphasized, moreover, I'm telling you, not only in math, but Gu Song also got full marks in other subjects. She's the top student in the entire grade this time. Instead of suspecting others, why don't you take this opportunity to study more? Everyone below was stunned. What? The classmates in the class discussed, even the Chinese subject, which requires writing an essay, got the full score. That's too awesome. Didn't Gu Song say she hasn't finished learning all the subjects? This achievement directly surpasses the entire grade. Hearing these words, Xian Yan bit her teeth tightly, resentfully enduring, unable to say a word. She gritted her teeth and thought angrily, damn it, I won't let you two go. In the classroom, sunlight shone on the rows of desks. Gu Yang smiled happily and sprawled on the table, sighing, finally, it's break time. Gutsong looked at her sister and chuckled at her cute appearance. She suddenly remembered what happened just now and asked, Sister, just now the teacher said that you also got full marks in Chinese. I heard Mom say before that you don't like writing essays. Why did you write it this time? She gently reached out and stroked her cheek, softly saying, that. Gu Yang was confused and stared blankly. Gutsong's eyes were gentle and full of affection, and her tone was gentle, expressing, I wanted you to win. She stroked her cheek while confidently explaining, didn't you believe that I would win? I naturally had to do it. Gu Yang was so moved that she couldn't speak. Sister. From behind, Izay suddenly appeared and said, Classmate Gutsong is really considerate. Gutsong was startled and couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Yang obediently greeted, Hello Teacher E. Why are you here? He smiled and happily replied, the next class is mine. Is it strange for a normal teacher like me to come to the class? On the contrary, she was annoyed and disgusted with the person behind her. She smiled politely on the surface, but secretly thought in her heart, this is really redefining a normal teacher. Izay's sudden and handsome appearance inevitably caused everyone in the class to whisper and discuss, the new teacher is really too handsome. I wonder if he's single. He seems to have a very close relationship with the Gu family. Could it be that he's taken a fancy to them? Xian Yan stood there looking over with envious eyes. In her heart, she questioned herself with dissatisfaction. Clearly, I've also met him at the Tang family's party. Why does he only treat Gutsong differently? He turned his head to look and said jokingly, that's right, there's something else to do before class. Xian Yan mistakenly thought it was her, and her face flushed with shyness. Izay stood opposite her, who was blushing, and the classmates whispered, is the teacher inviting Xuan Yan? Looking at Xuan Yan's appearance, she probably has a good impression of teacher. Xian Yan was happily mixed with a hint of shyness and said coquettishly, Teacher, what do you need me for? In her heart, she was smug, as expected, I knew he couldn't forget me. I'm not inferior to Gutsong. His voice was cold and serious, sneering, I just wanted to remind you about the bet between you and Gutsong. The loser is responsible for cleaning. Don't forget. She was stunned. Xian Yan was annoyed, frowned, and uncomfortably asked, what? Izay turned away and casually explained, anyway, I'm the witness. I hope you dare to lose and dare to take responsibility. You do what you say. The classmates whispered, this time, Xuan Yan is afraid of losing face. Not necessarily, what if Gutsong really cheated? She lost face, bit her teeth, and was furious. Xian Yan's face was gloomy and dark, and she secretly said to herself, Gutsong, just you wait. I will definitely find evidence that you cheated. Behind her, a classmate with black hair smiled gloatingly when she saw that miserable look. She stepped forward and asked enthusiastically, Xuan Yan, are you investigating Gutsong's cheating? Xian Yan was confused but still replied, yes, why? The friend whispered, actually, I read Gutsong's essay in the office. It's very similar to the content in a literary magazine. Maybe. Hearing this, she became more determined and firm in her heart. Xian Yan looked at Gutsong and Gu Yang and couldn't help but smile sinisterly and smugly, thinking, I knew Gutsong definitely cheated. The evidence is clear. This time I will definitely embarrass you too. The head teacher stood on the podium and announced with a bright smile, you must already know that our class's new student Gutsong got full marks in the Chinese subject this time. She held the essay in front of the class and advised, the characteristic of an essay that gets full marks is that it's very difficult. Almost no one can do it. She had already printed Gutsong's essay, one copy for each person, and said, you should read and learn from it. She looked at the essay and thought in her heart, Gutsong really copied. Xian Yan smiled triumphantly and compared the essay with the magazine. She banged on the table loudly and said, Teacher, I have something to say. Xian Yan held up the magazine and smiled confidently, Gutsong's essay is exactly the same as the essay in the famous literary magazine. This is obviously plagiarism. The students in the class were in an uproar again, wow, Gutsong really cheated, and it was plagiarism. She's so daring, copying everything. The head teacher loudly demanded, quiet, everyone be quiet. Xuan Yan, bring the magazine here. She arrogantly crossed her arms. Gu Yang anxiously opened the magazine and thought to herself, I remember I also have this issue of the magazine. Let me take a look. Looking at the author's name Gu Xing in the magazine, she secretly affirmed, as expected, this pen name is one of the big boss's pseudonyms. Gu Yang's eyes widened in surprise, moreover, this publication date. The head teacher questioned, Gu-song, how do you explain this? She stood up abruptly. Gu-yang pointed to the magazine and explained nervously, Teacher, there must be a misunderstanding. The publication date of this issue of the magazine is 1 day after the Chinese test. My sister couldn't have copied it during the test. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought, fortunately, there's other evidence. I can't reveal that this is the big boss's pseudonym. The head teacher read it and couldn't help but frown with suspicion. That's right, but how could the essay be exactly the same? Xian Yan turned to mock, your Gu family has money and power. Who knows if your family used some channel to see it in advance and memorize it? Gu Yang was stunned and didn't expect her to say this. Xian Yan raised her eyebrows provocatively, Gu-song doesn't study well, and you're still covering for your sister. I think you're also helping her cheat. Gu-song then coldly spoke, shut up. She was stunned and immediately shut her mouth. She crossed her arms and frowned, annoyed, and coldly said, I didn't know that rewriting an essay that I wrote before on a test would be considered plagiarism. She still loudly laughed mockingly, you mean you are Gu Xing, the author of this essay? Don't make me laugh. Gu Xing is the vice president of the Writers' Association. Even if you argue, you can't lie like that. She stood up to resolutely protect her sister. Teacher, you can't wrongly accuse my sister just because someone doesn't believe it. Gu Yang suggested, you can use your phone to check Gu Xing's information. My sister is definitely not lying. The head teacher agreed without refuting, you have a point. After searching, the head teacher was surprised. According to the public information from the association, Gu-song was indeed Gu Xing. Hearing this shocking information, the students in the class were stunned and disgusted. Wow, the 17-year-old vice president of the Writers' Association, Gu-song is too awesome. No wonder she could hand in the paper in half an hour. It seems she's really good. Xian Yan stiffened and was slapped painfully, only able to stand there gnashing her teeth. She shouted and questioned with dissatisfaction, how is this possible? Gu Yang said judgmentally, how is it not possible? Do you still want to continue to slander our family for bribing the teachers and the Writers' Association? You slandered my sister without investigating the situation. You should apologize to her. Xian Yan glared over enviously. Gu-song closed her eyes slightly, letting go of her hatred, no need to apologize to me. She stared at her in a daze. Gu Yang's heart was full of question marks, the big boss always gets revenge. Why is she letting her off this time? Her voice was cold as she spoke, but... Gu-song sat down, her face serious, unable to hide her anger, you slandered my sister for covering up and helping her cheat. You have to give an explanation. She stared at her, confused. Gu Yang's eyes softened, and she was extremely moved. Could it be that she suddenly stood up just now because Xuanyan scolded me? The head teacher sighed and frowned, loudly scolding, in any case, it's wrong to criticize others for cheating in front of everyone without knowing the truth. The head teacher's voice was serious and stern, Xuanyan, you apologize to Gu-song and Gu Yang. Let's continue with the class. Like a bolt from the blue. Her face turned pale, and she resentfully unwilling. Xian Yan had to compromise and reluctantly said, Gu Yang, Gu-song, sorry, it's my fault. She indifferently looked at her. She smiled brightly and expressed, it's okay. My sister is so good that she's often misunderstood by others. We're not petty people. Gu Yang playfully stuck out her tongue, next time, even if you're not convinced, remember to get sufficient evidence. Teased, Xian Yan was bitter and unable to do anything. The head teacher on the podium clapped her hands to interrupt, then let's continue with the class. She called softly, sister, sister. Gu-song looked over gently and affectionately. Gu Yang winked mischievously and gratefully, thank you for thinking of me at times like this, venting your anger for me. She didn't answer, smiling gently as if implicitly answering. Gu-song, outwardly cold and inwardly warm, retorted, you're too confident, thinking that I'm venting my anger for you. She smiled happily, of course, I know you love me the most. Looking at the two chatting happily, Xian Yan was jealous and secretly decided in her heart, you two just wait, embarrassing me and still being so happy. She clenched the paper in her hand, determined, then don't blame me for not being unscrupulous. Xian Yan's face was gloomy and dark, gnashing her teeth and secretly planning, if I can't find evidence, can't I create evidence? Another female teacher gently pushed up her glasses and said sharply, I've seen the results of the test, and some of our students have achieved extremely excellent results. She criticized, but I remind you, although results are very important, cheating for results is a matter of character. Gu Yang propped her chin and sighed, bored, thinking, I can tell at a glance that this teacher is targeting the big boss. Her heart was full of disgust. This teacher in the original story was jealous of the big boss returning to the wealthy family and caused trouble many times. She stood up. holding a USB drive, and smirked. You're right, I found evidence that Gutsong cheated. Guyang was worried. What tricks would Su Xianing play? She stood aside, and Su Xianing stepped up to adjust the laptop to play the video, which was Gutsong's cheating. It recorded the entire process of Gutsong secretly using her phone when the invigilator wasn't paying attention. The laptop screen showed images of Gutsong writing while holding her phone. Su Xuaning's shrill voice asserted, too bad, I'll contact the school to punish her now. The classmates started gossiping again. Wow, this time there's real evidence of Gutsong cheating. This time there's a video, it must be real. I was slapped in the face several times before. I don't dare to choose a side. The teacher frowned, pondering, this video must be fabricated by a hacker hired by Su Xianing. The surveillance footage from the school's cameras must have been either deleted or modified by a hacker. Guyang looked at Gutsong, who was thinking intently, and thought, this is really running into the big sister's gun. Big sister is Jenny, top 1 on the hacker list, she's a god. She rubbed her chin, thinking for a long time. I remember that according to the plot in the novel, the male lead will give evidence to big sister later. Using tricks in front of the top 1 and top 2 hackers, isn't Su Xianing courting death? She crumpled a piece of paper and threw it straight at the teacher on the podium, who scolded angrily, noisy. Hit on the head, the teacher frowned and scolded angrily, people from the countryside really have no education. Is that how you treat teachers? Cheating in exams. Insulting teachers, people like you don't deserve to stay in class A1. Gutsong frowned slightly in disgust, her icy voice casting a judgmental gaze. Respect has to be mutual, do you even deserve to be a teacher? The teacher on the podium was yelling and scolding when someone knocked on the door. Ize smiled brightly and asked sweetly, the principal heard that someone in class A1 was cheating, so he asked me to come and check. What's the situation? Xianing awkwardly held the laptop, feeling guilty. Teacher Xiao, you came at the right time. I found a surveillance video showing Gutsong cheating. He didn't answer, just looked over and asked, Gutsong, do you have anything to explain? She said calmly, terrible Photoshop skills. Xianing panicked, trying to maintain a calm expression, it's come to this, and you still don't admit it? I got the video from the surveillance room, do you have any evidence to prove it's fake? Gutsong looked resentful and cursed inwardly, I'm too lazy to care, hurry up and take it out, stop acting. Ize smiled innocently but was secretly frightened. It seems that if I don't act, she'll really get impatient. He sighed, his voice full of disappointment, classmate, do you know that the surveillance room also has cameras? Xianing was stunned. Ize smirked, holding a USB drive in his hand, his voice icy, I had the original video before you changed the data in the camera room. Do you want me to play it now? Xianing lunged forward, frantically trying to snatch the USB drive, shouting, no, you can't find the evidence, give me the video. Gutsong smiled confidently and triumphantly, doesn't that mean you're accusing me? Refuted, Xianing was silenced. The classmates seized the opportunity to make noise. Looking at Su Xuaning's appearance, she's been exposed, right? Didn't Su Xianing remember being slapped in the face several times before? She actually forged evidence. Xianing gritted her teeth, full of resentment. Her eyes gleamed with resentment, she said each word with a snarl, damn it. Xianing raised her hand high, wanting to hit Gutsong, shouting angrily, you dare to trap me? Her hand was suddenly grabbed. Gutsong coldly and decisively grabbed something and Xianing fell to the ground, screaming, ah. Guyang anxiously explained, protecting her sister, teacher, Su Xianing attacked first, my sister was defending herself. Ize smiled gently and replied, I saw it. Don't worry, I won't record a mistake. Ize turned his face coldly and convicted, the truth proves that Su Xianing forged evidence to accuse Gutsong of cheating, record a major mistake and inform her parents. Set an example before the whole school. Xianing sat on the ground, terrified. Xianing paled and pleaded in fear, no, don't do that, I know I was wrong. Ize tilted his head slightly and spoke out, in addition, this teacher doesn't distinguish right from wrong, and insults students. She needs to apologize to Gutsong and get her forgiveness. The homeroom teacher was shocked and immediately objected, what are you saying? On what basis are you making me apologize to Gutsong? He slowly introduced himself, based on the fact that I'm the newly appointed vice principal. Is this identity enough for me to criticize you as a teacher with problems of professional ethics? The homeroom teacher immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and responded stammering, enough. I heard that the vice principal was changing, who would have thought it would be such a young man? Then the teacher turned to face Gutsong, lowered her voice and apologized, Gutsong, I misunderstood you, don't take it to heart. Gutsong turned around decisively, not forgetting to add, I heard the apology, whether or not I take it to heart is another matter. The teacher shouted angrily, you. Guyang chuckled, secretly praising in her heart, big sister is awesome. On the dining table was a feast of delicious food, a gentle and soft voice sounded, Mom heard that both of you did very well this time, so I asked the chef to make a table of delicious food. Xue Ling pushed the food to the front, quickly introducing, these are all the dishes you two like to eat. She proudly patted Gutsong's shoulder, praising endlessly, getting first place in the entire grade, you're worthy of being my daughter. Seeing this scene, Guyang couldn't help but be happy in her heart, they're living together more and more naturally, it's really not bad. Guyang seemed to remember something, asking with concern, that's right, Mom, how's the progress on the Shuemiao side? Ms. Caroline's design is important, we must do a good job of security. She smiled kindly and reassured softly, you can rest assured about this, I only gave the design to General Manager Mu, he's a longtime employee of Shuemiao and also my high school classmate. We've cooperated for many years, there won't be any problems. Guyang's face turned pale instantly, stunned. She couldn't help but think anxiously, Mom, you're the villain in the original novel, the person you trust definitely has a problem. Guyang reached out and stroked her chest, sighing exhaustedly, I just finished dealing with the face-slapping incident at school for Big Sister, and now it's Mom's turn? Her eyes flickered slightly as she thought, no, I have to find a way to remind her. Guyang immediately spoke up as if reminding casually, Mom, have you ever thought about it, you and Ms. Su bet so much, why is it that you always lose? Xue Ling was stunned when she heard this, exclaiming in shock, you mean there's an inside agent in Shuemiao, and it's very likely that it's General Manager Mu. She clutched her chest, bending over, unable to believe it, muttering unconsciously, this is impossible. Guyang quickly stepped forward to support her, Mom, think about it carefully. Her eyes couldn't hide her anxiety, as if suggesting the secrets within, doesn't Ms. Su always seem to be able to predict the actions of Shuemiao and strike first? If there's no inside agent, could she have done this? As soon as she heard her words, and in Shuemiao, who is likely to betray Mom, who else is there? Xue Ling seemed to realize something, leaning away. Seeing this, she followed the trend and proposed the idea, Mom, is it General Manager Mu? You can try him. Xue Ling considered it for a moment before replying, okay. A few days later, a modern room was decorated in warm tones. Guyang led a group of people, rushing in, we're back from school. But she suddenly saw that Xue Ling's face was not good at all, sitting on the bed with a sad look. Her eyes drooped slightly, secretly assessing, looking at this, Mom must have found out about the inside agent. Guyang stepped forward and patted her shoulder, speaking to persuade, Mom, if you're uncomfortable, don't hold it in. Xue Ling said sullenly, Yang. Her eyes were slightly tearful, extremely shocked when she realized, I didn't expect General Manager Mu to really be an inside agent. I've been friends with him for almost 30 years. At first, he was at the end of his rope, and I recruited him to work at Shuemiao. I really didn't expect him to betray me. Guyang's eyebrows furrowed slightly, asking her worriedly, so what are you going to do next? Xue Ling seemed unable to believe it when she had to say it, I found evidence that he leaked the draft this time. I've reported to the police to investigate the evidence related to the previous projects. I must make him pay. Her eyes were gentle, softly speaking to persuade, Mom, it's not worth getting angry for this kind of person, don't get angry and harm your health. Gubai came from afar, quickly interjecting, that's right, that ungrateful thing should be handed over to the police. Seeing this, Feng Ke also rarely agreed with Gubai, comforting her together, what elder sister said is right, Mom, don't be angry. Xue Ling was extremely moved at this time, thinking in her heart, the children care about me so much, I should quickly cheer up. Thinking of this, she raised her eyes and quickly glanced over Gutsong's face, it's just. Gutsong took out her phone, pressed a few numbers and asked softly, do you need me to introduce you to a lawyer? Xue Ling's heart softened, but on the surface, she still stubbornly replied, I want to see what kind of good lawyer a high school student like you can know. Too shocked, she blurted out, Qiu Buozhou. Xue Ling was afraid that she would be deceived, constantly complaining and asking, isn't this person the top lawyer of the #1 law firm in the country? How do you have this person's contact information? You won't be cheated, will you? Guyang stepped forward and put her arm around Xue Ling's shoulder, reassuring her, Mom, believe in elder sister. Hearing this, Xue Ling immediately breathed a sigh of relief, immediately instructing, okay, I'll handle the rest, don't worry about it. Her eyes sharpened, glancing to the side and questioning, that's right, you must have the results of the Class 11 exams, how did you do? Xue Ling was too familiar with this, quickly pinched Gubai's ear, what are you avoiding with your eyes? You didn't do well this time and fell to A2 again, did you? Gu Bai's face was full of tears, quickly defending himself. No, although I did slip a bit, this time I'm 41st in the class, still in A1. She immediately flew into a rage, scolding loudly and fiercely. Then didn't you regress more than 20 places? Can you learn from your 2 elder sisters? Top 1 in the whole grade. Top 2 in the whole grade. Gu Bai was unwilling to be scolded alone, quickly changing the subject. Then what about Feng Ke? He's still in A10, why don't you scold him and only scold me? Gu Song's voice slowly rang out. I didn't do badly this time, I improved a lot. Feng Ke's face flushed red, shyly announcing, just barely top 40 in the whole grade. His eyes flickered slightly towards Gu Yang, gently thanking, fortunately, elder sister tutored me before the start of school. Gu Bai was unwilling and rushed over, very aggrieved, questioning, elder sister, you even tutored him? You've never tutored me. After finishing speaking, Gu Bai rushed to Feng Ke, loudly declaring war. Feng Ke, you come here, you explain clearly to me, how did you bewitch my elder sister? Gu Yang couldn't help but be surprised in her heart after hearing this. He really only relied on me tutoring him for 2 weeks to improve more than 500 places? Moreover, she remembered that the preliminary exam for their class 12 was almost the same as the questions Feng Ke used to ask her. Her mood suddenly sank, her heart filled with random thoughts. Is this really a coincidence? Gu Yang stood in front of the room for a long time, hesitating for a long time before making a decision. She reached out and gently knocked on the door. A moment later, Feng Ke slowly opened the door. His eyes were full of smiles, his mouth moving with emotion. So it's elder sister. Gu Yang's face turned red, her hands unconsciously clenched in front of her chest. It's so late, what's the matter with you? She quickly passed Feng Ke and walked quickly inside. Her fingers lightly swiped on the computer keyboard, softly calling, a K. Gu Yang suddenly stopped when she realized, that's not right. She turned around and faced Feng Ke seriously. I should still call you Feng Ke. He clenched his hands tightly anxiously when he heard Gu Yang call. Don't act anymore. Gu Yang recalled what happened in the past, slowly concluding, at that time, you, basically weren't hypnotized. At this moment, Gu Yang suddenly noticed his hand clenched tightly from some time ago. Gu Yang's eyes drooped slightly, thinking in her heart, I didn't expect that the first time I hypnotized after I came here would fail. Hypnosis is only effective when people are not defensive. Her hand reached out to support Feng Ke's hand, which was bleeding from clenching. Both times he was guarding against me. Her heart was filled with random thoughts. I'm afraid that before it was like now, through pain to make himself sober and escape from hypnosis. Feng Ke's face had a faint smile, muttering to himself, I was discovered by elder sister. Gu Yang had to look up to see his face. Although he's smiling now, he must have turned black inside. She was nervous when she suddenly remembered the main thing. But now he must know that I'm not the original owner. I have no complaints with him, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Feng Ke had already come in front of her from some time ago, probing in a low voice, how did elder sister find out? Gu Yang's feet instantly retreated instinctively, lengthening the distance from him. I was lying to you. Gu Yang leaned away, vaguely finding a reason to defend herself. I just didn't expect to really be able to deceive you. Feng Ke's eyebrows furrowed slightly, chiming in with her intention. I really didn't expect this point. He quickly shortened the distance, continuing the unfinished question, so where did elder sister get suspicious? Gu Yang anxiously blamed, didn't you reveal it yourself? Her voice rang out criticizing Feng Ke's conspiracy. Studying for guidance is just an excuse, your real purpose is to control the points and be assigned to the same class as me, isn't it? Gu Yang leaned over and looked to the side, continuing, Hacker Quest is also you hacked into the Schwescher group to expose their scandals, also because of me. Her lips pursed tightly, pondering in her heart, he did these things all for me? A bunch of problems arose accordingly. This kind of thinking was a bit self-absorbed, but it seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Feng Ke actually frankly admitted to her, that's right. Gu Yang held her hands loosely in front of her chest, thinking, if he's hacker top 3, why would he hide his identity and continue to stay in the Gu family? Seeing that he was still obediently standing there without any other unusual reaction, if he already knew that I'm not the original owner, why would he want to help me so much? Also, why would he deliberately reveal flaws for me to discover? Gu Yang was twisting and turning, clearly I'm just a stranger to him, right? After a moment of consideration, she bluntly stated her thoughts, you did so much, is it because I'm not the original Gu Yang? Feng Ke's hand immediately reached out while replying, no, it's not. He pressed Gu Yang against the wall, slowly explaining, I do all these things because. Her face instantly turned red, biting her lip thinking, I'm cornered. Feng Ke's voice rang out immediately after, aren't you best at analyzing people's psychology? His eyes suddenly softened, looking at Gu Yang intently, then why can't you see it? Her face burned when she heard Feng Ke admit, I like you, right? Her lips moved for a while before she finally said, you. Gu Yang questioned endlessly, probing, you like the original owner? His lips moved close to her ear, whispering, elder sister, do you really not know? Feng Kei's feet were next to her feet, the person I like is always you. Gu Yang was a head shorter than him, so when he spoke, Feng Kei had to bow his head. Her heart was shocked beyond measure, unable to understand, so it's really not the original owner. Gu Yang lowered her eyes to consider, muttering to herself, but it's me? Not long after, she looked up, now. Gu Yang's heart was in a mess when she looked at his feelings, what should I do? Gu Yang's face was flushed red, anxiously bowing her head to avoid, should I answer now? Her eyes were tearful, seemingly sinking deep into contemplation, but what should I answer? Feng Kei was too gentle, intently watching her face. He then spoke up suggesting implicitly, it's getting late, elder sister, go back to your room and rest early. Gu Yang was shocked when she heard this, staring blankly. She hurriedly turned around and ran away, leaving a farewell, you also go to bed early, good night. Feng Kei looked after her from afar, slowly waving goodbye, okay. Meanwhile, he whispered a greeting to himself, good night, elder sister. However, Feng Kei's lips moved slowly, uttering each word, his expression sinking sadly, I don't want to just be your younger brother. Gu Yang curled up in a corner, hugging a stuffed animal and constantly sighing, Feng Kei turned black early, and even confessed to me, these things happened too suddenly. She hugged it tighter, her heart filled with endless worries, and the matter of crossing into the book, is it really just a coincidence? The bright sunlight shone through the window, illuminating a space inside the classroom. Gu Yang's mouth opened to its full capacity, constantly yawning short and long. Her heart was uneasy, thinking randomly, I couldn't think of a clue after thinking randomly all night. Gutsong saw this and pondered silently without making any sound. Suddenly, she decisively took out her phone and pressed it repeatedly. Gutsong quickly sent a message to the other party, what did you do to her last night? The other side immediately replied, she came to my door herself, what we did is a secret between us, I can't tell you. She immediately flew into a rage, angrily, humph. For you. A voice sounded, accompanied by a bottle of water in front of Gu Yang. Her face was radiant, calmly and softly explaining, to wake up your mind. Gu Yang smiled brightly and quickly took it, replying, thank you, elder sister. Gutsong slowly reached out and stroked the corner of her eye, in the future, if there's nothing to do, go to bed early. Gu Yang's face was burning hot, secretly reassuring herself, is it my imagination? Why do I feel that elder sister's attitude towards me is also not right? She constantly shook her head, silently chanting repeatedly, it must be due to the influence of last night's events, I have to calm myself down. Thinking of this, Gu Yang anxiously left her seat, secretly running away, today the classes are being reassigned, I'm going to help the new classmates carry things. As she walked, she sighed continuously, suddenly a tall figure appeared in front of Gu Yang. A moment later, a voice rang out above her head, her body immediately froze in place, stunned for a long time, elder sister. Feng Kei smiled brightly like a star, pretending to be innocent and asking, elder sister, are you here to help me carry things? At this time, she was constantly reassuring herself in her heart, calm down, be natural, pretend that nothing happened last night. On the surface, Gu Yang was still indifferent. Continuing to reply, yes, I'm here to help you carry things. He still maintained that smile on his lips, calmly handing over the materials, thank you, elder sister. Gutsong spoke up interrupting the conversation at that time, in a protective manner, he has leukemia, aren't you afraid that he'll hit his head and bleed? Let me carry it for you. His expression quickly sank, his lips pursed tightly, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, Feng Kei changed his expression, quickly turned around and bowed his head to apologize, I'm sorry, elder sister, I was just too happy that you were helping me. I forgot that you were sick. His face twisted slightly, challenging, if that's the case, then please help me carry it to the seat behind her. Gutsong quickly smiled and mocked, you have a lot of tricks, you're even thinking of arranging the seat. Hearing this, Feng Kei was not to be outdone, provoking. It's just my good luck. Gu Yang broke out in a cold sweat, awkwardly urging, let's not block the door, let's quickly finish carrying things. The sound of discussion rang out non-stop, Feng Kei from class A10 is so handsome, he's raising the visual floor of our class, I heard that he's the adopted son of the Gu family. Their relationship looks pretty good. Xianing sneered, secretly scoffing, good relationship? She crossed her arms and loudly criticized, making Gu Yang turn her head, what adopted son, stop pretending. Her face was full of smug satisfaction when others were in trouble, Gu Yang, isn't he your mobile blood bank? Who doesn't know that you have rare blood and leukemia? Isn't it based on drawing his blood to live until now? The students immediately leaned close to each other anxiously and whispered, wow, mobile blood bank, that's too inhumane, Feng Kei is so pitiful, Gu Yang and the Gu family are too much. Xuanin's heart was viciously and darkly plotting to trap people. You dared to make me lose points and be set as an example before the whole school. Today I'll make you lose all your reputation. Gu Yang was startled and stood still, worriedly, and continuously examining. Feng Kei's status in the wealthy family is not a secret. He's loudly beating the drum like this just to make me embarrassed. Gu Yang's eyelids drooped unconsciously, her heart filled with random thoughts. Although I've never used Feng Kei, it's true that the original owner drew Feng Kei's blood. I have to think of a way. Xianing nimbly stepped up, putting her hand on Feng Kei's shoulder as if to show familiarity. Feng Kei, you can boldly tell the story of Gu Yang oppressing and torturing you. Now Gu Yang is just a fake rich girl, you don't need to be afraid of her. His eyes were gloomy mixed with a hint of coldness, indifferently as if nothing was directed towards Xianing. Feng Kei spoke up bluntly, exposing her lies. My elder sister treats me very well. The Gu family also doesn't oppress me. Xuanin's face instantly turned pale, stammering for a long time before she could reluctantly resist. How can this be? You don't need to be afraid, if anything happens. The Su family will protect you. Only to see that he was still indifferent and clearly resolved. If the Gu family oppressed me, why would they let me enjoy the same treatment as the other children of the Gu family? The students continued to point and comment. Looking at it, that's true. His school bag and shoes are all expensive brand names. Isn't Su Xianing always targeting the Gu family? She even falsely accused Gu Tsang of cheating before. This time it's probably the same. Xianing widened her eyes, grinding her teeth unwillingly. No, I absolutely can't admit defeat at this time. She immediately loudly pointed at Gu Yang and roared, that's only in the material aspect that he's not treated badly. It's all a cover-up for outsiders to see. Doesn't Gu Yang often use him to vent her anger, abusing him in the spiritual aspect? Just as she was about to speak up to vindicate herself, Feng Kei had already quickly stepped in front of her. Each word he spoke made Xuanin's face turn paler. I don't know where classmate Su heard this rumor from. The depths of his eyes were tearful as if restraining his feelings of injustice. If she didn't teach me, how could I improve so quickly, from Class A10 to Class A1? Hearing these slanders against elder sister, I'm really uncomfortable. Can you tell me where you heard that from? Or... Feng Kei's lips moved up and down, making a round and clear sound. This is all fabricated by you, to take revenge on elder sister. Too shocked after hearing this, her mouth was wide open, staring blankly at Feng Kei. Witnessing the whole process, Gu Yang and Gu Tsang had a common judgment, good acting skills. Her face gradually heated up, inevitably touched and considering in her heart. However, from what happened last night, Feng Kei is probably sincerely protecting me. Xianing hurriedly turned around and ran away, but still unwilling and added, you don't know what's good for you, you just wait for me. He quietly observed the conversation of the classmates. Su Xianing was exposed, and ran away because she had no reason, right? The rich girl of the Su family even wanted to support people. I think he's jealous of Gu Yang. Gu Yang slowly stepped forward and called softly, "Akei." She could hardly hide the nervousness on her face, shyly uttering each word, thank you for speaking up for me. Feng Kei quickly stepped closer to her at this time, elder sister doesn't need to thank me. Suddenly, a sound from Zhu Di cut off the conversation between the two. Yang, that Su Xianing is too annoying. She was angrily puffing her cheeks, spewing out a series of grievances in her heart. I think he's jealous that you received so many votes in the school's hot girl ranking. So he came to slander you. Seeing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but feel a little helpless in her heart. It can't be completely counted as slander. After all, the original owner did oppress Feng Kei a lot. Suddenly she noticed something and asked, but what's the school's hot girl ranking? Zhu Di quickly explained in detail at this time, did you forget? Every year after the classes are divided, the school's website will post the school's hot girl ranking for everyone to vote. Speaking of this, she glanced at Gu Tsang while lowering her voice secretly, although you're second now, but I've already asked people to pull votes, I definitely won't let Gu Tsang steal your school. Hot girl position. Gu Yang couldn't help but speak up hurriedly, dispelling her intention. It's okay, I don't care much about these things. Suddenly something from the phone surprised her and she exclaimed, huh. On the phone screen at this time was the ranking of the hot girl contest. Ranking, name, number of votes, no 1, Gu Yang, 236, no 2. Gu Tsang, 220, no 3, Yao Bangxue, 212, third place is Yao Bangxue. Gu Yang unexpectedly secretly suspected in her heart, I remember there are very few scenes of her in the original novel. She's a supporting character with a normal family background but tries to get ahead. But in the end, she suddenly ended her life by jumping off a building. Thinking of this, she immediately pursed her lips and made a decision in her heart, if I've crossed over, even if it's a supporting character, it's a life, I have to investigate the cause. Gu Yang leaned slightly to the side and asked softly, Zhu Di, which class is Yao Bangxue assigned to? She quickly continued, her? This time she just happened to transfer from class A2 to our class. Look, Gu said, glancing at the person sitting in that spot. Sitting there, Bang Shue's complexion was pale and lifeless. Carefully observing, Gu Yang quickly concluded, Yao Bangshua's condition really isn't good, I have to think of a way. Tai Jian held the documents in his hand and announced loudly, class is starting, this class is biology, go back to your seats, first do a small test, turn it in directly to me when you're done. Silently watching from behind, she was anxiously thinking, I've never interacted with her before, how can I investigate the reason she jumped off the building? Gu Yang was instantly surprised and secretly sighed, she turned in the test so quickly, it seems her grades aren't bad. But she looks a little unhappy, on the contrary, very resistant. Tai Jian raised his old, lecherous hand and reached out to touch her palm. Bang Shui immediately jumped back, her panic impossible to hide, fully displayed on her face. He still shamelessly acted as if nothing happened and bent over to pick up the documents. I see that your grades have improved a lot, and you've been assigned to class A1. Tai Jian's sly eyes stared at her and said vaguely, Xiao Yao, I'm really sorry, you won't blame me, will you? He took the opportunity to move closer and whispered in Bang Shui's ear, be my subject representative, I'll still guide you more like before. She could only shrink back unwillingly and answer, yes. Looking at Tai Jian's lecherous expression, it didn't take her long to understand everything. It seems the reason Yao Bangshu had jumped off the building is because of this scumbag. Gu Yang clenched the pen in her hand, her eyebrows furrowed, secretly reaching the final conclusion. Izei's eyes were focused on his phone, the corners of his lips slightly raised as if he saw something interesting. Someone came over and saw this, leaning closer to ask, Teacher Xiao, don't look at your phone, I really don't understand, why did you sacrifice so much this time? Even hiding your identity to teach here? Izei laughed out loud after hearing this, teaching is quite interesting. While the two were talking, a slender hand slowly knocked on the door, signaling a sound. Gutsong stood calmly leaning against the door, her expression slightly serious as if pondering for a while. He smiled brightly and stepped forward to greet, asking softly, classmate Gutsong, what's the matter? Gutsong couldn't suppress the resentment in her heart and said accusingly, isn't it because you're making trouble? Something that can be explained clearly online, but you have to make me personally take a trip. She slammed the paper on the table, here's the list of equipment you need to prepare during the diagnosis and treatment, I'm leaving. Seeing this, Izei hurriedly called out, Ms. Gu, wait. She turned her head slightly to look back, her sharp eyes showing a probing expression, what else is there? He still didn't mind, smiling brightly and continuing, congratulations to Ms. Gu for getting full marks on the exam. Speaking of this, Izei put his hands in his pockets, his expression showing a hint of regret. I just feel that with Ms. Gu's grades, staying at number 1 high school is too wasteful. Gutsong was not to be outdone, retorting sharply, with Teacher Zhao's identity, staying at number 1 high school is too wasteful. After finishing speaking, she decisively left, slamming the door shut without any pity. The person next to Izei saw this and was curious, softly probing his intentions. Teacher Xiao, you stayed at number 1 high school not because of her, is it? Izei replied calmly. Yes, but not entirely. That person seemed to have grasped something interesting, eagerly continuing to gossip, there's another reason? It can't be Gu Yang, right? So you were looking at your phone and laughing just now. Weren't you replying to the message from the little fairy Gu Yang? Izei nodded in agreement without hesitation, yes. The person next to him looked at him with undisguised contempt, quickly backing away to protect himself. Teacher Xiao, you actually took a fancy to 2 sisters from the same family. You're really scum, shockingly scum. Izei immediately flew into a rage and yelled, if you're sick, go get treatment. She read the message on her phone, her heart filled with emotion. Fortunately, Xiao Izei is also in the teacher-student group, otherwise I wouldn't know how to contact him for help. Gu Yang's expression sank, carefully calculating for a while, the matter of a teacher molesting a student is still easier to resolve if I find someone on the school's side. Gu Yang stroked her chin thoughtfully, Xiao Izei has a lot of identities and means behind him, it should be no problem to let him handle it, but this kind of thing can't be delayed. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked away. I should still ask Suyi to investigate the evidence, it's better to resolve it quickly. Feng Ke suddenly appeared, pressing close to her from behind and whispering, elder sister. Gu Yang was startled and turned around to look up. He smiled and held out his phone, suggesting, what do you want to investigate, you can use me. He stood silently looking at Gu Yang from behind, thinking sullenly, did elder sister just reject me like that? Suddenly a phone notification rang, interrupting his thoughts. The content of the message just notified, Gu Yang, help me investigate this matter. Feng Ke's eyes instantly softened like water, his heart filled with emotion, it's good enough that elder sister is willing to use me. He was extremely excited when he suddenly remembered, that's right, I'll just send it to her to see. Gutsong suddenly received a message from her phone. She lowered her head to read it. She flew into a rage when she saw the content Phone K sent. She seems to feel that I'm more useful than you, Gu Yang, help me investigate this matter. She resentfully replied, get lost. Gu Yang broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a little scared in her heart. What happened between them when I wasn't here? She stood awkwardly in the middle, not knowing what to do, looking around. Why is the atmosphere still so strange even after school? Just then, Zhu Di came from afar and waved loudly, Yang Yang. She excitedly suggested, Yang Yang, are you in a hurry to go home? I want to find you to go with me to watch the basketball game at the basketball court. Zhu Di's mood was suddenly too excited, shouting to announce, Wang Linggu will be playing today. She thought in confusion, is he the male student that Zhu Di has a crush on? Gu Yang sighed, her eyes softening as she said to herself, I haven't been with friends since I crossed over here, I really should go with him. She glanced at the scene behind her, worriedly, but I'm very worried that I won't be here, they'll fight. Feng K gently comforted, encouraging her, elder sister, you go, we'll go back and tell mom. Gu Yang immediately happily ran away, loudly replying, is that okay? Then I'm going, you two go home first, okay? He hurriedly replied, of course it's okay, just rest assured, elder sister. The atmosphere suddenly sank. Feng K and Gutsong looked at each other without saying a word. He smiled mockingly, challenging, a little scratch? Gutsong stubbornly agreed, replying without compromise, a fight then. The luxurious living room with modern design, warm colors filled with a family atmosphere. Gu Yang was in a very good mood, her face refreshed as she pushed the door in. Suddenly she noticed Gu Bai lurking, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. She was curious and asked, Gu Bai, what are you hiding here for? Gu Bai was startled, immediately recruiting to gossip, elder sister, you're back at the right time. Come and watch the show with me. He instantly made a cunning expression, excitedly reporting the situation. Gutsong fought with someone, came back with injuries on her face, right now she's being taught a lesson by mom. Gu Yang immediately muttered in her heart, is there anyone who can hurt big sister? Xue Ling was burning with anger, scolding and teaching, with that little bit of kung fu you have, you dare to fight with others, can't you come home and tell your parents if something happens? Why do you have to solve it by fighting? She was not willing to let it go, looking to the side to blame, he was also injured, why do you only teach me a lesson? Feng K softly called it this time, Mom. His expression was full of remorse, pitifully explaining, I accidentally fell. Those words made Gutsong fly into a rage, angrily cursing in her heart, this guy is acting again. She was immediately deceived by that appearance, continuing to defend Feng K, did you hear that, Xiao K accidentally fell, this child Xiao K has been very well behaved since he was little. He's never had conflicts with others, he wouldn't run off to fight. Gu Yang was so helpless that she couldn't say anything, he's well behaved, then was the person who fought with you a dog? Xue Ling gave a final warning, don't fight in the future. You hear? Gutsong listlessly muttered, yes. Gu Yang witnessed that scene and couldn't help but regret it, breaking out in a cold sweat, it seems they really hid it from me and went to fight, why was I at ease letting them be alone together? At that time? She sighed, her eyes softening as she looked ahead, but although mom is a bit double-standard, it's ultimately out of concern. Xue Ling suddenly realized, noticing her hiding in the doorway, Yang Yang is back. She waited for Gu Yang to come closer before announcing, come over here quickly, I have something I want to talk to you about. Gu Yang curiously asked back, what's the matter, Mom? Xue Ling's face was full of joyful pride, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to talk to you about inheriting the family business, becoming a female CEO. Gu Yang stood still for a moment after hearing this, speechless. Her mouth dropped open in surprise, disbelievingly pointing at herself, a female CEO, me? Zhao Ming spoke calmly, Yang Yang, come and see, this is Dad's most profitable company, Zhaofeng Entertainment. Gu Yang breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Secretly sighing, so it's just coming to visit and learn, Mom's way of speaking was too scary. He continued to suggest, you can come here for an internship after the college entrance exam, and after graduating from college, you can directly inherit the company, what do you think? Gu Yang hurriedly dissuaded, quickly changing the subject, it's too early now, let's talk about it when the time comes. She reassured herself, firmly establishing her position, I'm a fake rich girl, how can I snatch the family property from big sister and the others? Zhao Ming suddenly shouted loudly, Dad understands. He pretended to understand, smiling kindly and immediately explaining, Yang Yang doesn't like entertainment companies, right? It's okay, our family still has. Gu Yang anxiously interrupted the conversation, don't talk about me for now, what about elder sister and Xiao Pai? The rooms are equipped with state-of-the-art interior furnishings. Don't worry, shout Song, and you will learn how to manage together with Dad. Our family has a lot of properties, enough to share. She was puzzled and asked again, then what about Xiao Pai? Zhao Ming was annoyed in his heart, uncompromisingly dividing. Give him a little share, enough to live on. If he gets other things, he'll definitely take them to buy gaming equipment. Gu Yang remembered his messy room full of trash. That's really Xiao Pai's style. She executed solemnly, calmly asking again, Boss, you're looking for me? You came at the right time. Zhao Ming gently reached out to the side, giving a detailed introduction. She is Yi Qingren. The fan club became popular after you participated in the entertainment show before as her responsibility. I have something to do today, let her take you around. She smiled kindly to greet first. Hello, I'm Gu Yang, I'm bothering you today. Qingren quickly replied, you're too polite. Qingren professionally reminded, it's almost here. She opened her mouth to talk to the people blocking the door. Please make way, we want to go in. One of them shouted angrily, what's your hurry? Manager Han said to wait here, it's useless for you to go in first. Shui Yin instantly recognized her. Isn't that Gu Yang, the daughter of the Gu family who participated in the wine talk show before? She secretly smirked, plotting a conspiracy in her heart. It's really God giving me a chance. If I catch her eye, the path to becoming a celebrity in the future won't need to be worried about anymore. Shui Yin immediately warmly smiled brightly to greet her. Ms. Gu, you're here to supervise, right? Manager Han is inside, please come in. Gu Yang gently replied politely, thank you, what's your name? Shui Yin thought in her heart, she asked my name, she must have some goodwill, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. On the surface, she confidently introduced herself, my name is Xian Shui Yun. Gu Yang suddenly changed her expression, repeating in surprise, Xian Shui Yun. I remember her ultimate ending in the original novel was committing a crime and going to jail. This is also the prelude to the bankruptcy of Xiaofeng Entertainment. She hugged her head in regret, blaming herself repeatedly, why did I forget? This is the company that big sister overthrew herself in the original novel. Gu Yang sighed wearily, helplessly sighing, the company from top to bottom definitely has a lot of loopholes, it seems I can only fill them in. The sunlight flickered, shining through the window illuminating the entire room. Qingren meticulously introduced to her, Ms. Gu, let me introduce, this is. Han Shi calmly interrupted her speech, no need to introduce, could Ms. Gu not know me and Chu Tian? Manager, Han Shi, artist, Chu Tian. Gu Yang then suddenly realized, Chu Tian, is the female artist that the original owner listened to Nguyen Yan's instigation to target. His eyes were sharp, staring at Gu Yang intently, that person must be Han Shi, her manager, right? She felt uneasy, only knowing to turn away from that gaze. Before Nguyen Yan was kicked out, she always took advantage of ingratiating herself with me to seize Chu Tian's resources. Han Shi is a famous protective manager, it's no wonder they have this attitude towards me now. Chu Tian casually brushed past her shoulder, politely explaining, I still have things to do, excuse me for not entertaining. Gu Yang quickly spoke up to stop her, her heart filled with worries, wait, Xiaofeng Entertainment's bankruptcy is also related to her being framed by Nguyen Yan and having her dirt exposed. I can't let her go like this. Her eyes sharpened, turning her head to glare back, Ms. Gu, do you have something to say to me? There's probably nothing to say between us. Gu Yang then slowly explained, if I've called you back, of course there's something I want to say. She carefully considered her calculations, a moment later making a decision. The original owner always helped Nguyen Yan bully her before, it's useless to act close now. Might as well thoroughly exploit the image of the playboy rich daughter. Gu Yang turned around and sat down on the chair, uttering each word clearly, Sister Chu Tian. Her voice was like a thunderclap striking heavily into the minds of the listeners. How long are you planning to hide the fact that you're pregnant? You're not married. If you don't think of a way, then you won't be able to hide it anymore. Han Shi's eyes widened after hearing this, his mouth agape in disbelief. Pregnant? Chu Tian, what's going on? She immediately retorted, I'm not. Chu Tian shouted and questioned her, where did you hear this news from? Gu Yang replied calmly, I'm the daughter of the Gu family, of course I have my ways. She didn't give up and continued to justify, I'm afraid you misunderstood, I did go for an examination last month, but the results clearly stated that I'm not pregnant. Gu Yang smiled knowingly, slowly revealing the truth, that's Nguyen Yan's trap, what you're holding is a fake report. She's hiding the fact that you're pregnant because she wants to take advantage of your lack of preparation to expose the dirt first, forcing you to withdraw from the entertainment industry so she can rise to the top. As soon as the words were finished, Chu Tian seemed to stagger, about to fall. She angrily shouted, I originally decided that if I was really pregnant, I would publicly get married and have children. I didn't expect her to tamper with my pregnancy test report. She's too much. Han, she suddenly realized, probing, if this was a matter of last month, why is Ms. Guyang only saying it now? His expression was a little pale, asking in a low voice, you always helped in Guinyan before, now you're suddenly coming to help me and Chu Tian, it's probably not just out of kindness, right? Guyang sighed, helplessly explaining the reason for the matter, I used to be good sisters with Nguyen, of course I would help her, now we're no longer playing together. She flashed a cunning smile, evilly scheming against others, what's more, I'm definitely not just helping the two of you. Gu Yang's eyes reeked of a profiteer announcing, my dad said he'll give me Xiaofeng Entertainment in the future, you two are the cash cows of Xiaofeng Entertainment. Of course I have to think of a way to protect you too. She chuckled, digging a pit to bury people, Manager Han, are you satisfied with this explanation? Han, she was powerless and didn't know what to say. He then temporarily believed her, discussing the plan of action, if that's the case, then we have to think of a solution. Gu Yang instantly had an idea, quickly suggesting, this is simple, if Sister Chu Tian wants to give birth, find a hospital to check again now, after confirming the results. Go register the marriage and then announce it. She smiled brightly and instructed, Han Shi, you discuss the timing of the public announcement with the Public Relations Department, pay attention to guiding public opinion. That's all. Han Shi looked at her with different eyes, startled and slightly leaning back, so Gu Yang is such a powerful person? He secretly pondered in his heart, even if just based on today's matter, it's still better to maintain a good relationship with Gu Yang in the future. Chu Tian said emotionally to think. Thank you so much for today, Ms. Gu Yang, really, thank you very much. You two are too polite, Gu Yang didn't take the past to heart, speaking to mediate, let the past be the past. Let's work hard together to develop in the future, I'll go first. Just as she went out the door, Gu Yang suddenly seemed to remember something, that's right. She strictly reminded Han Shi, you must never sign a contract with Xian Shuiyun who looked for you today, she's very sinister. He didn't understand what was happening after hearing this. Suspicious repeatedly. Qingren walked alongside her, slowly opening her mouth, before I thought that Boss Gu wanted to let you inherit Xiaofeng Entertainment only because you have a fan base in the entertainment industry. She laughed and blamed herself, now thinking about it, I was too narrow-minded. Qingren constantly praised her, regardless of gathering intelligence or communication skills, it's really amazing to have such abilities at your age, I'm now very much looking forward to working with you in the future. Gu Yang was a little uneasy and scratched her chin, avoiding her gaze, thank you for your praise. She muttered in her heart, after all, I crossed over into the book, otherwise I wouldn't have known about Chu Tian's pregnancy. Gu Yang couldn't help but wonder when she remembered, but Nguyen Yen initially borrowed the Gu family's relationship to change the examination results, now she's been kicked out of the wealthy family. It seems she's found a new backer to help her, who would it be? A loud table slam along with cursing sounds rang out, didn't you say that Zhao Feng didn't know about Chu Tian's pregnancy, we could exploit this matter to suppress them? Wang Xian stood up suddenly, yelling, why haven't they waited for us to expose the dirt, they've already handled all the public opinion. Her eyes were full of killing intent, glaring ahead, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll let you see how deep the water is in the entertainment industry. Nguyen Yan's face was pale, hurriedly coming to justify, it must be Gu Yang playing tricks from the inside, Gu Xiaoming spoils her, I also knew so many secrets by relying on her in the beginning. She kept rambling trying to find reasons to excuse herself, it must be that she sensed something, so she told them to prepare in advance. Wang Xian's expression sank, plotting evil schemes to harm people, I want to see. Without her living blood bank, how long can she live? The crowd was buzzing with discussion nonstop, did you really see him at the office? Didn't he drop out of school after his family went bankrupt? Definitely, I looked very carefully to be sure. Witnessing that scene, Gu Yang stood pressed against the door gossiping, couldn't help but be curious, why is the class so lively today? What happened? She ran up quickly, yelling, Yang, you're here. Zhu Di excitedly told her, have you heard? Shuizhe came to school. Gu Yang couldn't help but ask in suspicion, he still hasn't dropped out of school. Her heart was filled with doubts. The Shui family was overthrown by Big Sister and the blood bank working together, Shuizhe is so stubborn? She slowly advised, not letting Zhu Di continue to worry, rest assured, our school isn't some kind of aristocratic school, whether he goes to school or not doesn't matter to me. She felt somewhat relieved seeing this, it's good that you don't mind. Gu Yang secretly looked behind, silently judging, compared to me, those two probably care more about it. Gutsong said annoyedly, an undead spirit. For once, he also agreed in unison. Replying, agreed. Zhu Di gossiped about the news and whispered into her ear to tell her, but I guess he probably came to do the dropout procedures, Shuizhe is arrogant, his family had such a big incident. He probably can't stand going to high school. Gu Yang's eyes drooped slightly, her mood not very happy as she thought, that's right, many classmates have been annoyed with him for a long time, they only tolerated him before because of his family. Background. A student in the class sneered mockingly, Shuizhe always relied on the Shui family, thinking he was one level higher than others. Does he still have the face to come to number 1 high school now? Shuizhe flew into a rage and shouted, petty people who only know how to slander behind their backs, if you have the guts, say it to my face. His gaze was like a sharp bullet, staring at the male student who was gossiping just now. Even if my family goes bankrupt, the backpack I'm wearing is something you guys can't afford even after striving for several lifetimes. The male student couldn't hide his expression of pity, bluntly exposing Shuizhe's words, we don't want the backpack that the Shui family bought with illegal money. I see that you only dare to get angry with us now. He was hit on the spot, angrily shouting, you. Shuizhe secretly spat inwardly, cursing repeatedly, if my family wasn't targeted by others, and I could only rely on studying and taking exams now, would I need to put up with you petty people? On the surface, he pretended to be noble and let the male student off, humph, I'm too lazy to argue with you. He came in front of her and shouted loudly, Gu Yang. Shuizhe's face was full of smugness, provoking her, you because of love give rise to hate to me right? Gu Yang's mouth dropped open, not understanding why she was being dragged into this. Huh? He was still oblivious to the problem, calmly putting all the blame on Gu Yang. Isn't it because of the annulled engagement that the Gu family saw death and didn't save our family? Now even a seat for a desk mate isn't left for me? Although being jealous is pitiful, being envious isn't good. Gu Yang's anger instantly flared up, firmly interrupting his wishful thinking, you're overthinking, I've never liked you. Gu Yang frankly exposed the reason for the matter, directly denying any connection between the two people. The Gu family just doesn't want to be involved with evil forces. Don't be so self-absorbed. He was ashamed into anger, raising his arm preparing to strike. A fake rich girl like you dares to say these words, I've been too polite with you, haven't I? Gu Yang immediately felt a little worried in her heart, unable to control her thoughts, does he still want to hit me? Suddenly a hand raised up to stop his action, making Shuizhe cry out, ah. His face darkened, hugging his arm and complaining loudly, who is it? Feng Ke slowly replied, sorry, I accidentally dropped my pen. He slightly drooped his eyes, requesting, can you pick it up for me? Gu Yang laughed out loud, while she frowned thinking, he's faster than her, humph. Shuizhe angrily pointed at his face and scolded, are you sick? You clearly threw it over, a pet raised by the Gu family dares to bite people here. Gu Yang immediately felt uncomfortable after hearing this. She stood up abruptly and loudly criticized, Shuizhe, stop making trouble unreasonably, it's clear that you wanted to hit someone first. Shuizhe was ashamed into anger, raising his hand to hit her, I'm giving you face, and you still don't know what's good for you, you still find it an eyesore that I scolded him. Then I'll teach you a lesson. A hand quickly grabbed Gu Yang's hand and pulled her back. Gutsong rushed out to meet him head-on, throwing him heavily to the ground. Her foot skillfully stepped hard on Shuizhe's hand, making him scream in pain. Gutsong frowned tightly, warning in a low voice, think of the consequences before you act, if you don't want your hand anymore, then put it away. He then quickly ran away with his tail between his legs, you just wait, I'm going to find the school leader now. Shuizhe didn't forget to leave a threat, school violence classmates, you just wait to be deducted points. A surprised and emotional voice rang out, wow. Izay smiled brightly with a look of concern, classmate Shui, what happened? You can tell me. He spoke slowly to introduce himself, I'm the newly appointed vice principal of the school. Shuizhe immediately took the opportunity to accuse, that's great, Vice Principal Xiao, they used violence against me just now, you must stand up for me. His lips moved to utter each word, rest assured. Izay's face radiated confidence, affirming, I will of course give you a fair way to deal with it. Witnessing that scene, she breathed a sigh of relief, it seems there's no need to worry anymore. Gutsong curled her lips contemptuously in her heart, pretending, so long-winded. He seriously considered for a moment, then made a suggestion, if you want to deal with it, I hope everyone can tell me what happened. Shuizhe immediately objected, putting all the blame on her, Vice Principal Xiao, Gu Yang told Gutsong and Feng Ke to hit me, you can directly deduct points from the three of them. Gu Yang thought to herself after hearing this, I originally wanted to let the male lead deal with it fairly, he wants to counterattack, then don't blame me for not being polite. She immediately stepped forward to explain in detail the ins and outs, Teacher Xiao, it was classmate Shuizhe who kicked the door and rushed into the classroom first. He also had heated emotions and harassed me, after he was rejected by me, he wanted to attack me, Feng Ke and my sister protected me, so they acted a little heavily. Gu Yang nimbly hypnotized him through words, it was Shuizhe who was wrong first, the person who should be deducted points is him. Ize secretly cried out in his heart, is it hypnosis? His hands clenched slightly, she hypnotized the whole class for this little thing, not a small skill. Ize broke out in a cold sweat, carefully considering, I've never seen any hypnosis that needs me to expend so much energy to resist. Probably only me and her can resist it. He suddenly noticed Gutsong's unusual silence. He broke out in a cold sweat and panic, she was actually also hypnotized, unless she gave up resisting herself. Ize's heart was in a mess, they've only known each other for a month, she can believe in this younger sister to the point of being deeply ingrained in her subconscious? Zhu Di instantly chimed in to add fuel to the fire, Teacher Xiao, Yang is right, they're the victims, it was Shuizhe who went crazy as soon as he entered the class. I think he's gone crazy from being hit. The classmates immediately discussed and debated continuously, that's right, he's so dangerous, how can we let him continue to stay at school? Ize flashed a standard smile, slowly judging appropriately, I've understood the story, as vice principal, for the sake of everyone's safety, I will contact the hospital to conduct a neurological assessment of classmate Shuizhe, the school will first record the mistake and deal with it later. He slowly pointed to Gu Yang, although classmates Gu Tsong and Feng Ke had a reason for doing so, but fighting is wrong, after all, write a 1,000-word self-criticism each. Shuizhe strongly objected, quickly struggling to resist, I'm not crazy, the people who are wrong are clearly them, now the bitch Gu Yang still wants to send me to a mental hospital. He saw this and smiled to ease the atmosphere, if the problem has been resolved, you can start class. During the break, the school hallway had no one walking around. Gu Yang couldn't help but worry, a moment later making a suggestion, sister, okay, I'll write the self-criticism for the two of you. She obediently put her hands behind her back to express her opinion, after all, the two of you were just venting your anger for me, I should be the one who was punished. Feng Ke cheerfully held up the paper in his hand, elder sister doesn't need to worry, I've already finished the self-criticism. She instantly cried out in her heart. So fast? Is this the speed of Hacker Top 3? Gutsong continued unhurriedly, I've also finished writing, now I can go turn it in. She was constantly suspicious, isn't there still a lot of space on this self-criticism? Gu Yang broke out in a cold sweat when she suddenly saw a few scattered words on the paper, 1,000-word self-criticism. She innocently asked back, is there a problem? Gu Yang awkwardly covered up, no. Seeing him still calmly accepting the self-criticism, even praising it repeatedly, not bad writing. Gu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, constantly sighing, with only 6 words, reading for 2 minutes, is this perhaps the interest of the male and female leads in the novel? Tai Jian's face displayed a smiling expression, lowering his voice to remind, Teacher Xiao is really responsible, still guiding the students now, but it's almost my class. Teacher Xiao go back and rest. Gu Yang quickly considered, extremely surprised when she saw him, it's been a while since I reported this teacher, doesn't the male lead in the novel work very quickly and decisively? Why hasn't this beastly teacher been suspended from work? She immediately took out her phone, I have to ask Xiao Ize. The two were close at hand, yet secretly exchanged messages, Teacher Xiao, how far has the investigation of Tai Jian gone? Ize instantly reassured her, little sister doesn't need to worry. We can close the net at the latest this week, don't play with your phone during class, there won't be a next time. Gu Yang was speechless when she saw the reply message, the vice principal like the male lead, not only values the ethics of the teaching profession, but also values student discipline. She closed her eyes and rested her chin, thinking, however, even he has to investigate for so long, it seems there are many victims. A hand suddenly lightly shook Gu Yang's shoulder. Classmate Gu Yang. Tai Jian wore a guise of gentle tenderness, softly reminding, don't be distracted during class. She immediately waved her hand away, dodging with a perfunctory reply, rest assured, teacher, I'm seriously listening to the lecture, I'm not distracted. Tai Jian gnashed his teeth, unwilling to leave, humph. After school, the desks and chairs were empty, there was not a single person in the room. Bang Shui sat there extremely nervous, hesitating and still unwilling to leave. She helplessly affirmed in her heart, there's no way out. Bang Shui quickly walked up to her and spoke out, Gu Yang. Her appearance was obedient standing there, docilely requesting, I have something I want to ask you. Sweat constantly grew on Bang Shui's cheeks, the teacher's biology book fell here, he still has to prepare lesson plans tonight, can you go with me to deliver the book? He quickly stepped forward, hurriedly stopping in front of Gu Yang, our family's driver has arrived, my elder sister has to go home with me. Bang Shui instantly paled, as if she still wanted to say something, but she gently comforted Feng Ke, it's okay, you go back first. Then Gu Yang leaned over, calling after her back, urging, what are you still standing there for, let's go. The park was fresh, peaceful nestled in the heart of towering skyscrapers. Bang Shui thanked while walking alongside her. Yang Yang, thank you for being willing to go with me. Gu Yang's voice suddenly rang out immediately after, Yao Bongshui. She immediately anxiously probed, why did you suddenly call my name? Gu Yang spoke slowly, gently hinting at her to say everything. It's nothing, I just feel that your mood doesn't seem very good. If you have any troubles, don't hold it in. You can confide to everyone. Bang Shui couldn't help but be troubled, her heart filled with too much sorrow. Why did he suddenly talk about this? Did he discover something? What troubles can I have? Why are you asking me this? She instantly shifted to another matter. It's nothing, I was just saying it offhand. That's right, you know the way to the teacher's house well. You went straight over without looking at the map. You even remember the floor. Bang Shui immediately spoke out the justification she had thought of beforehand. After all, I'm always the subject representative of his. I often come to deliver things. Gu Yang exclaimed in surprise. Oh, but he's a male teacher. You're a female student. That's not good. You should usually call a male student. She continued, wishing to cover up. What's wrong with this? He's our biology teacher, not a stranger. Her slender hands instinctively pressed the password to the room. Bang Shui called loudly into the room. Teacher, it's me. I've come to bring things to you. He seemed to know in advance, quickly opening the door. Bang Shui, Gu Yang, you two came at the right time. I'm preparing to eat dinner. You two come inside and talk while eating. Gu Yang reached out her hand to stop in front of her, calmly refusing. No need. Her voice rang out firmly, not leaving a way out for Tai Jian. Teacher, we're here to return the book. It's not early now, so we won't bother you to rest. He narrowed his eyes, shamelessly suggesting, you don't need to be polite with me, eat before you go. Tai Jian's eyebrows rose high, as if signaling to someone, hurry up and come in. Bang Shui hurriedly pulled her hand to go into the room. Yang Yang, the teacher also means well, let's stay and eat. Looking at the hand that was tightly holding her hand, Gu Yang thought, it seems it's really like what I thought. How ironic. Thinking of this, she spoke to accept the matter. Okay, then we'll stay for dinner. Gu Yang's hand secretly opened her phone, silently looking at the two people in front of her walking together. Like this is right, fortunately there's a drink in the teacher's house that young people. Like you like to drink, you drink a lot. Her voice rang out to express her opposition. How can that be? Gu Yang used her ability to hypnotize him. You also drink a lot. After all, you won't be able to drink any more in the future. 10 minutes later. Ize solemnly led the police into the room. Comrade police, over here, we received a report. There's a case of coercion and intimidation of minors here. Everyone can't move. He hugged the pillow ecstatically and excitedly shouted, haha, how does this drug feel? I'll see if you're still proud with me. Bang Shui was extremely regretful. Tearfully sighing, sorry, I was wrong, I was also forced. He said if I didn't help him bring people here, he would spread my nude photos out. She innocently called out softly, police uncle, he's the one who led me here to find the teacher. The teacher even wanted to coerce me. In the end I don't know why the two of them suddenly became like this. Speaking of this, Gu Yang's hand hidden behind her back removed the hypnotized state. Ask them about the rest of the matter. Both people escaped from the daze. She cried out in horror. What happened? The police immediately stepped forward to control Tai Jian. You're suspected of coercing and intimidating minors, committing a crime with serious circumstances. Please follow us for a trip. He was still struggling to resist. Wait, comrade police, there must be a misunderstanding. Save me, don't arrest me. One of the police officers came in front of Bang Shui to announce, you student, you're suspected of helping him commit the crime. She anxiously begged, Yang Yang, I beg you to explain to them, I didn't do anything. Gu Yang frowned tightly, asking, you didn't do anything? Who led me here? I gave you 3 chances along the way. As long as you had a little conscience, you wouldn't have gotten to this point. She was aggrieved, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes, angrily shouting, but I'm also innocent. If you were the one who had nude photos taken, what would you do? Gu Yang calmly witnessed her constantly defending her actions. Don't advise others to be kind if you haven't experienced their suffering. After hearing this, she flared with anger, directly exposing Bang Shui. Then what about the female students you lured here? Did you ever think about them? No pain is a reason for you to drag innocent people into the abyss. Ize announced the whole incident from behind. Classmate Yao. Actually Gu Yang had discovered it beforehand. She actively reported and cooperated with us to investigate and pay attention to your case. His eyes momentarily softened when he spoke of, she wants to save you. Bang Shui's face instantly turned green, disbelievingly asking back, what? She collapsed to the ground, her mouth constantly muttering to herself, how can this be? Gu Yang silently watched the police car gradually leave into the distance. She sighed wearily, her heart sorrowful and troubled. It's true that the pitiful person must have a despicable aspect. Ize calmly asked her back, little sister, don't you regret it? You saved her, but she's harming you. Gu Yang closed her eyes to rest her mind, calmly explaining, regardless of whether I want to save him or arrest him, I don't regret it. She slowly expressed her thoughts, I'm not just purely for saving him, I'm for the other girls, also so that the wicked must bear the punishment of the law. Ise saw this and quickly chimed in, then that's good, that's right, can I ask you a question? Gu Yang couldn't help but worry when she heard him probe, little sister, what level of hypnotist are you? She secretly pondered in her heart, he's the male lead in the original novel, if he wants to investigate my background, it's a simple matter in an instant, there's no point in hiding it. Gu Yang slightly leaned her body, after a moment of consideration, she spoke, but I can't tell everything, I have to filter it, actually. She put on a playful appearance, using an excuse to lure children, I'm a psychologist without a license. Ise was puzzled and speechless. Seeing her awkwardly trying to defend herself, Teacher Xiao, although I don't have a license, I only occasionally use psychological knowledge, I absolutely don't practice illegally. Ise could only let the matter pass, alright, I know. He flashed a bright smile, gently reassuring Gu Yang, don't be nervous, I know you abide by the law, I just wanted to tell you to be a little careful when working. Her car suddenly arrived in front of the police headquarters, we're here, you quickly go take a statement. Gu Yang slowly got out of the car, suddenly turning around. Her face was red with embarrassment, resting her chin thinking, he probably won't pursue it anymore, right? Gu Song anxiously ran over, asking her urgently, what happened? Gu Yang couldn't help but ask in surprise, sister, why are you here? She awkwardly avoided Gu Yang's gaze, questioning her back, you speak first, what's going on? Ise chimed in to explain clearly, Gu Song was called by me, after all, such a big thing should be notified to the students' parents. She was very concerned, hugging Gu Yang to ask, if you didn't notify me, were you planning to hide this dangerous thing from me? She explained in a flustered manner, reassuring Gu Song, how could that be, I was afraid you would worry, so I didn't say it. Her eyes were tearful, sparkling looking intently at Gu Song, it was my fault this time, can you forgive me? She instantly softened her heart and let it go, there won't be a next time. Gu Yang obediently replied, yes, I promise there won't be a next time. She quickly pushed Gu Song forward, then I'll go take a statement first. Seeing that scene, Ise sighed in his heart, interesting. She stood in front of the house, gently and obediently thanking, thank you today, Teacher Xiao, for even taking us home, you also go back and rest early. Gu Song angrily chased him away, did you hear what my younger sister said, leave quickly. Gu Yang immediately pushed her inside, softly reconciling, then we'll go in first, goodbye Teacher Xiao. Ise smiled brightly, waving goodbye, okay, see you at school. He sat alone by the door, his heart extremely worried, why hasn't elder sister come back yet? Feng Ke was startled and turned around when he heard her voice, okay, I'm back. He anxiously stood up, running over quickly, elder sister, welcome back. Feng Ke instantly threw a dissatisfied gaze ahead, why are you also here? She teased him, guess. He put on a very aggrieved appearance, muttering softly, elder sister, you told me to go first, why did you come back with her? Gu Yang hesitated to explain. It was just on the way, why do I suddenly feel like I'm a trap girl? Gu Yang bent down to look at the puppy in Feng Ke's arms, I wanted to ask just now, where did this adorable puppy come from? He then pushed it in front of Gu Yang, Grandpa brought it, Grandpa and cousin are inside waiting for you two to come back. Then he reminded in a low voice, have you thought of a way to explain why you were late? Gu Yang's heart was twisting and turning, difficult to find a perfect strategy, with my understanding of everyone, if they knew I was almost bullied, they would definitely take revenge at all costs. In a society that values the law, it's best to advise them to abide by the law. Inside the luxurious modern room, suddenly a resentful voice shouted, degraded professional ethics. Xueling flew into a rage, not forgetting to comfort and reassure her, Yang, don't be afraid, Mom will definitely think of a way to put this kind of scumbag in jail. Gu Bai unwillingly roared, jail is not enough, he dared to touch my sister, I'll castrate him. She sharply chimed in, losing his life isn't enough to atone for his crime. Feng Ke rarely agreeing. Gu Yang was sweating like rain, soothing everyone, indeed, it's okay, I'm safe here now, the bad guy has also been punished by the law, it's already very good. Nguyenso, holding a glass of water, couldn't help but blame, you're always like this, not considering your circumstances. She accepted the cup of tea, smiling to distract, cousin is admitting to being very worried about me, right? Nguyenso powerlessly conceded, you're just all talk. Gu Yang gently lifted the cup in her hand, slowly savoring the taste. Her face lit up, sparing no words of praise, so fragrant, cousin's tea-making skills have improved a lot. Nguyenso was happy in her heart, suggesting, I remember your technique, I've practiced a few times, but I always feel like it's still a bit bad, perform it again for me. She quickly agreed, no problem. Feng Ke shyly begged, I also want tea made by elder sister. Gu Bai came over and pushed him into the chair, pouting to draw the line, the tea my sister makes is of course for me to drink first, it's not your turn. She laughed out loud, your family is so lively. Gu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, continuing, it's good that cousin feels okay. Suddenly remembering something, she leaned over to ask, but cousin, why did you suddenly come over today? Nguyenso replied slowly, I really have something I want to find you for. She immediately asked, you want to ask me, the wine talk show season 2 is about to start filming, are you still participating? Glancing at the expectant eyes of the whole family, Gu Yang sighed silently, the original owner is worthy of being a group pet, everyone is actually looking forward to me being able to participate in the show. Her face was extremely radiant, affirming, I said at the beginning that I would participate in the show with cousin, I will of course follow to the end. Nguyenso's face turned red, taking out her phone to awkwardly retort, who wants you to follow, but if you've said so, I'll book a plane ticket for you, we'll go to Zhejiang together. She was extremely excited after hearing the news, I've watched that show, working every day is too tiring, I'll immediately tell the chef to make some more delicious food for you to take with you. Zhao Ming was a support for her, I'm the investor of the show, if the program team makes you unhappy, don't hold back, Dad will vent your anger for you. Gu Yang agreed readily, okay. He came from behind, gently caring, if someone bullies elder sister, you can also tell me. Gu Bai instantly flew into a rage, grabbing his clothes crumpled all over, what's the use of telling you? He quickly took credit with Gu Yang, elder sister, it just so happens that I have to go to Ningqing to compete, it's very close to Zhejiang, whoever bullies elder sister, I'll directly rush there to beat that person. She spared no words of praise, that's right, Xiao Pai, you can already go to the expert competition? You're so good. Gu Bai happily smiled contentedly, hee hee. She chimed in with a sentence to deny, it's just an amateur competition. Gu Bai bristled, shouting, that's the Juji Cup, the first championship of Master Jing Luo back then. Xiao Jia is said to be the next Jing Shen, she casually replied without caring. Oh, then you try your best. Gutsong carefully looked at her phone, but Jing Shen is also not so good, instead of being the second her, it's better to be yourself. He flew into a rage, arguing in a big show, what do you understand, Jing Shen is my belief. Witnessing that scene, Gu Yang couldn't help but think to herself, I wonder what the reaction will be when Xiao Pai knows that one of Big Sister's identities is Jing Luo. He argued to the end, defending his idol, even if Jing Shen suddenly disappeared, she's also the only god in the esports world, Jing Shen withdrawing from the industry before the world competition. 3 years ago definitely has a hidden story, I believe Jing Shen will sooner or later have a day to return to the arena and win the championship again. Gu Yang was shocked when she heard this, Big Sister withdrew from the industry? She remembered the plot of the original novel, Big Sister's identity as Jing Luo in the original novel has always been very active, there has never been a plot of withdrawing from the industry. Why is there such a big change? Nguyenso saw her face turn pale, immediately caring and asking, what's wrong with you, your expression isn't very good. Gu Yang immediately distracted, it's nothing, I'm just curious why Jing Luo withdrew from the industry, cousin, do you know? She considered for a while and then seemed to suddenly remember, oh, you're talking about that matter, I also don't know the reason she left the industry, I only remember that time it was almost the final round of the world competition, Jing Luo suddenly disappeared, then didn't appear anymore. Nguyenso's voice rang out, recounting the things she knew, she ran away before the match at that time, she was scolded for a while, it caused a big fuss. Gu Yang stroked her chin carefully pondering, I have no impression of this at all, this isn't the first time the plot has a difference compared to the plot I knew. What is all of this? She suddenly spoke up, breaking Gu Yang's thoughts, Yang, I've sent you the departure date, I'll pick you up then. She took the phone in her hand and replied, okay, thank you cousin. In her heart she thought, forget it, maybe I remembered wrong. At a quiet garden area, a voice suddenly rang out, I'd rather have food without meat than live where there's no bamboo, welcome everyone to watch the Wine Talk Show Season 2. Director Chen announced, the theme of this season has been upgraded to a completely new version, let's welcome the guests. Jingxi was calm and unhurried, elegantly reading books under the bamboo forest, under the west window, the wind shakes the bamboo branches, as if an old friend has come. Xiao Xiao was as beautiful as a flower waving to greet the audience, Xiao Xiao is so sweet. The person in charge immediately held out his phone to announce, Director, their current broadcast data is very good, we chose the right theme. Director Chen happily continued. What's this, later Wen So and Gu Yang appear, I guess the performance will change even more. Look, they've arrived, just as he finished speaking, the person in charge suddenly noticed. A sharp spear pointed straight up at the sky. The crimson clothing further embellished the scenery, lamenting under the window in the bamboo forest. Nguyen-so came with great momentum in ancient clothing, not changing her voice, waiting for me to return. She glanced at Director Chen's happy face, looking at the director's appearance, the effect should be good. Nguyen-so breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, fortunately, I listened to Yang Yang's suggestion. She leaned back worriedly, I just don't know how everyone will react to Yang Yang. Coming from a wealthy family, everyone's requirements for her are always very harsh. There was no one in front of the camera screen, critical comments filled the screen, now there's only Gu Yang who hasn't arrived yet, haha, sure enough the power of capital is really terrifying. Snatching the closing position of Film Emperor Gue. I think she's not confident about her appearance in ancient clothing, so she hasn't been willing to come out. Slender hands lightly slid across the strings, sitting alone in the bushes, the gentle sound singing throughout, playing the strings to reproduce the long song. Gu Yang's eyes lightly closed, speaking to greet the audience, hello everyone. She appeared in a very cute outfit, I'm Gu Yang, is the little princess of my family. Really too awesome. Gu Yang smiled happily, raising her hand to greet, very honored to be able to participate in the program recording again, I hope everyone likes the song just now. Director Chen also raised the mic to excitedly welcome Yang Yang to participate in our program again, next we will officially begin. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced and emotionally sighed, a song by Gu Yang directly made the hotness of the live room skyrocket, sure enough, I invited the right person. Director Chen cleared his throat and enthusiastically hosted, everyone knows the program is recording for the second season, I believe everyone has wanted to communicate with the guests for a long time. He quickly took out his phone to watch, seriously introducing, our first segment will randomly select questions in the comment section to interview the guests, let's see the first question. Then, not knowing what he saw, Director Chen widened his eyes in surprise. He fearfully glanced at Nguyen-so announcing, everyone is too direct, the first question is for Ms. Nguyen-so. Her face was also stunned as she listened blankly to Director Chen reading the question, please ask, will you forgive your biological sister Nguyen or not? Gu Yang followed Nguyen-so's expression, shaking her head and sighing, the fans of the entertainment industry are indeed irrational, Nguyen has been so evil. They still don't want to let Nguyen-so go, they even want to use morality to tie her down. She quickly ran over to hold Nguyen-so's hand sweetly calling, cousin. Gu Yang smiled generously, very thoughtfully instructing, answer as you like, my family's company is very generous to artists. Nguyen-so was touched by her words, choking back a sob calling her, Yang Yang. She then tightened her hand slightly, taking a deep breath and speaking, Nguyen-so declared mightily and firmly, I will not forgive her, I will not acknowledge that illegitimate child or my biological sister, I will also not forgive the third party who interferes in other people's relationships. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yang happily praised, cousin said well. Director Chen also hurriedly changed the subject, let's see the next question. He again stared blankly at the phone, his voice hesitant to read, the next question is. Gu Yang stood in the distance observing Director Chen imploring the camera, please spare me, don't ask such difficult questions, what should I do if I anger our sponsor and they leave? She again understood and gently smiled walking over to comfort him, it's related to me, right? Don't worry, I don't mind, I won't tell my dad to withdraw the investment. Director Chen wasn't afraid anymore and said, if that's the case, then I'll read it. So he honestly and seriously read the bloody question, may I ask, is it because the real daughter has returned, and you were ostracized so you participated in an entertainment show? Gu Yang winked playfully, her expression cute as she replied, if I'm ostracized, everyone will probably be fighting to be ostracized. She again went into serious mode, putting her hand on her chest and earnestly explaining, my sister treats me very well, the people in my family also love me very much. They know I want to participate in a show, so they're afraid I'll be ostracized so they specially came to be sponsors. Nguyen-so also stepped forward to pat Gu Yang's shoulder nodding in agreement, that's right, everyone actually feels that our entertainment show is a place to be ostracized so they came. Jingxi also joined in to add to the fun, chiming in, if that's the case, then I'm also a person who was ostracized. Gu Yang could only force a smile, cursing silently in her heart, why is Film Emperor Gue also joining in the fun? Director Chen also nodded in satisfaction announcing, okay, our free question asking segment ends here, next please invite the guests to freely divide into two groups. Officially start the competition. As soon as these words were finished, Gu Yang quickly ran over to act spoiled with Nguyen-so, cousin definitely won't leave me alone, right? We're in one group. She shook her head smiling, her expression helplessly reminding, it's alright but you wouldn't really think that you'll be left behind, right? I'm afraid there's not just one person who wants to find you to form a group. However, Gu Yang still didn't understand anything, naively replying, "There's not, where?" At this time, Jingxi behind her also suddenly gleefully nominated himself. "Little fairy, can I be in a group with you?" Gu Yang could only force a smile to agree, of course. Nguyen-so standing next to her also laughed teasingly. "Pfft, what did I say?" She sulked, teasing her, releasing a few accusations. "Cousin is very good, now you know how to laugh at me." Then suddenly someone else spoke up, "Excuse me." A man with a bun awkwardly asked, "Excuse me, can I be in a group with everyone?" Both Nguyen-so and Jingxi replied in unison, "I'm okay with anything, listen to her." Gu Yang helplessly laughed, nodding in agreement, "Okay then, but the three of us and you have probably never known each other, why do you want to form a group with us?" The man with a bun shyly coughed, mumbling the truth, "It's embarrassing to say, the remaining 4 guests have already formed groups first." He scratched his head embarrassedly, his expression helplessly sighing, "I was left behind, so." Gu Yang nodded understandingly, smiling brightly calling out, "Oh, so that's what it is, then come into our group." The man with a bun again happily laughed gratefully, "That's great, thank you for accepting me, I will definitely try to win for everyone can call me cheesy." At this time, Director Chen also clasped his hands together, loudly shouting, "If everyone has finished forming groups, you can come to the next location to prepare to start the competition." Gu Yang heard the announcement and quickly pulled Nguyen-so, "Let's go cousin, we'll go over there together." She also nodded to listen, "Okay." The two of them hastily left, yet didn't notice Cheesy's cold and scheming eyes. He wickedly smirked, leisurely thinking in his heart, "It seems." Cheesy's heart was both smug and joyful as he realized, they didn't have the slightest suspicion of me. He gloomily observed Gu Yang and Nguyen-so's leaving backs, his heart again coldly telling himself, "Now I just need to think of a way." Cheesy looked at Gu Yang's frolicking appearance and secretly smiled coldly calculating, completing the task that Ms. Wang instructed is enough. At the same time, at another luxurious and convenient room, Gutsong leisurely sat on the chair, the corners of her lips curved up happily watching her phone. Ize slowly walked over, rubbing his hands smiling and emotionally sighing, "I didn't expect Ms. Gu to even watch live streams." Gutsong nodded lightly indifferently replying, "Yes, an entertainment show that my younger sister is participating in." He again regretfully sighed complaining, "The livestream of Gu Yang started, but my phone just happened to run out of battery." Ize again lowered his voice to quickly find an excuse to ask to watch it. "Ms. Gu is watching so fascinated, I'm also a little curious about your younger sister's performance in the entertainment show, can we watch it together?" But Gutsong was completely moved by the 4 words "your younger sister." She immediately generously held out her phone to agree, "Okay." Ize also knew his place taking the phone, "Thank you Ms. Gu, then I'll hold the phone for you." He followed Gu Yang's livestream, clicking his tongue in admiration, "It seems Ms. Gu Yang really likes Ms. Gu." On the screen, she was happily sharing, "My sister treats me very well." Gutsong on the outside also arrogantly raised her chin, "Did I need you to say it?" A moment later, she again coldly raised her hand to demand it back, "Give me the phone, I'm sending a message." Ize also quickly gave the phone to Gutsong, she smiled triumphantly as she typed to send the message. At the same time, Feng K sitting on the sofa at another place also received Gutsong's message. He clicked to view it, seeing her blatant bragging, "She praised me, didn't praise you." Feng K narrowed his eyes silently reading that message, his expression helpless and powerless. At this time, Gubai also stepped past behind him rudely asking, "Why haven't you left yet? You're not participating in the competition, what are you staying in Ningqing with me for?" Feng K gently smiled slowly replying with a sentence, "I promised mom I would take care of elder sister." He again smiled secretly looking at the phone adding silently, "Moreover, she's also filming a show in Ningqing." Gubai rolled his eyes directly chasing Feng K away, "I'm 1 year older than you. Do I need you to take care of me? My teammates will be arriving soon to train together. I'll transfer hotel money to you, leave quickly." Not knowing what he thought of, Feng K suddenly curved his lips in an incomprehensible smile. He decisively carried his backpack on his shoulder, complying with Gubai's words, "Okay then, I'm leaving." He stood in place crossing his arms pondering, pursing his lips in suspicion, isn't he always bringing a good boy image, very obedient to mom, today he was so decisive. He's not mocking me, is he? Meanwhile, back to Gu Yang's show, the sound of hoeing into the ground echoed, thump. She leisurely held the shovel to dig the soil under her feet. Near that place, Nguyen-so closed her eyes sighing complaining, "The director is still excessive as before, telling us to wear ancient clothing, but the task is to dig bamboo shoots." Gu Yang also nodded pointing in one direction, "That's right, now there aren't many bamboo shoots, they're not easy to find, I'll go over there to take a look." As she said, she left the shovel and slowly walked over to another place to find bamboo shoots. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, making Gu Yang stare blankly. A girl with her hair piled high frowned, asking, Gu Yang? Gu Yang looked at her warily, nodding slightly to affirm, it's me. We don't seem to be in the same group. What's the matter with you looking for me? But the girl with her hair piled high indifferently brushed past her, replying, it's nothing, first time meeting, just passing by and saying hello. A moment before leaving, she suddenly lowered her voice to mumble a reminder, be careful of Cheesy. Gu Yang widened her eyes in surprise after hearing these words, Cheesy? She pursed her lips, cautiously glancing at Cheesy in the distance, her heart filled with thoughts. If I remember correctly, Cheesy and she should be from the same company. Gu Yang again turned her head to look at the girl with her hair piled high suspiciously. Did she say that to harm me, or did she really mean well? Weighing and considering for a while, she muttered to herself, to be safe, I should pay attention to both of them. At this time, Cheesy in the distance also looked at Gu Yang and the girl with her hair piled high. He resentfully gnashed his teeth, speculating, did Xiao Xian find out something? Why did she go to contact Gu Yang? Cheesy frowned, clutching the bamboo basket next to him, his heart darkly thinking, could it be that the deal between me and Ms. Wang has been found out by her? He slowly recalled what had happened before. Yun Xian had evilly plotted, do you know that fake daughter of the Gu family? She has leukemia, you find an opportunity in the show. Think of a way to make her get hurt a little. This time the blood bank that the Gu family prepared for her didn't follow, as long as she's injured and bleeding. There's nowhere to transfuse blood for her in the deep forest. She had then rested her chin and declared vigorously, rest assured, after it's done, you won't be shortchanged. But a moment later, Yun Xian lowered her voice to threaten, but if it's exposed, I probably don't need to say the consequences. Returning to reality, Cheesy took out a knife in desperation, thinking, things have gotten to this point, I no longer have a way out. He quickly cut off the rope on the bamboo basket, taking a deep breath, telling himself, I can only act quickly. After cutting off the rope, Cheesy again pretended to smile to ask Gu Yang, Ms. Gu, the basket on my back is broken, can you come over to help me? She also noticed something unusual, slightly lowering her eyes to ponder. Then, Gu Yang smiled widely, nodding in agreement, okay. Cheesy watched her appear to be examining the bamboo basket while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. That's great, it seems she still hasn't had any suspicions. He again secretly clutched the knife he hid behind his back. Next, Cheesy bit his lip, considering looking at Gu Yang, his heart madly telling himself, I just need to make a light cut and it'll be over. He held the knife, intently watching her, while Gu Yang still looked ignorant, not knowing anything. But a moment later, before Cheesy could do anything, he was stopped by a voice ringing out from behind, wait. Nguyen so quickly stepped forward, pointing at herself to take the task, let me, my cousin has leukemia, she's not in good health, she can't do heavy work. Cheesy could only smile awkwardly to let it pass, so that's what it is, sorry, it was my carelessness. He resentfully hid the knife in his sleeve, cursing in his heart, humph, why did she have to say it directly? This opportunity is lost. I'll just have to find another one. But at this moment, Gu Yang smiled and stepped forward, declining Wansu's kindness. It's okay, sister, I can do it. It's just carrying things. Cheesy awkwardly chuckled, praising, really, Miss Gu is indeed not a delicate person. Wansu followed suit, reminding her caringly, okay, then be careful. Gu Yang nodded slightly and waved goodbye, yes, don't worry. As she slowly walked away, she glanced at Cheesy, sensing something strange. Why do I feel like Cheesy is talking strangely, like he's morally pressuring me? Is it just my imagination? Over there, he also chuckled and chatted with Gu Yang, then let's make sure we seize the time. She nodded in agreement, okay. In her heart, Gu Yang darkly realized that, although she didn't know the reason, the knife he was hiding in his hand was indeed aimed at her. She plotted secretly in her head, if that's how you want to play it, then don't blame me. So Gu Yang went to Cheesy and suggested, let me help you. He nodded in agreement, okay. As she approached him, Cheesy sneered inwardly, the opportunity has come. He quickly pulled out the knife, pointing the blade straight at Gu Yang's hand. But she seemed to unintentionally turn around, pointing in one direction and suggesting, oh right, why don't we ask the directing team if we can borrow a basket? Gu Yang's elbow also bumped into Cheesy's hand. The bump caused him to accidentally cut his own hand with the knife. Ah. Gu Yang innocently turned back, wondering, why did you suddenly get hurt? Cheesy painfully gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, isn't it because of you? But on the surface, he still chuckled, explaining it away vaguely, maybe it's because I didn't see the rock. In his heart, Cheesy cursed resentfully, damn it. I can't say that I wanted to hurt her and ended up hurting myself. She probably didn't do it on purpose, right? He looked at Gu Yang's expression and dismissed the thought. But it doesn't seem like it. She was anxiously fussing over him. Oh my, you're so careless. I don't even know if there's a hospital nearby. But inside, Gu Yang was secretly laughing with glee. How does it feel to suffer in silence? It's best if this can be a lesson for him. At this moment, a voice echoed, calling out to her, "Sister." She looked at the person who came, Feng Ju, and was startled and puzzled. "A Jew, why are you here?" He smiled gently, explaining patiently, "I came with Xiao Pai to compete, so I took a detour to travel here. But sister, now doesn't seem like the time to talk about this." Feng Ju then looked at Chi Zi sitting on the ground, reminding her in a deep voice, "After all, there's still someone here waiting for our help." Gu Yang smiled brightly, nodding in agreement. "You're right. We have to take him to the hospital." In her heart, she clenched her fist solemnly, telling herself, "It seems that a Jew also saw that he wanted to hurt me. I better follow along to prevent him from doing anything too outrageous." Chi Zi, on the other hand, looked at Feng Ju's expression, which seemed to want to devour him whole, and his face turned green. "Why do I feel like he doesn't want to help me?" A moment later, the three of them quickly arrived at the hospital. Chi Zi painfully clenched his hand, wincing and cursing inwardly. "Damn it, where did this little devil come from? Is he messing with me? Why did it take almost 2 hours to get here?" Feng Ju, walking behind him as if reading his mind, explained with a faint smile, "Sorry, this is also my first time here. I probably misremembered the route, so it took so long." Chi Zi was furious, glaring and loudly exposing him. "If you don't remember the route, then why did you want to lead the way? I think you clearly wanted to harm me." As soon as he said this, Gu Yang angrily rushed out, standing in front of Feng Ju and arguing back, "How can you say that? My brother was worried about you, so he suggested helping you lead the way. How can you use this kind of malicious thinking to judge others?" In her heart, she sighed with relief, laughing inwardly and affirming, "However, he assessed it correctly. Feng Ju did it on purpose." Chi Zi didn't argue further, his face pale as he made an excuse to leave. Okay, it's my fault. I'll go see the doctor first." At this time, Feng Ju said softly in a low voice, gratefully, "Thank you for speaking up for me, sister." Gu Yang laughed happily, gently patting his head and declaring, "No need to thank me. No matter what, I won't let you be bullied by outsiders." Feng Ju obediently let her pat his head, his eyes gently sighing, "Sister, you're so good." Gu Yang's face turned serious, sternly instructing, "But don't go too far." She carefully considered everything, sighing and explaining, "We're still filming the program right now, and many people are watching. Even if we're not at fault, we can't control how people interpret it." Feng Ju nodded understandingly, listening obediently. "Don't worry, sister. I won't set fire to myself." He secretly glanced at Chi Zi's back, laughing coldly in his heart, "As long as it's not discovered, it's not considered setting fire to ourselves, right?" Feng Ju darkly furrowed his brow, his eyes sharply declaring, "Anyone who wants to hurt my sister shouldn't even think about retreating safely." He gritted his teeth inwardly, telling himself, "The suffering you're about to endure has only just begun." At this moment, Chi Zi fearfully glanced at the camera behind him, his mind in turmoil. The cameraman is always following. The knife I hid in my sleeve hasn't had a chance to be thrown away yet. If I don't think of a way, the doctor will discover it. His mind raced, and he quickly smiled at Gu Yang, making an excuse to leave. "My stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. I want to go to the restroom. Sorry to trouble you and the cameraman. To wait for me for a moment." She narrowed her eyes, quickly realizing, he wants to destroy the evidence, huh? Feng Ju, beside her, darkly thought, "Don't even think about it." He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Chi Zi's shoulder and stopping him. "The wound has been left for too long. It's best to treat it first." Gu Yang also rushed forward, chiming in, "That's right. What if you're not careful in the restroom and the wound gets contaminated? It's easy to get infected." Chi Zi, being pulled, turned pale and stammered, "No, wait." Without saying much, Feng Ju and Gu Yang pulled him straight into the room. "Doctor, please save him." Chi Zi could only sit down in the chair, sighing inwardly, "Why are these two so strong? Now I can only hope the doctor doesn't discover it." The doctor sternly called out, "Let me see the wound." He put on his glasses and observed the wound on Chi Zi's hand, exclaiming, A moment later, the doctor sighed and complained, "You people are really something. Why are you only coming now to treat a wound like this? If you had waited a little longer." Chi Zi was frightened by this unfinished sentence, asking in alarm, "What is it, doctor? Is the wound very serious?" Gu Yang, beside him, rested her chin in her hand, wondering, "Strange, I controlled my strength. It shouldn't be a serious wound." But the doctor's next words made both of them freeze in place. No, it's just that if you had come a little later, the wound would have already scabbed over. Cheesy awkwardly chuckled, explaining, I was just worried about getting tetanus. Doctor, please treat my wound quickly. At this moment, the knife in his sleeve fell onto the table. The doctor nodded professionally, saying, Don't worry, I'll help you treat it now. But the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of the knife on the table, and he picked it up, wondering, wait, what is this? The doctor examined the knife carefully and analyzed. This seems to be a stainless steel blade commonly used in box cutters. This is probably what caused the wound. Cheesy still tried to lie, denying it with a forced smile, probably not. I got cut while carrying the basket. It's probably due to another reason. At this moment, Feng Ju, standing behind him, curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He's finally revealed a flaw. He quickly rushed closer to Cheesy, saying loudly, We can't jump to conclusions so easily. Feng Ju's expression was extremely serious and sincere as he suggested, if it really was caused by the knife, it's very likely that someone intentionally injured someone else. It's best to have the doctor examine it carefully. Gu Yang, observing everything from behind, chuckled, realizing, it seems that a Jew doesn't plan to let him go. In her heart, she frowned slightly, thinking, however, he really does need to remember this for a long time. The doctor nodded in agreement with Feng Ju's idea, he's right. Your wound is very straight. Objects like bamboo baskets can't create a straight wound like this. It must be caused by the knife. Cheesy awkwardly tried to stop them, inwardly worrying and remembering, damn it, that knife only has my fingerprints. If they investigate, I'll definitely be exposed. So Cheesy chuckled, waving his hand and explaining, it seems that there really is another hidden story to this. Feng Ju nodded, using a cloth to pick up the knife. If that's the case, I'll collect the knife first. Cheesy immediately widened his eyes, choking with anger, you. His face turned pale as he blamed him, what are you taking it for? Could it be that you put the knife there? Feng Ju shook his head gently, explaining in a soft voice, no, I'm just worried that you'll directly touch the knife and leave fingerprints, making it difficult to investigate later. That's why I wanted to help you preserve it. At this moment, Gu Yang also stepped forward seriously, shielding him, a Jew is clearly doing it for your sake. You're using malice to judge a Jew? This is the first time a Jew has met you. And he even offered to take you to the hospital. She frowned tightly, rebuking him sternly, you don't think a Jew, but you're blaming him instead? Feng Ju, being protected by Gu Yang, happily lowered his eyes, calling out softly, sister. He then pretended to be weak and understanding, comforting her, it's okay, sister. He's just a little suspicious because he's injured. I can understand. Don't offend others because of me. But Gu Yang still shook her head, protecting him to the end, no way. I won't let you be framed. Cheesy watched this scene, grinding his teeth and hissing, you too. He took a deep breath, putting on a friendly smile and admitting his mistake, sorry, I was a little emotional because I was injured. I apologize. Feng Ju indifferently waved his hand, letting it go, it's okay. I wasn't angry with you in the first place. You don't need to be like this. Cheesy immediately choked up, cursing in his heart, this brat is really something. On the surface, he still smiled, saying, if that's the case, let's just let this matter pass. Let's not think about it anymore. Inwardly, Cheesy sighed with relief, telling himself, forget it. Even if the evidence is in his hands, I'm the one who's injured right now. He resentfully turned his face away, relieved, thinking, as long as I don't pursue it, they won't investigate me. But Feng Ju had long guessed Cheesy's intentions, sneering coldly in his heart, let it pass? Don't think that an apology is enough to end this. Gu Yang saw this expression of his and understood his thoughts. It seems that a Jew is still angry. Forget it, let a Jew handle it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. A row of police officers entered. The leader held up his badge, announcing, sorry for the interruption. We received a report about intentional injury. Please cooperate with the investigation. Cheesy was shocked to hear this, jumping up in alarm, what? His face turned pale, his heart heavy and terrified, wondering, who reported this to the police? This isn't just a simple matter of being exposed and criticized by the public anymore. Cheesy hurriedly stood up, explaining to the police officer, I'm the one who was injured, but I didn't report it to the police. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? As soon as he said this, Feng Ju frankly replied, I reported it to the police. He raised his hand to testify, stating his reasons with a calm expression, intentionally injuring someone is a malicious act. You are a public figure. I feel that everyone needs a satisfactory answer. The police officer nodded in praise, comrade, you're right. Your ideological awareness is very high. Cheesy could only awkwardly agree, you're right. At this moment, Gu Yang smiled and pushed Feng Ju forward, praising, "Police officer, my brother not only has high ideological awareness, but he is also very careful. He has also carefully preserved the knife that the perpetrator used to injure others." Feng Ju chimed in, shaking his head shyly, denying, "No, this really isn't anything worth bragging about. I'm just doing what I should be doing." The police officer accepted the knife he handed over, smiling kindly and affirming, "You don't need to be humble. Your actions are a good example for everyone." Chi, whose face had long turned pale, asked, sweating profusely, "I want to ask, can we find the perpetrator through the knife?" He swallowed, his voice trembling as he speculated, "Even if there are fingerprints, it can't prove who the perpetrator is. After all, it's possible that the person was wearing gloves." The police officer nodded in consolation, "That's indeed the case. We won't rely on one piece of evidence to convict someone. But rest assured, we will definitely investigate the perpetrator." Chi forced a smile, gratefully saying, "That's good, thank you for your hard work." In his heart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, "That's great. Now I just need to insist that the knife was stolen." Chi tried to appear calm, inwardly comforting himself, "Without other evidence, I still have a chance to argue." But Feng Ju narrowed his eyes, his sharp eyes smiling coldly, "You thought you could get away with harming my sister?" He secretly pressed the phone in his hand with force. Then, Feng Ju smiled casually, announcing, "Oh right, police officer, although there are no clues in this livestream." He awkwardly chuckled, suggesting gently, "But perhaps the phone that the staff used to record behind-the-scenes footage might have clues." The police officer nodded in agreement after hearing this, "That makes sense. We'll immediately confirm with the staff." Chi, standing in a corner observing everything, sneered coldly, "Humph, even the cameraman didn't capture anything. What could the staff's phone capture?" The staff member cooperated, handing over the phone and explaining, "Comrade police officer, it seems that I accidentally recorded this video at the time of the incident." The police officer nodded, accepting it. "That's great. I'll go check it now." A moment later, the police officer and the staff member were shocked by what they saw. "This is..." Chi, met with their sharp gazes, asked in a sweat, "Why are you two looking at me like that?" The police officer frankly held out the phone for him to see, sternly questioning, "Can you explain this behavior?" He raised his eyebrows, sternly pointing out, "The video footage shows that before you were injured, the knife was hidden in your hand." Reaching this point, Chi panicked completely, choking as he heard the police officer conclude, "This video is enough to prove that you intentionally approached Gu Yang, wanting to harm her first, but accidentally injuring yourself." But he still tried to pretend to the end, denying it with a forced smile, "That's not right. There must be a misunderstanding. The person in the video is not me at all." As soon as he said this, Gu Yang, standing nearby, poured a bucket of cold water on him, "But the clothes we wore for filming today are unique, specially made by the program. The pattern on the sleeve in the video is clearly the same as your outfit." She looked at Chi in confusion, asking in a soft, disbelieving voice, "Why is this happening? We only met for the first time today. Why would you want to hurt me?" Feng Ju also stepped out, shielding Gu Yang, his eyebrows furrowed severely as he said, "That's right. While filming the program, you clearly knew that my sister has leukemia. Even a small wound can endanger her life." He resentfully gritted his teeth, pronouncing, "You even took such a vicious action. You clearly intended to kill her." Chi's face turned pale with fear, frantically waving his hands, correcting, "It's not as serious as you say. I only wanted to cut a small wound." Gu Yang quickly seized the key point in those words, "So it really was you? I kindly invited you to join our group. I didn't expect you to have this intention to approach me." She then sternly placed her hand on her chest, saying, "Police officer, you have to stand up for me." The police officer nodded in consolation, "Please rest assured. We will definitely enforce the law fairly." After saying this, the two police officers immediately stepped forward, grabbing Chi. "You are suspected of intentional homicide. The evidence is sufficient. We have both the person and the weapon. Now please come with us for a trip." He was escorted away, still shouting loudly for mercy, "Wait, I didn't want to kill her. I was wrong. Don't arrest me." At this moment, Gu Yang slowly looked at Feng Ju. He looked at her in question, Gu Yang covered her mouth and whispered, "Did you make that video?" Feng Ju honestly nodded in affirmation, "Yes, sister." She sighed after hearing this, as I expected. Seeing this, he asked in a panic, "Are you angry, sister? I acted without permission." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yang raised her hand and patted Feng Ju's head. "That's not it." She happily laughed, sincerely thanking him, "Thank you this time." Fengju pursed his lips slightly, his eyes drooping as he said, "If you want to thank me, sister." He slowly leaned closer to her, whispering, "Can I ask for a small reward?" Guyang shyly turned her head away, nodding slightly and asking, "Yes, you can." "What kind of reward do you want?" Fengju's face also flushed, his lips moving slightly as he said, "This." Fengju looked intently at Guyang, his eyes narrowed with curiosity. "What do you want?" "Will you give me anything I want?" He leaned down, getting so close that Guyang was startled, her face turning red with shyness. Guyang quickly stuffed a candy stick into Fengju's mouth. His eyes widened in surprise, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Fengju held the candy stick, frowning. "Sister, this is..." Guyang lowered her head, sighing. "The reward." Her face was gloomy like dark clouds, her voice fading away. "You didn't say anything, so I could only give you what I had." Fengju tilted his head and leaned closer, a mischievous smile on his face. "Are you sure it's not because you're afraid I'll bully you, so you're using this to shut me up?" Guyang quickly waved her hands in a fluster, her cheeks flushed red. Of course not. If you don't like it, then forget it. I'll make it up to you later." Fengju quickly raised the candy stick. "Hi," his eyes sparkling with excitement. Then he looked at her with an unusually gentle gaze, his voice warm. "Who said I don't like it?" Guyang's gaze suddenly softened. Fengju was as warm as the morning sun. "I like anything you give me, sister." Then he turned around, saying in a serious voice, "It's been too long. Let's quickly return to the filming set." Guyang nodded quickly, answering crisply, "Okay." Fengju walked away decisively. Guyang watched him go, feeling relieved. Luckily, Aju agreed. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her heart pounding. "If not, I don't know how long this feeling of a wildly beating heart will last." In another place, a clear voice rang out at a tea house, "Check out, let's go." Ise looked at Gutsong curiously, this expression on Miss Gu. Did something happen? She stared intently at her phone, her face tense, her eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. Looking at the screen, Gutsong muttered unhappily, "He actually..." An image of Fengju holding a candied hawthorn stick was clearly displayed, along with the message. "The candied hawthorn stick that sister gave me is so delicious." She squeezed her eyes shut, her voice stern. "Can I order something sweet?" Ise nodded quickly, "Of course you can." "What kind of sweet thing does Miss Gu want to order?" Gutsong folded her arms, her voice cold. "I want to eat a candied hawthorn stick." She glared at Ise. "Do you have an opinion?" He just smiled calmly. "Of course not. I'll order it right away." In his heart, Ise chuckled. I didn't expect her to have such a childlike side. The scene changed to a large filming set. A modern cafe appeared. Guyang quickly called Fengju, her voice hurried. "Aju, I've arrived at the filming location." On the other end of the line, his warm voice rang out, "Okay. I'll be in Juzhen these few days. Remember to find me if anything happens." She hung up, sighing dejectedly. "Aju, you're always so worried. What could happen to me?" As soon as she entered, Wansu and Jing she gathered around Guyang. "Yang, you're back. Little fairy, are you okay?" She immediately smiled brightly. I'm okay. Don't worry too much." In her heart, she thought, it seems that Aju isn't the only one who's overly worried. Wansu frowned indignantly. That cheesy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. How could he do something like this? Director Chen, nearby, held his head and wailed, "Heaven wants to destroy me too." Guyang saw this and walked over to Wansu, her voice soft. "What's wrong?" She sighed, explaining, "The police came just now, saying that they have confirmed Cheesy's criminal behavior." Wansu lowered her head, her voice deep. "Because it involves a criminal case, the program has to be temporarily suspended." Guyang suddenly understood, her heart lingering. No wonder the directing team turned out like this. This is truly a disaster. She went to Director Chen to comfort him. "Director, things have come to this point. Being sad won't help. Why don't you sue Cheesy and his company for breach of contract? That way, you can still recover some of the losses." Old Chen nodded, clenching his fist, his voice resolute. "You're right. This time, I must squeeze them for a sum." Wansu, behind him, placed her hand on her cheek, her face dejected. "It's a pity that the program was interrupted just as it started. What should I do in my next schedule?" Guyang heard this and winked happily. "If you don't have anything to do, sister." Then she enthusiastically suggested, "Do you want to follow me to a place?" Wansu nodded in agreement immediately. "Okay, where?" Gu Yang happily pushed her back, urging, let's go, sister. The place I'm recommending is definitely not bad. Wansu sighed, nodding. Okay, I'll ask the driver to come pick us up. Before the two could leave, a voice rang out from behind. Miss Gu. Gu Yang turned her head to look. Xiao Xian stood there with a gentle smile. Can I have a private word with you? Wansu immediately stood in front of Gu Yang. Xiao Xian, Cheesy from your Universal Entertainment was just taken away for investigation. Do you want to go with him too? She gently stopped her. Sister, Xiao Xian reminded me before, during filming, to pay attention to Cheesy. Wansu was surprised. Really? Only then did Xiao Xian come closer. Miss Gu is too polite. I'm sure even if I didn't say it, you would have been able to sense that he didn't have good intentions. Right? Gu Yang was sincere. No matter what, I appreciate Miss Chiao's kindness. If there's anything you want me to help with, just say it. I'll definitely do my best. Xiao Xian smiled frankly. Then I won't beat around the bush with Miss Gu. I have a very important lawsuit recently. I heard that the Gu family has a good relationship with Chou Buozhou. I hope Miss Gu can introduce me. Hearing the name, Gu Yang thought to herself, Chou Buozhou, oh, he's the lawyer junior that my sister introduced last time, helping Shui Yao win the lawsuit, avenging mom. She rested her chin, remembering. Then she quickly took out her phone. Okay, I can give you his contact information, but I can't interfere with whether he's willing to accept your case. Xiao Xian smiled happily, taking the phone. Thank you, Miss Gu. This time, consider me owing you a favor. Gu Yang refused, her voice gently probing. It's not considered a favor at all. After all, you also have information you want to tell me, right? Xiao Xian nodded in confirmation. That's right. She looked straight ahead seriously. The person who wants to harm Miss Gu is the boss of the Wang family, Wang Yunqin. Gu Yang's face turned cold after hearing this, her eyes filled with sadness. The two left the filming set. Wansu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yang, you don't seem surprised at all. Did you already know it was her? Gu Yang smiled slightly, her eyes twinkling. After all, her company, Universal Entertainment, is a competitor of my family's. This isn't hard to guess. Just then, her phone rang. She smiled and answered. Hello, Mom. Shui Ling's angry voice rang out, causing Gu Yang to have to hold the phone away. Yang, are you okay? I watched the live stream. That guy dared to harm you. You wait, I'll immediately freeze his activities. Her eyes closed slightly, her voice gently comforting. Mom, rest assured, I'm fine. Then she explained, moreover, I've heard that Cheesy was just following someone else's orders. The person who really wants to harm me is Wang Yunqin of Universal Entertainment. Shui Ling said loudly, it's Universal Entertainment, is it? Then she clenched her fist decisively. Honey, you wait, I'll immediately avenge you. After that, Shui Ling turned to her husband, whining in a coquettish but determined voice. Think of a way, you can't let Yang suffer such injustice. Mr. Zhaoming clenched both fists. His voice firm. Wife, rest assured. A second later, a determined shout came from the high-rise building, I will definitely bankrupt the Wang family. At this time, Gu Yang and Wansu had just entered the perfume blending room. Wansu was surprised, a perfume blending room? This is the first time I've heard that you know how to blend perfume. Gu Yang winked playfully, I just play around with it. Gu Yang smiled, explaining further, besides, I'm going home tomorrow, so I can make some gifts to bring back for everyone. Just then, the shop assistant noticed them. The shop assistant smiled and greeted, hello, congratulations on being this month's lucky customer of Scent Encounter. Today, you too can use the shop's VIP perfume blending room for free. Gu Yang was pleasantly surprised, so lucky? Then please lead us there. In the luxurious blending room, Wansu looked around, her eyes wide with anticipation. This is the first time I've experienced perfume blending. Who are you planning to blend for, Yang? Gu Yang closed her eyes, her voice gentle as she thought of her family. Of course, it's for Mom, Dad, and Xiao Pai, 1 bottle each. She didn't forget to add, and of course, Sister Wan. Wansu was happy. There's a part for me? I'm really looking forward to your performance. Wansu looked at the perfume bottle in front of her curiously. It's quite pretty. Can I smell it? Gu Yang was delighted. Of course. Go ahead and open the cap, sister. Wansu gently opened the cap, closing her eyes and taking a long, refreshing breath. After savoring the scent, she praised, "It's a herbal scent. Do you really know how to blend perfume, Yang Yang?" Gu Yang was modest. "I know a little." Wansu cradled the perfume bottle in her hand, her voice pleading. "Smelling this scent probably helps you sleep really well. Can you blend another bottle just like this?" Gu Yang shook her head, her eyes firm but still affectionate. "I can't. This bottle is for my older sister." Wansu was surprised. "Your older sister? Gutsong?" Gu Yang nodded slightly, thinking, Gutsong's insomnia is improving with the help of the hypnotic music. Her eyes twinkled with hope. But she still needs a little supportive therapy. This perfume scent is quite suitable. Suddenly, Gu Yang's memories flooded back like a waterfall. Before transmigrating into the book, the reason she went to study perfume blending was also to support the treatment of psychological illnesses. She had diligently researched with only one purpose: medicine has 3 parts poison. Compared to using medicine to control things, I prefer using supportive methods like music and scent to treat patients. Wansu's voice rang out abruptly, pulling her back to reality. "Yang Yang, are you about to blend a perfume for me?" Gu Yang raised her hand in a V sign, winking playfully. "Sister Wan, you have to line up one by one." After a while, Wansu became impatient again, hurrying over, "Is it my turn yet?" "Not yet." A moment later, she ran over to urge her again, "Is it my turn yet?" "Not yet." Wansu was impatient this time. "Is it my turn yet?" Gu Yang calmly said in a measured tone, "Not yet, there's one more bottle." At that point, she pouted and frowned, her expression annoyed and disappointed. Wansu stomped her foot in anger. "Why isn't it my turn yet?" She suddenly looked at the perfume bottle in Gu Yang's hand. "Who is the bottle in your hand for?" Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. Gu Yang giggled, her voice excited. "My brother." Her eyes shone like stars. "My family's brother, Feng Ju." But she hesitated. "I just don't know if a Jew will like the perfume I blended." Wansu smiled sarcastically. "Boys like them usually don't wear perfume." She closed her eyes and continued, "It's a waste to blend it if you don't wear it, so just blend it for me." Unexpectedly, a voice rang out from behind, "Who said that?" Feng Ju stepped forward, smiling brightly. "If you blended it for me personally, sister, of course I'll like it." Gu Yang cheered inwardly. I really guessed it right. The truth was, she had already guessed that the scent encounter perfume blending room was Feng Ju's territory. Memories flooded back again. In the original novel, the blood bank wasn't a hacker, nor did he have private property. Thinking of this, Gu Yang frowned with worry. The plot is deviating from the main storyline of the original novel again. Then she turned to look at Wansu, forcing a smile. "Sister, I forgot to ask how much this place charges." Then she said in a soft, pleading voice, "Can you help me ask? See if we need to add more time?" Wansu hurriedly stood up. "Okay, I'll go right now." When only the two of them were left, Feng Ju stepped closer, looking at Gu Yang, his warm voice ringing out, "Sister." Her face furrowed slightly, her eyes uncomfortable. He tilted his head to look at her affectionately, the corners of his lips curving up. "I followed you here. Are you angry, sister?" Gu Yang squeezed her eyes shut, her face cold. "I'm not. You're the owner of this shop. Isn't it normal for you to appear here?" Feng Ju chuckled, his eyes sparkling. "You really can't hide anything from you, sister." The space suddenly fell silent. He paused, the smile disappearing when he saw Gu Yang's expressionless face, a hint of worry rising in the depths of his eyes. Then Feng Ju gently took her hand, his hand touching hers lightly and gently, his voice coquettish, carrying a bit of blame. "You don't care about me, yet you say you're not angry." Then he gently placed her hand on his cheek, his voice light and earnest. "If you're angry, you can hit me, scold me." Feng Ju's eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with sadness. "But, you can't not care about me." Gu Yang's heart felt like it was being squeezed, her eyes widening as she looked at him without leaving. Then she hurriedly turned her face away, her voice trembling slightly. "Why?" Feng Ju was stunned. "What?" Gu Yang's eyes stared blankly into the distance. Memories flooded back. She had recalled the original owner's memories. The Feng Ju in those memories had never had any goodwill towards the original owner. Then she suddenly thought, it seems that Feng Ju's affection belongs to me ever since I transmigrated into the book. But then she hesitated. But my memories are very complete. I never met Feng Ju before I transmigrated. Gu Yang turned her head and called decisively, "Feng Ju." Her voice was slow, as if considering each word. "Are you perhaps, through me, looking at other people or not?" Fengju gaped, his eyes widening as he looked at Gu Yang in shock. Then he said firmly, "Sister, the person I like is you." Immediately afterwards, Fengju braced his hands on the table, his voice resolute. "Only you, sister. You are the only one." He leaned closer to her face, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. "If you don't believe me, I'm willing to give up all defenses. To let you hypnotize me, ask my subconscious, hear those words." Gu Yang's cheeks flushed red. Gu Yang hesitated, speaking up to avoid this awkward atmosphere. "I." Then she hurriedly grabbed the perfume bottle, her voice hurried. "I blended this." Her eyes closed tightly, she pushed the bottle towards Fengju. "For you. It's called Gue Meng, Returning Dream." Fengju cradled the perfume bottle, his face radiant, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you, sister." Suddenly, he leaned in from behind, his voice low and hoarse. "Then, sister." The hot breath in her ear made Gu Yang weak. "Do you still want to hypnotize me?" She hurriedly pushed him away, her voice stiff. "There's no need." Fengju narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Do you believe me now?" She closed her eyes and whispered softly, her expression gentle. "Your subconscious has already told me." Then she opened her eyes and looked directly at him without dodging, her voice firm. "Everything you said is true." Fengju was startled, his voice worried. "Did you just hypnotize me?" Gu Yang smiled brightly, her eyes full of confidence. "That's right. No one can escape my hypnosis 3 times in a row." Her voice was gentle but full of challenge. "To hypnotize you, I don't even need you to give up all defenses." Then Gu Yang turned away triumphantly, "Hee, not bad for me." While Fengju stood there stunned. Her eyes glanced at him, her heart full of amusement. It's rare to see Fengju speechless. Suddenly, Gu Yang's finger lifted Fengju's chin, her heart amused, wanting to tease him a little. Her cheeks flushed, her voice sweet. "I secretly hypnotized you." Fengju's face turned red and he broke out in a sweat, making her tease him even more. "Are you angry?" He smiled gently. "No, I will never be angry with you, sister." Fengju closed his eyes, his voice soft. "I just have one question I want to ask you." Gu Yang's eyes widened curiously. "What question?" He took her hand and pressed it against his cheek, his voice hoarse. "Sister." His eyes were filled with love, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "I like you." "What about you?" Gu Yang hesitated, her face turning red, her voice stammering. "I." Her eyes looked down slightly, her heart lingering, wondering, do I like Fengju? Memories of him appeared clearly in her mind. Fengju hid many things from her, but he always cared about her mood. Her heart fluttered. Faced with these actions, it was probably hard not to be moved. Her heart was heavy with deliberation, her eyes restless. But, Fengju has clearly given me too much affection. After thinking for a long time, Gu Yang sighed, deciding, I should probably still refuse him. But as soon as she blurted out, "I." Fengju's eyes sparkled, his face sad and expectant. Looking at his delicate appearance, her heart ached. This expression of Fengju. Her hand tightened slightly, her heart softening. How can I bear to? And then Gu Yang took the initiative to lean close to his ear, whispering sweetly, I like you too. Fengju was stunned, his mind echoing the chorus, I like you too. Without missing a second, he squeezed her hand tightly, his voice choked. Sister. Then he pulled her closer, his eyes affectionate. Date me. She frantically stepped back, crossing her hands. I can't. Fengju opened his mouth in shock, tears welling up in his eyes. Why? Gu Yang narrowed her eyes, smiling playfully. Of course, it's because you're still young. You have to work hard to study, you can't have an early relationship. He stepped forward, his face full of confidence, his voice firm. I'm not young, sister. Fengju's hand slammed down on the table, his voice resolute. But it's okay. His smile was as gentle as the morning sun, looking at Gu Yang seriously. Sister, I am willing to wait for you, to wait for the day that you are willing to date me. She was shocked, her eyes wide when she heard these words. I'm best at waiting for you. Gu Yang squeezed her eyes shut, blaming herself. Fengju is too much of a rule-breaker. How can I have the heart to refuse like this? Sighing in surrender, her voice was soft. Then, wait for you to grow up. Fengju happily leaned closer, whispering, Sister, I. Suddenly, Wansu pushed the door open, cheerfully. I'm back. She immediately frowned suspiciously. What are you two doing? Gu Yang hurriedly pushed his face away. Nothing, nothing. She hurriedly held up the perfume bottle, covering up. We're trying the perfume. Wonsu rested her chin. Is that so? Fengju calmly smoothed things over. We were indeed trying the perfume. He quickly handed the perfume bottle over, smiling. After all, she really cares about what I think of the perfume she blended for me. Wonsu turned to him, acting coquettishly, her eyes sparkling. Yang, what about mine? Guyang forced a smile, holding 2 blending tubes. I'm naturally preparing to blend one for you too. Sister. Don't be impatient. Secretly breathing a sigh of relief, her heart was light. Luckily, I originally intended to blend a bottle for everyone before going home. The scene changed to the Gu family's villa, luxurious and quiet. Guyang cheered as she entered. We're back. Ling ran out, hugging her tightly. My darling Yang, luckily nothing happened to you. I was so worried about you. Guyang comforted her gently, smiling brightly. Don't worry, Mom. Aren't I fine? Her parents spoke in unison, their expressions stern. What if something had happened? Zhao Ming said in a deep, confident voice, Darling, rest assured. Dad has already taken action to avenge you. In a while, the Wang family's stock price will plummet. Just a plummeting stock price isn't enough. We have to make them lose everything, they have to pay the price. Guyang acted coquettishly, her voice light and comforting. I know you love me, Mom and Dad. Don't be angry anymore. Getting angry is bad for your health. Then she cheerfully held up the gift bag. Look, Mom and Dad, I brought gifts back for you this time. Guyang raised the gift bag, her smile playful, winking. This is the perfume I blended specially for you, Mom and Dad. Each person held a bottle of perfume, praising it endlessly. Dad smiled kindly. My daughter is so understanding. Mom doted on her. Worthy of being Mom and Dad's darling. And she squinted her eyes, smiling widely. Hee hee. Guyang suddenly looked around, searching. Oh right, where's my sister? I brought gifts back for her too. Ling hesitated, frowning and pausing. Speaking of Xiaocong, I have something I want to ask you about. Guyang tilted her head, puzzled. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Her eyes drooped, flustered. Xiaocong. Her voice trembled slightly, slowly guessing, seems to be dating. Guyang was stunned after hearing this, her eyes wide. What? Guyang widened her eyes in surprise, her voice full of doubt. Mom, why do you feel that way? She rested her chin, lost in thought, a question rising in her heart. The only person who could become the girlfriend of the eldest sister is Xiaoizhe. Then her eyes looked into the distance, recalling each detail. But even he has to pursue the eldest sister for several hundred chapters in the story. Ling widened her eyes, her face revealing worry, her voice slow but full of unease. She's been coming home later every day after school. Recently, she hasn't even come home all night. Then she sighed softly, continuing with a bewildered expression. When I asked her, she said she was at a friend's house. She touched her chin thoughtfully, her face pensive. She's only been in Jincheng for so long. Where did she get friends from? She must be dating. Hearing this, Guyang rested her chin, her eyes seriously analyzing. So that's how it is. The eldest sister has many identities. There must be many things to do and obligations to shoulder. Then she nodded slightly, as if she understood everything. Not being able to come home is also a very normal thing. After thinking this, she turned to her mother, nodding firmly, her voice also full of determination. Rest assured, Mom. My sister is more capable than you think. Then Guyang continued with a serious attitude. Think about it, wasn't the Jin Yueming VIP card given by my sister before? Her eyes sparkled, and she concluded decisively. She's so capable. It's very normal for her to make friends so quickly. Don't worry too much, Mom. Ling was dubious, tilting her head, her voice full of unease. Is that so? Is this child Xiaocong really that capable? Maybe it's because I don't care enough about her. Guyang immediately smiled brightly, closing her eyes as if to reassure her mother and herself. It's okay, Mom. Just talk to her more. On the surface, she was so gentle. But in her heart, a vague feeling of unease rose up. However, the image of the eldest sister is very different from the one in the story. Not coming home all night is not common. Her eyes darkened for a moment. Guyang tilted her head, sighing softly. I still have to find an opportunity to investigate a little. At this time, when the room became silent, she continued to think, as if flipping through each page of her memories in her head. When she first transmigrated, She wrote down all the plot she remembered. She stared blankly at the laptop screen, her eyes full of anticipation. But there aren't many details. I hope I can find some clues. Under the dim light of the screen, Gu Yang typed in a search for information about the sharpshooter of the underground network, her eyes focused. In Gu Yang's head, a tense thought arose. Being chased by the sharpshooter of the underground network, if I calculate the time, it seems like it will happen in these few days. Her eyes looked into the distance, as if piercing through the haze of memory. Although in the original novel, the eldest sister crippled the sharpshooter, now the original plot has deviated so much. Gu Yang's face showed a hint of worry. She put her hand to her chin, pondering as if considering something profound. Could there be changes because of this? Thinking of this, Gu Yang suddenly stood up, her eyes closed tightly, revealing a clear determination in her heart. No, I can't sit here waiting. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was slightly startled, because her eyes had met someone who had been standing there with their arms crossed for who knew how long. As if they had been observing there for a long time. Gu Song stood silently, her eyes gentle but also full of meaning. Gu Yang stammered slightly, her voice trembling. Sister. Then a bright smile of happiness bloomed on her face. You're back. Suddenly, Gu Song gently held out her hand. The gentle smile remained the same, but her voice was a bit forced and cute. I heard you brought back perfume that you blended yourself as gifts. Where's my gift? Gu Yang hurriedly ran to the place where the gifts were kept, her eyes wide as she searched, her voice chirping. It's here, it's here. She carefully held out the perfume bottle, her voice caring. Sister, this is for you. It's called Jing Mian, quiet sleep, a peaceful sleep. Gu Song frowned slightly, her voice softly asking, I heard that I was the last person to receive the perfume? Gu Yang shook her head, smiling innocently, and then said honestly, No, I haven't given Xiao Pai his yet. Moreover, yours was the first bottle I blended. Hearing this, Gu Song's lips softened, her eyes closing slightly, a warm smile blooming. Then thank you, little sister. Saying this, she turned to leave, her posture calm. Gu Yang hurriedly called after her, her voice worried. Sister, wait a minute. She looked at Gu Song, her eyes full of concern, her voice gentle. Sister, are you okay? Her eyes followed every feature of her sister's face, her mind in a tangled mess. Did the eldest sister pretend to just come home? Is she being chased by the sniper? Gu Song gently patted her head, her voice light. I'm okay. A bright smile bloomed on her lips. Go to bed early. Saying this, Gu Song calmly turned and walked away. Gu Yang reached out helplessly, calling softly, Sister. She didn't turn back, her back strong but lonely, making it hard for people to look away. But then Gu Song stopped, taking out her phone, a mysterious smile blooming on her lips. A few seconds later, Feng Ju's phone screen displayed a message from Gu Song. The first bottle she blended was for me. Not long after, Gu Bai's face appeared with tears streaming down his cheeks, his mouth trembling as he called, Sister. He ran to Gu Yang, acting spoiled and a bit resentful. Why am I the last person to receive your gift, sister? And she squinted her eyes, smiling apologetically. Soothing him. After all, you just came back today. Gu Bai stubbornly refused to accept it, raising his voice to remind her, then next time you must give it to me first. Gu Yang nodded gently, answering affectionately, okay. Gu Song crossed her arms coldly, her voice sarcastic. Humph, losing completely at the amateur tournament and still wanting gifts. Gu Bai was furious when he heard this, turning around sharply, stomping his feet, raising his hand to argue, his voice loud and full of grievance. Who are you calling a complete loser? Our team is just a little unlucky. We ran into the strongest opponent in the first round. Gu Song curled her lips slightly, her voice icy. If you can only win based on luck, then that kind of victory is not needed. She frowned, her voice calm but firm, adding, a true powerhouse yearns to compete with the strong, not hoping to compete with the weak. Hearing this, Gu Bai's anger disappeared completely. Standing still, not daring to say anything more. Then he suddenly blushed, his voice softly surprised. You know King Shin's quote? Are you also her fan? Gu Song turned her face slightly to the side, her expression stiffening, denying sternly, no, an anti-fan. While Gu Yang, standing beside her, chuckled in her head, anti-fan of myself. Gu Bai nodded as if he understood, his eyes lighting up as if he had just discovered a great truth. I know. You must be a fan who turned into an anti-fan. Otherwise. How would you remember the words she said? He tilted his head, resting his hand on his chin, closing his eyes as if he was pondering. Actually, you don't need to be shy. After all, King Shin. While he was enthusiastically praising King Shin, Gutsong had already walked up several steps leading upstairs, only answering indifferently, "Oh." The scene changed to Gutsong's workspace. On the wooden table, everything was neatly arranged, with no extra details, reflecting the characteristic meticulousness of its owner. Gutsong took out a small wooden box that looked plain and simple. She took out a round, golden pendant, inside which was a miniature ocean swirling around. Her eyes shining with a rare gentleness, Gutsong cherished the object in her hand, smiling as if she had met an old friend. "It's been so long." Her voice deepened with affection. "But it's okay, it's good that you're back."